What does it feel like?
Shivering, head,
Oh,
yeah, a little bit dizzy, stomach ache. I see really
well,
like you feel a big cold coming up. When it's really heating up. But again, it doesn't get more,
that means
but it's
it's
just
working.
ugly,
Yeah, but
big time.
we will take that into account should you have any interesting comments later.
Nice caveat. Nice caveat.
Yeah, I'm going to use that too. Next time I say something I want to retract, I'll be like,
I'm on my second one.
I'm on my second jab. Um, Funny. Well, welcome back, everybody. And Mr. Higgins, welcome. And everybody in the audience, welcome. Hope you're all having a lovely Tuesday wherever you happen to be. And I see Ramen and everyone. Shane, it's been a while. And
King
you know,
Higgins. King
yep,
Higgins.
Mr. Higgins, the Honorable Mr. Higgins, and
Can I give you both a word of advice?
yeah,
So I created a new event because we're running a new political and financial news show.
yeah,
When you run a show, make sure that the club is open and that
yeah,
it's connected to your club,
yes.
or you'll be talking an hour and a half to about 20 people and not knowing why. So that's the
Oh, that's
brilliance of
funny.
King Higgins over here, the
Oh,
poor
that's
pauper.
funny.
The fact that you wouldn't question it for 20 minutes is humble.
Yeah, yeah.
I still
I'm
go
like,
and
wow, I
support,
suck.
Justin.
Oh, that's funny. What is it? Let me look in your bio. Is this a new time slot for you? A new daily thing?
I do have to add it to my bio. Yes, sir. We are going to do 7:30 to 9 a.m. Not touch on the tech news, but touch on the political and financial news.
7:30. Which time zone or is that? East Coast?
Sorry, I came in all haphazard today. This is going to be East Coast,
Yeah.
and we're going to be doing solely financial and political news. 7:30 a.m. East Coast, which is 7:30 p.m. Beijing time. I think it's 2:30 p.m. UK time, Kyle, if I'm correct.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
And we're going to just be bringing up experts who write the stories, getting their take, kind of doing, honestly, a lot of what tech news around the world does, but not stepping on the tech news. So if you want to continue the same format without the infectious personalities of Carl and Tyler, of course,
Yeah,
join
King
us, and we'll
Justin.
do political stuff.
yeah, you hear that siren behind you, man. That's they're coming.
You're sending them for me,
Oh
right?
yeah, yeah.
It's
No,
like I'm living in the CCP here.
so does it go right up until this room starts? Is that what it is? Or
Not yet. We'll end up probably trying to eventually do that, and then send everybody over here. That's
nope.
the ultimate goal.
Why?
But we're gonna try out some A/B testing, as you know, the startup founders are very apt to do, and we're gonna try and just
So
perfect our
4:30 in the
format.
morning, 4:30 in the morning, California time, Justin? Is that what you're
Yeah.
telling me?
Should
Reset
we
my
start it
alarm?
later, Francine? Dr.
No,
Francine,
no.
should we?
I get up at 4:45. I'll handle it.
Amazing.
Yeah, 4:30 Pacific until what is it? 7 Pacific?
Pretty much right
Okay,
now.
and then there's an
First
hour
and second.
gap, and then we start an hour after that. So for those who
I'm
Well,
don't,
for
hoping
me,
that you can eventually move yours maybe 30 minutes earlier,
I
and then we can move
yeah,
30 minutes later.
well, maybe
well,
could do.
wait a minute. Wait a minute. How do I go to news then?
We will do a poll in the audience to see because I've never considered moving it honestly, but I do want to say. First of all, welcome back, Dr. Francine. It's as I said, it's legitimately a unique, rare honor for me to have you here because of when I was really learning the ropes, even before I really got it. Hold on, I'm multitasking here. First of all, let me promote Justin for a second here. For those who don't know, but most of you hopefully do, Justin, by the way, just hosted one of what I honestly feel is the best room that has yet a new watermark for Clubhouse just a few days ago with this Israel Palestine room that he hosted. Honestly, I feel like it was a new watermark for Clubhouse, and I mean that sincerely. Yeah, you
I
agree?
do too, and I think Justin is going to end up pretty soon with an offer from a major news outlet,
I do too,
which
Francine. I said that to him today. In fact, I think he's going to get scouted. What I said to him was the day after that he did that, because it was like 3 days ago. The next morning, I said, "Did you get any offers from any like the big agencies? Because they're going to start." Honestly, I've seen this game before. As Francine knows, Jason and I were like really early in YouTube and the YouTube ecosystem, and
right.
we watched some of the really early, like when Gary V came out of YouTube real early with the Wine Library TV. Bro, I get the same vibes with Justin as I do with Gary V when he was doing Wine Library TV in YouTube, and he was really one of the first big breakouts out of YouTube, and he's turned that into a goddamn empire.
Yeah, but not by taking the offer.
Right,
You
right, yeah,
know,
exactly, yeah.
like
He stayed independent, exactly, yeah, yeah.
I
Well,
want to I want to advise Justin with all my experience
yeah,
to refuse when they come for him.
yeah, because he's got that star talent that can go a very long way. It's all about nurturing it, getting the right mentorship behind it, kind of like what Francine's saying. And back to Francine, I got into the tech game really around 2006. And she was in long before me. And I was dabbling, on the bulletin boards back when we had these really obscure names like I do, Steep Decline. Yeah.
In the 80s.
Yeah, back
In
in
the
the
80s.
80s when it was all getting started, and it was all very innocent and exciting, and the world it was this huge wild opportunity, kind of the way we feel about VR now, like it's a whole new era again. But anyway, the sky was the limit, and it was very exploratory kind of vibe. And then I went to university, and I studied the history of technology and how it applies to the future. So we studied really a lot of focus on the Industrial Revolution and all the innovations over time, and then how did radio impact the development of cities, and how did all the technologies influence society and the anthropological outcomes of innovation, and how it all that. And believe it or not, my professor at the time clearly was hanging on everything Dr. Francine Hardaway was saying at the time. And she would bring it into class and be like, here's what's really going on. Here's what Dr. Francine Hardaway said today. so I was indoctrinated, and it played an important I have a very profound respect for Dr. Francine Hardaway, and that's why when I say it's a unique honor that she's on the stage, I mean this very sincerely, because I had a lot of respect for my professors, and Adrian Yennick specifically, who was a huge fan of Dr. Francine Hardaway. So I wish Adrian Yennick could see me now. So anyway, Justin and this new room, I want everyone to pay attention, and please do follow Justin and follow his club, which is the Politics Media 101 Club, because it is of importance not only it's important. I think it's important to the development of the platform, and to me, Justin's one of these potential breakout stars, like Gary V was on YouTube. There was others that he has this position in Washington, D.C., geographically and professionally, where he's going to be sending out invites to Congress, members of Congress, and he's got some that have already accepted, and they're going to be joining his shows this week, in fact. And that will continue, and the level of his guests will continue to get better and better based on the number of people, the audience that he attracts. So I can't recommend enough. Not only would I beg you to follow his rooms and attend his rooms, but when his rooms start, get the link to the room and tweet it, because that's how we drive further awareness to people who really honestly deserve it. I mean, and I'm sure he's got the tip jar, and I'm sure he'd appreciate the tip jar, but I think what he would appreciate more than the tip jar is tweeting out, and let's get more people into Clubhouse that way, because I want, when people come into the Clubhouse for the first time, because Android is launching internationally this week as we speak, and I would love it for them when they come in to find stuff like Justin's shows and what Frederick does with the Nordic Tech Lunch. And
real quick, first off, folks, I am not as talented as Tyler is saying.
Bullshit.
It's making me blush
Bullshit.
and feel uncomfortable. I'm a normal guy.
Yeah, you are.
Normal show.
That's okay.
Yes,
Got a little
yes,
Yeah,
Yes, but you're doing it well.
yeah,
You are doing it well.
you have the X factor, you have the talent to do it, and Francine and I feel the same way on this, and that it double confirms what I was already feeling, which is those the shows like the guy from the Young Turks who kind of grew up and then Fox brought him in. It's going to be the same thing,
Right.
man. We've seen this game before. We've been watching this
Well,
for a long time.
Well, I do truly appreciate the high praise, and this is my favorite show to enter into because I get to learn about tech news in an in-depth way from people around the world with different perspectives, whether they're the users or the creators or the funders like Call, or the collaborators who brings everybody together like you and your conferences. And I would like to ask you, Tyler,
Yeah.
if at some point during a dead period in the day, maybe once a week, I could do a show under your club, which is kind of like a policy tech news show, so that
Of course you
I
could.
can pay you back
Yeah,
and try
you
and
don't
grow
need to pay me
your
back.
audience
You don't know,
as well.
Oh
Justin.
my God! You should do one, and you should get Nilay Patel, who is a tremendous tech
Neela,
policy
I
wonk
agree.
from The Verge, to come on it.
100. Wow, that's a
I
fantastic
don't need to
recommendation.
hog the Francine. That is fantastic, but I also don't need to hog the tech members of Congress. There's 435 of them, so I don't see why we couldn't also do some cross collaboration in that way, where we also host the events in your rooms for your audience when it's specifically tech focused.
Well, I have a good one we can share. Actually, a friend of mine named Steven Espinoza is the deputy chief digital officer at the moment, and that could be one that he straddles both. But you could use him in cases where when you're talking about he deals with the cyber terrorism stuff, and I'll try and get him in here, and so we can both talk to him and see where he's a good fit. But I'm really excited about good content in Clubhouse with all the new people coming in. I want to make sure there's a lot of good content for the smart people that are going to be coming in over the next week or two. And please, and by the way, we have a DM, but a lot of us who host now rooms under the Tech News umbrella. Because if you look on the calendar, which you can easily see by clicking on the title of this room, and you'll see the Tech News room club rather, and then the upcoming events are, we have this event today, and in 2 hours we're going to start the Google I/O live stream, and then tomorrow, also later today, you've got the Tuesday MedTech News with Ben and Dr. Matt and Dr. Heyman and Patricia, and then on Wednesday you've got the blockchain news with Ben and Donna and Rajwinder, and of course others will join that. And then the AI news with Sid from Apple and Dave and Jean-Francois, who makes the fantastic AI bot, and Sahir.
Oh my God, Jean-Francois, I love him.
I know,
Hey,
he's great.
I'm going to write about this in my future of journalism stuff.
Nice.
Because this could become the future of journalism.
I feel the same way. I feel like I agree, because the way that we get, thank you for saying this, and I feel like we are separated old souls, Dr. Francine, honestly. Everything you say, like, I feel rather deeply. Here's the thought I've been saying.
Dr. Francine, he literally was saying the exact same thing to me last night.
Yeah, that's precisely how I feel about it.
Well, I taught this at ASU 2 or 3 years ago at the Cronkite School, and I couldn't figure out exactly what platform it was going to be, but it was definitely going to be freelance or, a single individual, and it was definitely going to be online, and it was definitely going to be young professional journalists and people who, souls on the ground. So
you taught at ASU, Arizona State University?
I did. Oh,
so
yes.
That Adrian Yannick, who I was just telling you about, my professor at UCSD, also was at ASU.
Well, that's where the connection.
That's where she knew you from, at the Herberger Institute.
Well, no, I didn't teach at the Herberger Institute. Yeah. I taught in the Cronkite School.
She did, yeah. I think she was a student there, and then she went to UCSD, and then she went back, if I understand correctly. Anyway, that's the connection. Anyhow.
Hey, Tyler, real quick.
Yeah.
So this kind of goes back to something that Ted Turner actually was trying to do back in 2001. I was doing management compensation for Tower's parent, and he actually approached our organization. He was trying to do a launch of a grassroots type of local news all around the world as kind of like his next heralding after CNN. So it's the future of how we're doing journalism, I think, and reporting on the ground.
Well, I agree, man. But and partly because Michelle, who just joined the stage, she works at Facebook. And by the way, when she talks, listen, like she's welcome back, Roy. By the way, good to see you. Roy comes in from China. He's in Chengdu, and Michelle works at Facebook, and she drops. She just lays the smackdown on what's really going on. When we get a little wild in our theories about what's going on with Facebook, whatever, she's like, actually, here's what's going on inside Facebook, just so you know. And then we're like, oh, okay, now we get it. Because it's, unless she's at the table, we're likely to go a little far with our conspiracy theories about, what Facebook is doing. And then she comes in, and honestly, it's like, actually, here's honestly what's going on from the internal perspective. And it's so critical to our ability to analyze thoughtfully in an adult way what's really going on, that this is unique. Journalists don't have this at their disposal to have people from all over. And then you have Sid from Apple, who's on stage, but he works in an engineering role, and you've got legitimate geeks who have been growing up with this stuff. In the case of Dr. Francine and myself, for decades. And then you get the newer geeks who know different aspects intimately and are working in those verticals quite deeply, and the geographic element where we started off today, a few minutes ago, but someone was critiquing my thoughts about the dam in Ethiopia. Yeah, and I said, you know what? If that person's from Ethiopia, they're probably right, because the reality is, Lakeisha and I are in Thailand, and it's very rare for us to read anything or hear anything about Thailand from that's happening outside that is even remotely correct. People wildly misunderstand every aspect of Thailand, and we are constantly being like, actually, here's what's really going on in Thailand, and that's just the reality. So journalists in 2021 have a nearly impossible job because of the nature of tech having bled into every aspect of life and every corner of the world. What you would want ideally is a room of about 30 people, of geeks from all over the world, across every possible discipline, into finance like Kieran, or law like Jennifer, or entertainment like Michael. And if you have geeks across all these disciplines from all over the world geographically, then you might have a chance to actually figure out what's going on. And that's what we do. So,
Tyler, I'd like to commiserate with Justin, and just to add the same challenge, talking about him not taking offers. I think it's important, an element to realize here in the case of tech news. I challenge tech news to do the same, to not take any offers, because I've been listening for a while, and I think the one element that makes interesting is I think we all kind of feel like Tyler's the cool uncle, with the big house that he lets us all duke it out in the backyard, and it's just kind of something that you don't get anywhere else. So I think the news, that's important, and the I guess benefits you get from the speed at which we would get the news and uncover the answers is also good. But just the obscurity of Tyler and the way the room is, I think that's also a very important element that I hope remains for a long time.
Thank you. I tell you, I not only do I appreciate that, but I take it to heart. And I honestly, being one thing I've learned from my time in Sweden is, really working any kind of decisions over with everyone at the table is key. Ellen is similar in Norway to an extent, where somebody brought it up in the room one time, like, well, Tyler, what would you do in this difficult situation? And I said, you know what? I would get all the people around the table, and we'd sit down and work it out, and as a group. And so I feel the same way here. I feel like this is a group process. So, that's my
Tyler, I fully agree. I mean, for me, to spend time here is very worthwhile, even though we operate in certain parts, but the others we don't. But also, even Justin's room the other day on Israel and Palestine is great. I mean, we don't operate in Israel. We operate actually in Palestine, and there were different angles to discuss, different thoughts. And again, I had a different, you know, view of things. Absolutely, just because it's grassroots. Sometimes these informations you're getting, which is amazing.
Yeah. So
I think
I was actually excited to jump into the news here today because there was a headline of just a few hours ago since we met last time about aluminum ion batteries. And the reason I got excited is because one of the people who joins us often, who's on stage right now, Milos, knows way too much, more than any one person should ever know, about the batteries and the future of batteries, which is a really interesting area to be an expert in at the moment. So, Milos, did you see these headlines today about aluminum ion batteries claiming to be superior to here it is. It's in Forbes. The developer of aluminum ion battery claims it charges 60 times faster than lithium ion, offering EV range breakthrough. And I got super excited because you know what? I know somebody who's going to know all about this. So,
Yes,
yeah, what do you think, Milos?
obviously I know.
Yeah.
Obviously I know the claims what they are making. It's um, I think it's a hype. I think it's an exaggeration. I think it's nothing. It's we had over 220 years of the history of the battery. We had many claims like that.
Uh-huh.
And first who recognized this kind of the exaggeration in the battery space was the Thomas Edison, who said in the like 1888, I think, in his speech, that if somebody is claiming that he's got 60 times more faster charging battery, be aware that most probably he is lying.
Okay.
So it attracts a lot of liars, a lot of exaggerations, a lot of hope. So the best case scenario for them, if it would be truth, so maybe it could be breakthrough. Maybe it could be somehow commercialized like 10, 20 years from now. So I don't rely on this technology that is real.
Okay.
So Tyler, I think it's interesting that when Tesla's getting hammering, this news is breaking out. I mean, it's hitting the headlines, right? There's a lot.
Interest. Yeah, that's a little conspiracy. Here, I got the music for that, by the way. But
the Big Short.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's a great point. It will be interesting to see Elon being kind of a master of PR that he is, as Tesla is now going to take a beating in the public markets because this is a total. What our friend Karen is touching on is another headline that broke about 12 hours ago. Michael Burry, who's the star of the film The Big Short, has now revealed his newest big trading position, which he is shorting Tesla $500 million. And it's more important than that because Michael Burry has a fan club. He does it. So when he does something now, he's got the Reddit traders over at Wall Street Bets watch him very closely because he was really the one that started the GameStop short squeeze, which got into the international news and shook up Wall Street and shook up the Robinhood app and all of that. That whole fiasco was because Michael Burry went long, as we say, invested in GameStop when everyone else was shorting it and shorting it to death. And he came in and was like, you know what? They shouldn't be shorting it to death. That company still has some gas in the tank. And he went long. All of the Redditors at the Wall Street Bets saw what he did, and they respect him, as they should, because he's the one who went against the entire market on the housing bubble, where he was right on that, and he was right on GameStop. And so people are watching him really closely with his big moves, and his big move right now is he's shorting Tesla. So he's going to have an army of people shorting Tesla with him. And so it'll be interesting to see what kind of headlines come out around Tesla to kind of combat all of the short sellers that are going to be piling on in the near term. So really interesting point here.
So Tyler, if anyone worked in the macro space, one thing is that don't underestimate the power of group thinking among those people. They literally smell blood. It's not what you see is only that position, but there's everyone on the street with a position around that way. So we saw the GameStop, right, short squeeze, but when most of his position is via derivatives. So I think a lot of the strikes, when we hit the headline, I'm sure he's already positioned when the price was around 800, 750, right? So now he's already about 30% down.
Yeah.
So there's an interesting, because the strikes would be getting close to the in the money. So what that means is where the price is trading to where the strike that he put on the option. So that would have been, normally these guys, what they do is they buy options or derivatives 25% out of the money. So 25% out of the money for paying a small premium. It's pretty much like paying a small premium insurance to get the downside move, right? So now it's all getting to an interesting level where it's all sitting in the kind of money. That's where the derivatives, when you hold a $500 million worth of position, the gamma, what we call it, every small change, it could be 100 billion, size of it, daily volume that can go through, because they need to manage as it close to the strike, right? So it's quite an interesting thing. So you can see the short squeeze, and also or you can get the gamma squeeze as well. So you can really see a 300 like very quickly. So it's quite an interesting time to watch.
Yep, everyone's going to be watching Tesla very closely. Yeah.
Tyler, but I think also you need to watch Tesla, like the business, what they are doing,
Yeah.
Tesla is opening the Gigafactory in Germany. Tesla in the end of this year or beginning of the next year. Tesla is opening Gigafactory in Austin in the beginning of the next year. Tesla is expanding production in Shanghai, especially also in the Fairmont. That's for the cars. Tesla is starting to produce the new second generation battery. So Tesla is on the track to build the company. Tesla is expecting to produce at about double the cars of they were electrical vehicles which they were producing last year. So on the business case, Tesla is heading in the right directions.
Right.
So
Yeah.
a lot of this, what
Do
you're
we
saying is,
detect a Tesla stockholder?
a lot of this, what you're saying is already priced in. A lot of this, what you're saying, it's all priced in. But coming back to the Shanghai, I mean, that's on hold, right? Because
Yeah.
they put that on hold.
There
So
was
that's the kind.
a headline about 3 days ago that Tesla, and even Tesla spokesperson, confirmed that they had planned to expand and lease some land next to the current factory to expand the factory, but they've now decided not to lease that land. If I recall correctly, that was sort of the essence of the headline like 3 days ago.
Yes, but I didn't count on this land. This land was supposed to be for the next generation of the car. Basically, they are speculating Model 2. So uh, I didn't think about this expansion for this new land.
Okay.
And this new land, there's a speculation that it's still reserved for the Tesla because Tesla was only one bidder.
Yeah.
So we don't know what's going
Yeah.
on with this land.
I just pinged Paul from Austin to join the room because he lives across the street from the Gigafactory in Austin, and he can give us actual on the ground updates. And he has one of his properties he is now renting out to one of the managers of that new factory, and can get very intimate updates on the progress. He's expecting cars to be rolling off the line any day now, was his first update. So we want to get an update on that, because I've got one of those Tesla Cybertrucks on order, and I'm supposed to have one of the first 100 Founder Series off the line from that Austin Tesla Gigafactory. So I'm personally very, very have a keen interest on the update on that myself. So I just pinged him. Hopefully he'll join us in and give us an update.
But Tyler, my brother-in-law is actually a high engineer, very high on Volkswagen.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, he knows the landscape very well, and
Sure.
I'm a Tesla driver since many years, and I have some stock also, and I'm a Tesla fan.
Yep.
Because it's triggering the change. But I have my doubts too, and I have doubts on the commercial side, not on the manufacturing side. Really, as there's a huge fleet of cars now coming, flooding the market on electric side, EVs. It's just to see how these plans actually can roll out. So I have my doubts, and I believe the short selling, moment.
Yeah, but
there's something to it.
Yeah, there is. But let me share one little bit of information about Elon, right? Just from having him as an investor and a board member in the company I was doing with Jason. So he's had the short sellers against him more or less from day one, and he only recently managed to shake them off, and that short squeeze is a lot of what has driven the stock up, in the past year. But so he knows how to deal with short sellers. And what I think could happen is if the short sellers really pile on, he'll start strategizing a very big PR event and release the launch event for a whole new vehicle that nobody saw coming, like a new, very low priced, maybe he finally will come out with the $20,000 car. And he'll put it on the calendar. He won't say what it is. He'll be like, there's a huge Tesla event coming, and give a little Apple-like teaser with a little image where you can't tell what it is, just like they did with the Cybertruck. And by the way, the short squeeze for Tesla really ended with the Cybertruck launch event, because that's when I got invested myself, of December 1st of that year, 2 years ago. And right after the Cybertruck came, oh boy, that huge event, all of the short sellers had to bail out and the stock went vertical. But my point is if they come on too strong, he knows how to play a PR event, launch party, pre-order party, and he knows he's got an ace in his back pocket, which is this, $20,000 to $25,000 really affordable car that he's going to announce sometime in the not so distant future. So if I was a short seller, I'd be careful about that, because he can always whip that ace out whenever he really feels like he needs to.
But there's a lot of announced cars that haven't been delivered yet, though, and that's
true.
playing into this.
And that's why
I wanted to,
true. But if he gets the Cybertruck
out something about,
yeah.
I wanted to point out something important about those. I wanted to point out something important about those announced cars. There are like 500 models right now announced in the pipeline. But all those models are not competition to Tesla, because Tesla is technologically 2, 3, 4 years before those models. And on top of that, where they are going to take batteries from to produce those models in the volume. So they don't have batteries. So that those models are the competition to Tesla is coming already for last 10 years. They are coming, and there is nothing competitive.
Interesting. So let's
Tesla is increasing market share. Last year, the Tesla increased market share to almost 25%, and this quarter, 25 point something percent market share.
Mm-hmm.
Except for China. China is tough.
Yeah.
China is a tough market for Tesla, just by the geopolitical things. Then that's a big piece, by the way. Volkswagen has a huge, bet on China in the past, and they're really struggling now.
That was a recent report.
Tesla has dominant position in China. Nobody's threatening China. Tesla is by far the largest seller of the cars in China
today, but that could quickly change given the headlines we've been seeing lately. Because there wasn't much competition until very relatively recently, but boy, has it coming on rather quickly from the Chinese tech dragons, so to speak. Some big competitors coming towards Tesla now in China, but not. You're right; they don't exist yet today. They're not producing cars yet at the moment. But to be continued, as they say, and we'll watch it all very closely with a lot of interest, no doubt. So, and by all means, keep an eye out and bring whatever news you got to share on the topic, and hopefully Paul will join us from Austin and give us an update live from Austin, as he's renowned for doing. One of the big headlines in the U.S. My God, it is all over all the mainstream media, and I can't believe it's hard to take seriously, but it's UFOs. Speaking of technology, intergalactic technology, I guess you could say. And this all stemmed from this interview over the weekend on 60 Minutes, America's biggest legacy TV show. And they interviewed some very sober individuals. And so you can pick literally every major outlet in America is covering this story today. And essentially, the headline is, when it comes to UFOs, the U.S. has a massive intelligence failure on our hands, says former defense official. When it comes to UFOs, or what the Pentagon refers to as unidentified aerial phenomena, UAPs, the United States has a massive intelligence failure on its hands, according to Christopher Mellon. The U.S. Navy formalized a reporting process in 2019 for pilots to report incidents of UFO sightings. And that's what was covered in the 60 Minutes special over the weekend, where these U.S. Navy personnel are saying together as a group, yeah, we all saw this, not us, any one individual, but as a group, we all saw it. So it's not about somebody having mental problems, or unless it's some massive group hypnosis, and they see what they see is truly impossible, and they've got it on cameras of all kinds, not just regular video cameras, but infrared cameras and other types of cameras that capture from other wavelengths, and it's rather well documented. And there's even some Navy personnel saying that this is a daily occurrence over the past few years. Daily over the past few years. So this is Congress has now got involved, and Congress has told the intelligence community, the proper agencies, that they need to make an open report to really reveal all, because we need to understand what the hell's going on, essentially. Because here's what's weird. These UFOs are in U.S. airspace. And if these were Chinese or Russian, they would be shot on sight, guaranteed. So, and it's not ours. So who the hell is it, or what the hell is it? Because the technology, the capabilities of these things, these UFOs, make our most cutting edge, fighter jets seem like paper airplanes by comparison. So it seems it's a real puzzle, and that's why we need to. Congress is now forcing the authorities that be to really reveal all, so that we can try and really have an open, frank discussion about what the F is really going on. Anyone else have something to comment on that?
And I think, Tyler, at the same time, we have COVID-19. I mean,
this is a symptom of COVID-19 is UFOs?
I mean, I'm not saying it is the. There are a lot of.
Well, it comes from all these documents started to be declassified in January.
Hold on, I got the music. I'm sorry, I failed on the music. Yeah. Oh my God.
But I mean, an interesting point is the CIA begins declassifying UFO documents as stipulated by the 2.3 trillion COVID bill.
Oh, what a weird coincidence, huh?
That's a good point. Yeah. But that shows that how disconnected is our humanity as a whole, that we cannot even deal with the virus that we can.
So are you saying these pilots had COVID, and these more importantly, are you saying that video cameras can get COVID that capture these UFOs?
What I'm saying is, no, I believe these are real these are real UFOs. But what I'm saying is COVID-19 the closest thing to alien attack? I mean, who says the UFO could be friendly?
Michael, you're killing me, man.
This is a new level, Cameron.
Tyler, I wanted to chime in too. So there's actually, and we're laughing, but in all seriousness, there's actually two groups on Clubhouse, and one is the Extraterrestrial Society, and they actually only look at legal documents from the FBI, and they go through them. It's actually pretty cool. I sit there and I listen, because they don't go off of, okay, let's say I was in a field somewhere and I saw some sighting, so I'm going to sit here and tell you about it. They actually only look at what they call evidence that has been shown in the government. So it's pretty interesting, actually. So I'm wondering, now that this came out, I actually didn't see it, so I'm going to look for this.
Okay,
now.
so I just tweeted it
pretty cool.
I just tweeted it from the Tech News Around the World Twitter account at TNATW. Please follow that Twitter account, because every topic we talk about, I tweet about an article about it. So if you ever miss an episode here, you can always jump over there and see these topics. But the point is this 60 Minutes interview. 60 Minutes is as good as it gets, and it has a multi-decade, 50 years or so history, and highly respected. And those people that they interviewed also, you got to watch it. You just got to watch it, because after you watch it, it's gonna.
Well, you have to ask as well, like, why is 2021 the year where they start declassifying all of these things? Like, why is it
no, it's
now?
not. Tyler, this is Shirley.
Hey,
I
Shirley.
just wanted to bring. Hey, I did see that interview. Someone sent it to me this morning,
Mm-hmm.
and my question is anyone surprised? Because in the back end of last year, December, a former Israeli space security chief actually said that it exists. He said that Trump knew about it. I don't really think anyone who's been watching is really surprised. I think the question is, how do we deal with it?
And you know what
So,
else? Well, there was
yeah.
also, we had a gentleman from Canada. He's in the audience, isn't he? I saw him here a minute ago. Oh, hang on. Welcome, Norm Deacon, back to the stage. Watch this, everybody. Hey, Norm. Welcome back. How you doing?
Hey Tyler, how you doing?
Doing real good.
Good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, as you know, I being ex Air Force, you sign a lot of documents when you leave that say that you can say certain things, you can't say other things. But all I can tell you is that what we've seen are things. They're not little green men, and they're not little flying saucers, and not blinking lights. Like, come on, really? Like, you're coming from all the way through space, and you got navigation lights on your plane? Give me a break.
They got their goddamn
That
turn
that
signals on.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, it's sort of like automated cars, right? You got a turn signal and brake lights. Really? Okay. All right. So, anyways, all I can say is that what I saw is things defying gravity and defying physics in ways that are unbelievable. And the conclusion that we basically came down to is that these things are not inhabited. They're machines, because you're looking at things that are taking, like, 150 Gs.
Right.
Like, when you calculate it, and
yeah,
like
it would kill a human inside, right?
you'd be jello.
Right.
Like, you really would. Like, that's more than a direct impact against a
Right.
cement wall,
Right.
right? And like, we've had these things on radar, we've had them on scopes, we've had them on FLIR, we've had them on VFIR and all that sort of stuff, and all these things, as soon as we came back to base, got locked up.
Yeah.
And we could never refer to them, because you're supposed to debrief every mission, and we were never allowed to debrief those. So that's kind of interesting in itself.
Yeah.
But the thing that's and I've talked to several commercial pilots as well, and we all agree that these things are not manned or womaned, or there's no people inside these machines.
Not humans,
And we
anyway.
suspect, well, they're not. Well, they couldn't be living.
Well, they could
Like,
be Jello people. They could be.
well, maybe they're jello people, but
Yeah.
there's no living thing on planet Earth that could survive the G's and the forces that are put on these things. And also, they literally will go from one place in space. It's almost like there's a rod coming up from the Earth, and it's moving at the speed of the planet, because that's how fast they move. It's literally like they're not.
They're teleporting.
Well, I don't know. Well, they're not teleporting, because they remain physical, but they literally disappear because they're moving so fast. And like, we feel that it's an awful lot of us feel that it's our side. It's just it's technology that they don't want anybody to know about, and they're testing it.
Who is John Galt?
Well,
Van Neumann probes.
It's not them, right? It's us. But it's just a matter of technology that's it doesn't it's not like anything that we're used to. So I'm done.
But
Thanks.
but what makes that interesting is as I think it was Shirley pointed out, there was an Israeli figure, a notable figure, who came out as well and said, if they're seeing that stuff in the Middle East and we're seeing it off of the coast of San Diego, as was reported and documented, in that 60-minute piece, and also off the coast of Virginia regularly, and you're seeing it up in Canada, and it just gets really interesting if it's happening and it would be interesting if other pilots around the world start coming out around this, because then it would question whether or not it is, the U.S.
Well, the other scary part is we have tried to shoot this stuff down.
Oh wow!
And
I've not heard that.
Our weapons don't work.
Oh shit!
Like, they're so slow. Like, it's crazy. It's like walking compared to supersonic. It's just these things, like, it's almost like they play. because they're just so fast that it's almost like they know you're firing before you fire.
This is fascinating.
Yeah. So,
Norm,
like,
is this not why the United States Space Force was created?
Yes.
It's kind of around that time.
Trump. By the way, Trump got laughed at when he created the Space Force. But if we're right,
I have no idea about that.
Right?
No, I do.
Okay, go
Yes,
ahead.
we do. I mean, Trump made a big.
Yeah. So, actually, Trump has not been there has been a push. The Space Force has nothing to do with UFOs. What has been very interesting and the really central figure in the U.S., and I hate to give this credibility because now it's actually starting to sound real when you start to put this weight behind it, was former Senate Majority Leader Harry Reid. So think of Mitch McConnell and how powerful he is. That was Harry Reid for the Democrats for years.
Yeah.
He has believed in UFOs for years, having met with top Defense Intelligence Agency career officials, having discussed this behind the scenes. This is all public, folks.
Yeah.
And an article in The Atlantic on May 3rd of this year, it goes into great detail about why we're starting to hear these pilots talk about it, why these documents are becoming declassified. It's because Harry Reid believes in UFOs, and he has. I apologize for the sound in the background. He believes in UFOs, and he has directed millions and millions and millions of dollars of U.S. taxpayer money to not only study this stuff, but to declassify the records. So it's not only the pilots, it's not only the Israeli official, it's not only former officials in the U.S. defense agencies, but it's the former highest ranking congressional Democrat and one of the most well-known, well-established, and lauded legislators in American history who believes in this stuff.
I 100% believe in it. I've probably been abducted. Who knows?
I do think we need to temper this. We need to temper this. What we have is fuzzy black and white images. I think that and some testimonies from some people that aren't particularly well scientifically trained.
Oh, Ben.
Ben, watch the video. Watch the 60 minutes video. I agree. Before watching the video, I had the exact same thought you did, Ben, by the way. After watching the 60 minutes, I just tweeted it out.
Just did. Okay.
Yeah,
let me look.
Because there's the photos that just got released are of remarkably better quality than anything I had seen previously, and they're officiated, like they're recognized as official part of military trainings and whatnot. Yeah.
Well, it's interesting with the discrepancy between sort of the scientific community and with belief, and then what we get now from the Navy and Air Force.
Well, the scientists are going to be scientists, and we need them to be skeptical for this process to work. It's like what we do in this room. Like
Hey, Tyler, I think I got some perspective on the financial market. Do you think that's why the Fed is printing the way they're printing? Because they just, let's just have a last fucking party.
They're coming. They're coming.
Tyler, I have a suggestion, Tyler. I want to let Shirley talk.
Wait a minute. What if? Wait a minute. What if inside of these UFOs, of course, as he's saying, they're certainly not people. What if they are Shiba Inu Doge dogs inside of these UFOs?
Tyler, you need to lay off that.
Go ahead, Shirley. Go ahead.
Because wait a minute. Hear me out. When you look at the Dogecoin, does that dog not look like he's flying in a UFO a little bit?
Oh my God. Okay, moving swiftly onwards. I just wanted to touch on something that Justin said, and I just want to relate it back to the 60 Minutes video as well. The guy, I forgot his name, his title, he said they actually had to leak it to the media to get enough fuss being made to get it back into Congress. So I thought that was really interesting.
It was.
So there's Justin, I don't know if you had any response to that, but
Yes. So the establishment, and again, folks, I am the least conspiratorial person you will ever hear. I am not saying that there is a conspiracy theory in the United States government at all. Take what you may from what I say and do not ascribe it to me. But in the article I'm reading and through what was just said, sorry, I didn't see who was speaking.
It was Shirley.
Shirley, through what you were saying, 100%. The U.S. defense establishment. So the people who are higher up, the generals, the defense contractors, think even Boeing, Raytheon, they are very reluctant on directing money towards studying this, and they're very reluctant on releasing any of the information. The defense officials were livid back in 2007 when a former high-ranking official leaked some documents. In response to documents being leaked, Harry Reid, the Senate Majority Leader, who genuinely believes in this stuff, created a new fund through Congress for the DoD and other agencies to begin to study UFOs. The only reason why we were studying these UFOs are because of what Shirley said, and that people leaked this information that otherwise would have 100% been buried by the U.S. government. Take from that what you may.
Yeah.
Hey, Tyler.
But
So what I
isn't it
wanted to say
interesting
before I
that
told you that Shirley wanted to speak was that I would like to, if you and Cal can be so kind, I'd like you guys to take a quick poll of the audience who believes in UFOs and who doesn't.
Let's do it. You
But
heard it here.
before we do that,
Let's do it. I think
Tyler, before
this
you
is
do
the
Tyler,
that,
can
one.
I say one thing?
are
Let's
you talking about alien UFOs or just unidentified flying objects, of which there are
Alien
an
UFOs.
absolute ton?
Alien UFOs.
And by the way, the incidence of sightings of UFOs in people, in amateur astronomers and professional astronomers, is much lower than in the general
Okay,
public.
don't try and
As
sway
Neil
the
deGrasse,
jury, Ben.
Yeah, don't. Yeah,
Don't
don't.
we're
Ben,
Ben,
tampering
don't
with the
sway.
jury.
Yeah,
Don't
Can
bring
I
stop.
science
say
into
one
this.
thing?
Hey, Ben, Ben,
Don't.
sorry to bring some science to the
Ben,
table.
Don't bring science.
All I would say is
Ben.
watch Neil deGrasse
Okay.
Tyson. That's all I
Okay.
say. Just watch
Okay.
Yeah,
him a
don't
little
bring
bit as well.
science. Yeah,
Don't
Ben,
bring.
no
Yeah.
science.
Yeah. Leave the
Can I
science out of
can I
this.
bring?
Ben,
Can I?
they are
By
here
the
to
way,
reclaim their Bitcoin. That's why they're here.
Yeah.
by the way, 3 people in the audience so far have DM'd me saying that they believe I am an alien. So we got 3 on board already.
They're here.
That's
They're.
why you host robot love rooms. We already knew that, Michael.
Yeah,
Can I
you
bring
already
in
hinted at
different?
that.
They are.
Can I?
Let's run this
Let's
poll.
do it. They are here for our
Yeah, let's
bitcoins,
do
ladies
it.
and
Let's
gentlemen.
do it.
Okay, let's do it.
Can
Before the
people?
poll,
Yeah, people
can
put
I
your
say one
hands
thing?
down.
Hands
Otherwise,
down,
it's going to be
please.
voted as.
Hands down.
Otherwise, you got
Yeah.
hands down, and
Before
then
the poll, Taylor, can I
Yeah.
actually bring in entirely different perspective?
Yeah.
Just when we actually look at this UFO thing, it's always sort of like the another creature like actually visiting from some other planet and all that. Let me bring in like very interesting perspective. In Islam, the Muslim perspective, because I'm Muslim. So let me share one thing. There are 2 creatures. One is obviously the humans. There is another creature we actually believe in, which is jinn. And I don't know how many of you actually know about this, but this has also been created. But they are created from the fire, and they have similar sort of like what we are talking about right now. So they do not have
Sorry
like
to
a
interrupt. Blackfire.
black fire. Here we go.
I believe in Jinn too.
This is some
So
Games of
if you
Thrones type
guys
shit.
believe
Yeah.
in, so this could be, if you start looking in from that perspective, and our understanding is they actually live among us, and they can actually form any physical shape if they want. They can actually be in a human shape if they want to, and they can actually have the similar intellect as we have. They marry each other. They have like a lineage. They have offsprings and all that,
Let me ask
but
you
they do
something,
not.
Kuram. Now
Sure.
let me ask you: Can they come
May I
into
tag you
Can
on
they
this?
come into Clubhouse?
They could be listening
I'd
now.
like
We
to
don't
share a
even
bit
know.
of
Because
data.
No, Tyler.
because
This is very interesting
I
because
think
they're
Michael could be
shapeshifters.
one of these such people.
Listen. As I
Shut
sit
up,
here
big time.
listening to this
Hang
conversation,
on,
I'm not even
hang on,
kidding.
guys,
I want
just
to
one
host
sec.
a. Oh, go ahead, Faraz. I'm gonna host a room
Mike,
about
just
this. To be honest with you
yeah, go
guys.
ahead for us. Go ahead.
Mike, just one sec. Kuramax is making a very valid point. Because forget the religious philosophy for a second, okay? But they're known to be shapeshifters. They're known to be able to travel in space. They're known to be amongst the stars.
So
And
good.
you can find it funny or
I
whatnot, but
no,
they're known.
I don't think
They,
I don't think
they,
it's funny. I think it's funny that we're talking about it in this room. I think it's actually very
I'm
interesting.
getting flooded right now. I'm telling
there's a
you.
I
lot.
have a
They're
bit of
known to
data,
live.
if I may,
They're
Tyler.
they're known to have the ability to change dimensions from the third to the fourth to the fifth dimension and to the second dimension and the first dimension, and have parallel universes, which is another interesting concept,
But
which might
for
be
us,
symbolism
what I want to know
or
is what's
whatnot.
their currency? Is it Bitcoin?
Shiba Inu.
Is routers down or something? I'm checking the
I don't
site
know,
and routers
man.
seems
I
to be
don't
up
know,
and running.
man,
Okay,
Kieran. But
Michael.
there's,
I,
there's voodoo, black magic
I
involved.
think
I don't know.
I think it's gonna be. I'm looking at the schedule. I think I'm gonna do a room about this tomorrow, Tyler.
Okay,
A spinoff
yeah, let's
because
do it.
I actually 100% believe in UFOs. If anyone else on this and not just UFOs, aliens, all this shit, alternate universes, everything, and I talk about it extensively. So I think I'm gonna switch from robot sex to aliens for one day.
Michael, stick me on that panel. I'm going to bring my
Yeah.
axe
I
with
think
me.
you
Yeah,
should.
I better
That's
be
a
on
Sky.
that
I
panel.
yeah,
Tyler.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Really quickly. There are 40 billion Earth-like planets in the Milky Way, and there are 100 billion galaxies in the universe. This is Madarin. I'm done talking.
Okay, so
Okay,
let's do the poll.
how close is the nearest one of those though in light years?
Oh, Ben,
Yes,
science. Like,
yes. Stop with
Sorry,
this.
yeah, sorry,
yeah.
I
Stop with
forgot we're
this
not allowed in
logic
science.
stuff, Ben.
I
What,
forgot we're not
Ben,
Ben?
allowed
you're
in
a wet
science.
We
rat.
need some
Ben,
static corroboration in here.
Ben.
You heard
Ben,
what
Sorry,
the other
stop
guy
drinking
just
from
sorry,
the
said.
Kool-Aid punch bowl, man.
I
Yeah,
apologise,
Tyler, I
guys.
just wanted to add
yeah.
in terms of how the media, this is Shirley speaking, by the way, how the media will deal with it. So, this headline that came out in 2020 in December when the Israeli space chief mentioned it, the guy was embarrassed. He was like, yeah, you are actually listening to LBC. This is not a sort of like
I feel the
a
same. We
conspiracy
need to make
theory
the same
session.
disclaimer right here, right now. Like this is tech.
Right. That's
Welcome,
what he felt.
welcome
And
to
I just
tech.
wanted
Wait,
to.
wait, wait, wait. Welcome to tech news around the universe. We
Yeah.
Stepping our game up.
we
We're upping the game
Music,
here.
Stepping our
music,
game up.
music,
Upgrading.
we need to make space at the
music.
table for wet noodle like aliens born of
Me,
fire.
me, Yeah,
Any
and
form,
I
any
just wanted
form.
to add, if anyone wants to see what the world will look like, there's a film that starred Charles Dance. It's called Childhood's End, and that really kind of puts the scenario about what will happen when this actually happens in the world. And I think we're closer than we ever thought we would be. So I just
Okay.
wanted to add that.
Okay, let's pause here for a second. Hands down, everybody. Everyone wants to jump up on stage, but hands down. So we're going to do a poll just to find out just how batshit crazy we all really are now for a second. All right, let's try and add some science as Ben would like us to do here.
Michael, help us frame the question so
The,
that it's like precise. Let's go. Like,
I mean, it's super easy. Do you believe in aliens? Yes or no?
okay,
No,
if you,
that's not the question. No, 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 no,
That,
no. That's
that's
not the
all we need
question.
for a
No,
baseline.
no,
If
no.
they're not
That's not
first.
the question.
what's the question?
It's have they visited? Do you
Are they
because,
visiting?
because the question whether alien life
Yes.
exists is separate from
Okay,
would they come all the way here to the
But
Dogecoin?
we should have a baseline about how much of the audience believes in them in the
no,
Yeah,
we
first
can
sure.
place.
have
Yeah,
two
yeah.
The
yeah,
questions.
no,
question
no,
is,
no,
You
no,
can have
Michael,
two
I
questions.
disagree. I disagree because I do believe in aliens based
Have,
on the mathematical point of how many
Do we have
habitable
to
plants
call
there
them
are. Right?
aliens?
Are
Do we
they
call them
visiting?
yeah,
some other form of?
Are they
have they
visiting?
visited? Totally different question. You
Are they
can't
Is a
just
visiting?
ask
drone
do they
considered
exist
visiting
because
from
Yes.
them? Is a drone that they've sent considered visiting, that they haven't physically been here,
Yes.
but they
Yes.
sent an
yes,
Exactly.
you've got
Yes.
Yes.
to ask if
Yes.
they visited.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
They
Yeah.
could be
Asking if
AIs.
they
Could be
Okay.
exist
We
alien
got it.
doesn't
We
make
got it.
AIs.
We
doesn't
got it.
make
We
sense.
got the question. Here's the question. And that whoever mentioned the drone thing, that's kind of
Life
brilliant.
forms,
Yes. Are there,
extraterrestrials.
raise your hand if you think there are aliens that are visiting, and visiting could mean they're sending a drone, an unmanned craft. Okay. Raise your hand if you think there are aliens and they are visiting in some way, maybe not physically, but through a unmanned craft of some kind of alien drone. Okay, and that's what the 60. Okay, so we're at 60. Going what? 61,
61. Me
63,
included.
64, 65,
I'm out.
66, 66, 67, going once, going twice, 67 was the peak. There we go. Hands down, please. And now we're down to 10. Thank you. Now raise your hands if you think there might be aliens, but they're not visiting. You can believe there are aliens, but you believe that whatever is we are seeing out in these skies, that these pilots are witnessing, and that these people are attesting to in the videos or whatever, that whatever it is, that's not aliens. That's got nothing to do with aliens, or aliens don't exist. Both. Either you don't believe in aliens, or whatever this UFO stuff is, it's not It's not actually aliens. It's something else. It's the military or some human-like thing, okay? 38, 39, 30, 40, 44, 48, 49, 52, 52, going once, going 56, 58, going twice, 53 times, 59.
I'm so proud of this audience right now.
59. What do we got? What's the totals?
Jesus Christ, what a mess.
67.
You're
Yes,
a mess, Ben. You're a mess.
59 no.
It's pretty close. It's pretty close. Wow. Okay. Great poll. And you know what? When you get a topic like that where it's really close, that's when you want to do a deep dive room, which Michael's going to do tomorrow, so people can debate both sides, because you don't need to have a deep dive room because there's not much to
Take
debate.
the stage.
Yeah.
So, Tyler, can I get 30 seconds of silence?
Yeah, but
Hey,
Michael,
make
the room right now so we can put it in the calendar so that people can see it and save it and all of that if you can. Yeah.
Working on it right now.
Okay, cool.
We've got to have earned 30 seconds of silence for all this pain, though. It's got to be done. The asking the question, do aliens exist? If you ask that question, you've just shown you don't understand space, because the nearest star is 4 light years away. So it's going to take 4 years to get there, 4 years to get back, right?
At the speed. Well, at the speed of light, it would take that long.
Yes, at the speed of light,
exactly.
using an infinite amount of energy. All right. So there is no such thing as a global clock that's ticking out there. You can't talk about.
There's 85% dark matter, right? Can you see those 85% dark
matter? Karen, let him finish. Let him finish,
got
Karen.
Nothing to do with it. What we know is that the nearest star is 4 light years away. You're never getting to the speed of light, so it's realistically going to take a lot longer than that. And there is
you
no
could
global
teleport.
Clock. Space.
Forget speed of light. We're teleporting.
Well, yeah, you go make a teleporter. That's cool.
Nobody asked.
But we have to acknowledge what we don't know, because we don't know.
Absolutely, yeah. But you also there's only any point in allowing yourself to know stuff that there's any point in chasing, right? So to say is there alien life is disrespecting relativity and the idea that space and time are intrinsically linked. You always need to be thinking about it in terms of light cones, in terms of where you can get to with a beam of light, or more practically with a ship. So it's always just worth asking the questions, like, if we had 200,000 years of Earth time and we took the best spaceship we can possibly make out, would we come back having discovered aliens? Maybe. If you had 5 years, would you come back having discovered aliens? No, categorically. If you had 1 million years, would you come back having discovered aliens? Almost certainly. So you've got to talk about, which is why the question, like, have they been here already? That's a cool question. That question makes sense. Do they exist? The question is like, what's north of the North Pole? It is not a well-formed question because it's using a time concept without
hang on.
But man, in 1935, Albert Einstein, spooky action at a distance. I mean, if anyone I'm going to believe in this world is, Albert Einstein just talked about this quantum transportation, right? So it's
no,
there.
you can't use it. You can't use it to send information or to make any change at a distance. You can infer something about what's going on at a distance, but you can't force the inference.
You guys need to go to the one tomorrow.
We got to keep it for tomorrow. Yeah. I got the final word here, and the final word is wormholes. Okay, moving on.
Such a troll.
Hello, people.
Okay, so back into tech news land for a minute.
Stargate.
There's now the new iMac 24-inch, which we sat together and watched as a group, and it was a lot of fun. Michael and many of us on stage were there. Jennifer, we watched the Apple keynote where they launched the iMac 24-inch with the new M1 processor, and those devices are now getting into the hands of people, and there's now the early reviews, and The Verge just reviewed it. So I'm going to share that out on our Twitter account so everyone can get a look at that. And basically the reviews say a new design, new processor, new screen make for a winning combination. This is an iMac unlike any other iMac we've seen before. So it sounds like they are very positive on this new device, and why not? It's got the M1 processor. But go ahead and do the deep dive on the Twitter link. I'm looking forward to that. Michael, did you order one by chance, or are you waiting for the big screen?
Ground control.
He's got to sing it to himself
Michael's
now.
been left
He's
it.
been
It's
beamed
been
up.
My
finished.
bad, my bad, my bad. I thought I was on mute. I'm waiting for the big screen.
Yeah, okay. That's what I thought. So the other Apple news is Apple says new iMac, iPad Pro, and Apple TV 4K will be available around the world starting in just 3 days. And then Apple's grappling with continued supply chain issues for the new 12.9-inch iPad Pro with the mini LED display, compounding a month and a half wait for the tablet. Other Apple news: Apple's planning, and this is kind of breaking news. Apple is planning MacBook Pros, MacBook Airs, Mac Pros, Mac Minis, and larger iMacs with faster CPUs, new input and outputs. And the MacBook Pro could debut as soon as this summer. Boom. Where's the cash register? Boom. I'm doing 2 because, boy, I want to get at least one of those. New iPad Pros coming as soon as this summer, as well as MacBook Airs, MacBook Pros, Mac Minis, larger iMacs, and with the M1s, of course, and more inputs and outputs. And that, by the way, that is corroborated by the fact that there was a hacker who stole schematics of future Apple products from a verified Apple partner, and they released them, and they were authenticated, and it did have additional inputs and outputs on the upcoming MacBook Pros. So this headline is actually behind the hackers that released the confidential schematics of the new upcoming devices. But it's nice to see that they are verifying what we somewhat already saw through those leaks. There's other, believe it or not, I can't believe how much Apple news there is in the news today. But one other important one is the New York Times did a real big deep dive onto Apple's business in China, and they have multiple articles on it today. One of them about sources detailing how Apple relented to escalating demands from China. That's meaning they gave away what China was insisting, and making changes to the governance of its Chinese users' data and agreeing to censor itself within China across its platforms. Apple built the world's most valuable business on top of China. Now it has to answer to the Chinese government, is the title of one of the New York Times article. The other is Apple's compromises in China. 5 key takeaways to stay on the good side of Chinese authorities. The company has made decisions that contradict its carefully curated image. So I will tweet that out so you can get a look for yourself. But it does bring up this issue of Apple's image in the US about data privacy, blah, blah, blah. But when they go to China, all that goes out the old window. And who's to say they wouldn't have to do the same in the US if it really came down to brass tacks and the US felt like it needed to exert some muscle? It'd be interesting to see how that would play out. Of course, it would become a legal process and it would drag on for years, no doubt. But that's the Apple news for today. Anyone else with some Apple news? And speaking of the iMac viewing party that we had, starting in 1 hour from now, we are going to have a Google live stream viewing party, because tonight, or in an hour from now, starts the annual Google flagship tech event called Google I/O. And the room will stay open just like this. In an hour from now, we'll wrap up the news, and the Google I/O keynote live stream will start, and we will watch it together as a group and prognosticate and pontificate over all of the new innovations and products that they're going to announce today, starting in an hour. So stay tuned for that. Moving on, Amazon in talks to acquire MGM for between $7 and $10 billion. And that follows up perfectly with the conversation we had yesterday about how the platforms like Netflix and Apple TV and Disney Plus, and then the huge headline yesterday about AT&T with Warner Media getting in bed together with Discovery and making another subscription platform. And I made the point that the platforms have the control now, and that the movie studios have lost their power in the whole system. Essentially, they're no longer the power player. And this headline that Amazon to acquire MGM Studios for $9 billion tells you all you need to know about who's in charge now in Hollywood. Because it used to be the studios were in charge because they produced the content, they owned the content, and they were the financiers of the content. They were the money machine behind it, and more importantly, they owned the rights to the content, and then it would be shown on screens, either in theaters or at your home, and those screens would take their cut as distribution. But the studios was the where the money and where the power lied. But Netflix circumvented that whole process. They have their own damn screen and they go direct to the consumer, and the money is going directly to Netflix. And what's missing is the money used to go to the movie theater, and then from the movie theater to the studio, and the studio held the money and they use that money to produce more content. But notice that's not happening. The consumer is now giving the money to Netflix directly. No more theater, no more necessarily movie studio involved, although movie studios can and will continue to play an important role, but they are no longer the power broker in this dynamic. Netflix is now in charge because they have the wallet. The money's going into their bank account first, and then they can work with the studios to produce more content, or with film directors directly, actually, which is starting to happen more often. You're going to get a lot more smaller studios like what Michael does, and the funding of artists directly to produce content. And it's an interesting world. But the fact that Amazon's now rumored to be buying MGM Studios for $9 billion is a real shift. Now, here's what's interesting. Notice of all those big platforms, the big media platforms, again, Amazon Prime is one of them. That's why they're buying MGM Studios, because they have millions of, Amazon Prime members get access to content. And so Amazon needs to create more content for those Amazon Prime subscribers. That's why they need a movie studio like MGM. But notice it's also Netflix, and notice it's also Disney Plus. But notice who it's not. It's not Facebook. It's not Google. And Apple is kind of losing in that race. And why is that? It's because they've got their eye on an even bigger prize, which is this future virtual 3D VR AR world that they're all excited about, that they think is even going to be far more entertaining than what you're watching on Netflix.
1,000%.
Mm-hmm. And that's what they're betting on. And Apple's going to announce it on June 7th at their WWDC event, their annual flagship event, which we will live stream together here as well. And if they bet on this once, by the way, you heard Victoria say, and Michael's the best person to ask, because he's got one foot in both worlds. He's got one foot in traditional Hollywood. He's got one foot in the virtual land of VR. Where's the future, Michael?
The future is honestly with the people, and it's never been that way because there's a number of things that have happened over the past couple decades. When I first got into Hollywood, there was no iPhone, there were no affordable cameras, there were no DSLRs that people could have at home. There weren't microphones. Like the cheapest microphone I had back in mid 2000s was around, I'd say, $5,000 for the microphone. Like now, the same microphone you can pick up for $500. I mean, it was just the whole revolution of bringing these things that used to only be accessible by traditional Hollywood into the home. And so now, we've got access to all these tools, and people are literally building their own brand of Hollywood. And there's multiple subsets now of this. And so, quite frankly, it's with all of us.
Yeah, you're right. The user is going to decide. Yeah, the user is very empowered now. And the interesting bit, though, is with Facebook and Google and Apple kind of being three of the big players in this consumer VR, AR space, there's more than meets the eye. Not only is it potentially, arguably, the future of content, because why watch a sports game on a flat two-dimensional screen when you can jump through the screen and stand on the field with the coach? With that sort of the VR argument, by the way, one of many. But why watch a movie about a bunch of characters when you can jump into the movie and be one of the characters, and the drama's going around in you in 3 dimensions? And so that's the argument of like how much more interactive it is. But there's more to it than meets the eye, because Facebook and Google are the two big mega digital ad platforms. And on top of Facebook, they have a social network that provides all the data to that ad network. that they use to power that ad network. And then Google uses a search engine and other tools like Gmail to get all the data to power their ad network. So they're uniquely different ad networks. One's a social network, one's a search engine that powers the data behind those ad networks. Now, Apple is showing ambitions to get in, to become the next new ad network, and VR could provide a whole new level of data to these ad networks through the eye tracking that we discussed a few days ago. Nicholas dropped a bomb on us because these VR devices, once you put that goggle on your face, it has the ability to look into your iris, and through your iris, it can tell you your gender, your age, your geographical origin, your physical health, whether you have a concussion, chronic pains, vision diseases, Parkinson's disease, obesity, your cultural background, your mental health, if you have depression, PTSD, autism, etc., your personality traits, etc., your skills and abilities, your dexterity, your level of sleepiness, your drug consumption, alcohol, tobacco, MDMA, etc., your cognitive process, if you're about your memories and your mental workload, etc. That's way more data than Google or Facebook has about you currently, and they can use that as part of an ad network. Now, imagine you creating an ad for your bakery or whatever your business is, and you want to target people based on their mental health and their physical health and their skills and abilities and their drug consumption and their gender and age and geographical origin and on all of those characteristics. So ads are going to become wildly interesting, especially when those ads are shown in a VR ecosystem, which is a whole new, crazy effective way. You could even, as you're walking around with VR, AR goggles on, let's say AR, and you're walking around town with these AR goggles, somebody might pay Pepsi might pay to change every Coke ad that you see on the street to a Pepsi ad, for example. So this is where the world is going to fundamentally shift in a way that's hard to imagine today, and it's literally weeks away. So stay tuned.
I just want to point out that we need to be very careful with this data. I've spoken about this in several different rooms here before, but it bears repeating now. Yeah. That's a whole lot of data. They can find out a whole lot of things about you. And if the wrong people get access to that data, we could be severely harmed. Because let's face it, if we are in these immersive environments, you could trigger someone's PTSD really badly. You could cause great harm just by changing the environments. Yeah, so indeed. It's really imperative that we educate ourselves on this.
And by the way, Victoria is in a very cool, secretive chat room with myself and Cal and other mods, Michael and Ben, and we have this secret mod chat room. And she said in the chat room today, like, listen, this is really serious, and I want to do a room about the seriousness of it with, people who, from the medical side of things, so to highlight that point, and she wants to make sure that people understand. Because she's been, more than anyone on the stage, and maybe more than most folks in Clubhouse, really understands how serious this is. And so kudos, Victoria. All of us in the room agreed and said that's such a fantastic idea. We will all be there listening eagerly and participating. So looking forward to that.
Awesome. Thank you. I actually I'm talking to the XR Safety Initiative as well. And I'm probably going to have the head of the XR Safety Initiative also talk. She's a cybersecurity expert who actually worked at Linden Labs from Second Life, the people who made Second Life. So we're going to grok some really tough topics, and we're going to educate a lot of people, because this world is going to be awesome. I mean, don't get me wrong, I've been building for it for the last 5 or 6 years. But we need to remain safe because we want this to be a positive experience. Thank you. Appreciate it.
There was an interesting headline about a new cryptocurrency that is, instead of being based on energy consumption, is based on disk drive destruction. Did you see this one, Ben? This seems right up your alley.
Yeah, the storage space one. I haven't looked into it in detail, but I have heard it as a premise. Yeah.
Yeah, interesting premise, is it not? Because one of the premises behind the value of Bitcoin is that it takes up energy. And when we talk about, well, couldn't we get a cryptocurrency that uses less energy? Ben's quick to point out, well, that defeats the whole purpose, because it needs to represent a value of some kind. and Bitcoin represents the fact that it is using up valuable energy. So the idea is, well, you could make a arguably greener coin if it was consuming something other than energy. And so somebody made a crypto that consumes disk drives. It literally eats disk drives as part of its process, and that's valuable. Disk drives are valuable. And so what this has done, according to the headline, is driving up the price of disk drives as a result of this cryptocurrency. So it'll be interesting.
So Tyler,
yeah.
So it's basically what it is the proof of capacity. It's a consensus mechanism. That's
right.
what that is.
Yep.
So just like the proof of work, this is the proof of capacity. So where the algorithm kind of mining device to a network to use the available hard drive space to decide the mining rights and validate the transaction. So instead of having individuals, it's just that using the hard drive
right.
capacity. So it's called the proof of capacity, the consensus.
Gotcha. Yep.
And I believe the founder is Bram Cohen, the founder of BitTorrent.
Oh, interesting. I want to invite.
Yeah. So the fundamental problem I have with that is that so in fiat currency, energy and in physics, energy is the commodity. It's one of the most valuable base commodities, right? So you want to make a currency hard. You want it to be hard as in difficult, not hard as in solid. So it wants to be difficult. Difficult in what? Well, you can make it difficult in money, but the problem is that the governments are printing money like wildfire. So whether or not it's difficult to do something based on how much fiat currency you have to spend on it is not necessarily a good measure, which is one of the whole kind of tenets of Bitcoin. So you could use energy instead, and that does seem to make sense because that's a truly scarce resource. Now, if you go and use hard drive capacity, you've effectively just mapped it straight back to fiat currency because hard drives just cost you fiat currency to buy. So that's how I would reduce that problem effectively.
Yeah, it's quite interesting. By the way, Jean-Francois, are you in the room? You just shared a really interesting article. You want to share this?
Yeah, but I'm just reading at the moment. It's about the gloves that Apple's just have the patent.
Yep.
So I'm reading it at the moment. I
am too.
On other channel too. So,
yeah. So this is
just figure out.
I got it right here. I'm gonna retweet it.
And it's new. It's like 5 hours. 5 hours ago.
Yep.
Jean-Francois, why do you sound like you're in my head?
Because I am.
He is.
Wait, Jean-Francois, you're not in a UFO by chance, are you? I just retweeted your article, and for those, Jean-Francois is a great follow if you're interested in AI. More than just talking about AI, he actually has built some really interesting stuff in AI that you can see in his bio. So this is about an Apple patent for mixed reality gloves with multi-segment force sensors. I just tweeted it from the Tech News Around the World Twitter account, which you can easily find at TNATW, short for Tech News Around the World. And this is this website called Patently Apple scrutinizes every Apple patent. And so this one is about a VR glove patent. And according to Apple, mixed reality applications, which is what they're excited about, in which the view made visible to a participating individual or user may comprise, well, this is very patentese, is a special branch of legalese, where patent lawyers describe everything in language that's hard to translate. But there are a lot of the images in this article spell out exactly what this is about for the most part. So if you're interested in this very interesting glove, are you able to get an interesting read on it, Jean-Francois? What in terms of what will be enabled by it?
It seems that's the precision of it that will be like the great thing about it.
Right.
Compared to Oculus, it's the way that we will be able to grab the hammer or touch the keyboard with it, like really precisely.
Right.
And like with each finger. That's really cool.
Yeah, and that is key to the future of augmented reality and virtual reality, which is your physical hands don't exist in the virtual reality world. But you're going to want hands in that virtual reality world to touch those virtual objects that are sitting in front of you. And you're going to want to walk up to the virtual table and pick up the virtual Coke with your virtual hands. But just you want them to mirror your physical hands, of course. So if you had gloves on, you don't really need gloves on anymore. They're starting to get really interesting with these innovations to bring in your hands into that virtual space so you can hold virtual objects and manipulate them, and paint and do all kinds of crazy things with them that you can't do in the traditional reality. But if you could get super precise with your fingers in virtual land, then it would make typing a lot easier and a whole lot of other things a lot easier and more useful. So they're working on getting your virtual hands to be as accurate as possible, so that it feels very real. Similar to the announcement they had yesterday, Apple's announcement about spatial audio, which it doesn't seem so interesting until you realize the real reason they need to get spatial audio out now is because in VR or AR, you need audio to be mapped to the virtual space. So when an object is moving in VR or AR, you need the sound to move with it, or your brain's going to have a disconnection and the object's going to move, but the sound's not moving with it. So spatial audio is key to the future of AR and VR, and so are these very articulate gloves, so that we can use our hands in a very detailed, kind of articulate way in the virtual space or augmented space. So it's a really interesting innovation that no doubt will be happening sooner than later. Thank you for sharing that. And like I said, I just tweeted out from Jean-Francois for everyone who wants to take a look at that.
I have one.
Go ahead.
In the media area. So Fox is getting into the blockchain and the NFT space. They're creating a company that's going to do NFTs, and they're going to have they're going to be producing a TV series that is a blockchain animated series by Dan Harmon. And he's also going to have an NFT company that's going to sell digital collectibles related to the show. So this is I think it's their first foray into a series and also NFTs that do these things, very much in line with what friends of mine are in the legal world are seeing, which is big companies with big IP are going to go into the NFT / blockchain space with products to sell.
Yeah, I just tweeted that out from the Tech News Around the World Twitter account, so you can dive into that. It is super interesting. It says Fox Entertainment CEO told advertisers on Monday that as an advertiser-focused, artist-first, animation-obsessed company, Fox is going to take advertisers into the world of blockchain-powered tokens, including NFTs. And it will launch a dedicated marketplace for a show called Crapopolis, a show set in a mythical ancient Greece centered on a flawed family of humans, gods, and monsters that tries to run one of the world's first cities without killing each other. The marketplace will curate and sell digital goods ranging from NFTs of one-of-a-kind characters and background art and GIFs, as well as tokens that provide exclusive social experiences to engage and reward superfans. According to Fox, characters and artwork from the show will become NFT collectibles, because why let the internet GIF your show for free when you can sell them GIFs as NFTs, the journalist jokes. But anyway, it says NFTs are some well-known memes have proven lucrative for their creators, including Grumpy Cat and the Keyboard Cat, and Disaster Girl, who recently sold for $500,000, and Nyan Cat, which sold for $600,000. But thank you for sharing this, Donna. It is an interesting development as Hollywood, one of the first notable instances of a major network like Fox adopting one of these pioneering technologies and bridging the gap between the cutting edge of geekdom and traditional Hollywood. It's interesting to see. Thank you for sharing that.
And it's interesting to see also that they're using, it sounds like they're going to use two tokens. One is going to be the NFT token, and the other is a social token, which is different, but it's interesting to see. I think that's the first time I've read a major organization using or thinking about using social tokens.
Yeah, for access to maybe meet the cast backstage or some event, and it's really interesting. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, Emma.
Anyway, it's super interesting what Donna's saying because having worked for Fox News Corp, it's very interesting because there's definitely a cartoon that I have guiltily watched, which is the Rick and Morty show. And that's actually the creator. That's actually what they're going to also promote it. They're creating NFT Studio to promote Rick and Morty creator's new show. So they're actually forming blockchain creative labs to create those NFTs based on certain network shows, but they're looking at certain particular shows. And some of them are actually ones that the mainstream watch, but some of them are like Rick and Morty, which are in some ways a lot of the gamers will also really liked because it's got some really weird humor. So I would be very curious to see how this turns out. Very curious.
Yeah. Dr. NDC, I saw you had your hand up. So I just wanted to bring you up. I think it might be your first time up here. And it looks like your bio is mainly in Mandarin, but it seems like you have a strong background in tech. Are you able to unmute your mic? Perhaps not. We can circle back to you. It looks like you might be busy, so we'll get back to you on that. And I want to take a minute because there's no shortage of headlines to get into, and we have 30 minutes before the Google Keynote live stream starts. But I want to make sure everyone's got a chance to share their headlines, like Donna just did. So flash your mics if you've got something to share from your part of the world, geographically or professionally.
Electric Lamborghini.
Oh yeah, let's talk about that. Go ahead, Cal.
2030.
Who shared that? Was that Faraz who found that one?
I did it, I think.
Yeah. But Cal had a...
So no, it's a... Yeah. I'm just thinking it's like 2020, electric Lamborghini. Sorry, 2030. That's 9 years from now. So to the point about how amazing Tesla is, to be honest, these guys how can it take 9 years?
I'll tell you why. Because just like the Germans, the Lamborghini team, the essence of the founder of the company was the combustion engine creator, right? So that's how these cars companies start, is they're started by the engineers who make the engines. And so it's very difficult, if not impossible for them, because the political power of Lamborghini in that company is the engineering team that makes the engine. I mean, that is the car to them in essence, and everything on the outside is, they hire designers to come in and they hire people.
So industry orthodoxy.
Correct. Right? Industry orthodoxy.
That basically,
exactly right.
Basically Tesla had none of.
Correct. Right? Precisely right. Exactly right. Yeah, they built the car inside out without engines, with batteries, in a way that traditional car companies were like, yeah, that's not even a car. That's a golf cart. And by the way, in fairness, the first Tesla, the first Roadster, kind of felt like a goddamn golf cart, if I'm being totally honest. But they had a much bigger vision in mind. And, they had supporters who believed in the cause, who bought that first car, in some sense overpriced, but maybe historically later down the road, those might be worth more than the people paid for them, actually, given the cultural significance, technological, historical value of those first Tesla Roadsters. And now we're getting to the point where Tesla's, running the show. They've now forced the entire industry to switch over to EVs. Talk about a tombstone, that's just massive, to shift the entire car industry globally, to force them to go into EVs when they laughed in his face and laughed him out of every meeting. I mean, it's just tremendous shift
and what they did, and what they did with the original Roadster, which was it was a prototype, right? So they didn't play around with they didn't try to do anything clever. They just took the Lotus frame.
Yeah,
right?
Be careful saying that though, because I've been in meetings with Elon where somebody said, "Oh, you just took the Lotus frame," and he says, "No.
No. He did more. Yeah.
He said, but he's very fast to point out, very delicately. Actually, in fact, that frame, there's actually only about 4% similarity on any particular square centimeter that's actually from the Lotus Esprit, but he's like, I guess it does look like a Lotus Esprit.
The point behind it is that they didn't. It was about learning, right? Yeah. So he got it out there and started to learn. But what's interesting here, now, if you look at this, have you seen the Roadster, the new Roadster?
Of course, but I gotta tell you a great story that nobody's really heard. Is after the first car, It wasn't at all clear that Tesla was going to succeed, actually, because they didn't sell many of the first Roadsters, honestly, and the company was about to go bust, honestly. And so, by the way, I was at an event with about 15 people with Elon at Tesla HQ, which was also simultaneously SpaceX HQ in Hawthorne and outside of LA. And we're in the room, and he says, and Larry Page is in the room also from Google, and who's, by the way, one of the first investors in Tesla. And so Elon says to Larry and myself and Jason and a few others, he's like, "Hey, you want to see something cool?" And we're like, "Yeah, what do you got?" He's like, "You want to see the next Tesla?" We're all like, "Are you serious?" He's like, "Yeah." He's like, "I happen to have it here under a curtain in the factory." It's the SpaceX factory, not the Tesla factory was up north near San Francisco. But this is the offices for Tesla. So it's his office, his boardroom, but the SpaceX warehouse. So we're like, yeah, sure, let's go check this out. So we go walk into the back of the corner of the SpaceX hangar factory, and there's a car under a curtain, and he slowly pulls it over, and there it is. It's the Model S. And it looked gorgeous, just like the Model S. It's the first prototype. It doesn't drive. It doesn't even move. It's not a real car. You can't move it. And Larry goes to grab the door handle, and he pulls the door handle, and the handle comes off into his hand like butter. Like there was no screws holding it in. And Elon's like, "Oh yeah. No, this thing's just like and it scared the shit out of me. I was like, holy shit, this thing's about to fall apart. Like if you breathe on it heavy." And
it's a clay one.
Yeah, well, I mean, it was just meant to be looked at and to take photos of and nothing else. It wasn't even meant to be moved. And anyway, it looked gorgeous as hell. It had the big screen in the front seat, and everyone's like, "Yeah, this is great." And then the company again was about to go under, and they had built up that prototype. It was blue, midnight blue, and they used that prototype for he decided to save the company to do a pre-order event and throw a party and see how many people would order this car and get pre-orders, but you have to pony up a little bit of cash in your pre-order. And they were going to take all of these future pre-orders, to keep the company alive, basically, rather than going to investors. And so he threw a party literally in the parking lot of SpaceX, where they still from time to time do these parties. And they made it a big party, and they invited all the Tesla friends and all the Tesla owners around Southern California could all come, actually from all over the world if they wanted to. And they threw the party. Okay, well, here it is. We're going to announce the car. And they pull the curtain off of the Model S, and there it is, the midnight blue Model S. And, you can take photos of it. It doesn't move, whatever. And people put in a bunch of orders. My dear friend Jason, who's in my bio, who brought me into Clubhouse, who's like, practically my brother, knew how important this moment was in Tesla's history. That Tesla was going to live or die that night based on the number of orders it got that night. And Jason raised his hand. And so Elon's like, "Well, there you go. What do you think, everybody?" And Jason raised his hand in front of the whole room of everyone there. And Jason held up a check. And he says, "Elon, I'll take the first two." And Elon was, if you were standing close enough, you could see he was notably very emotionally moved by that. And so that's why Jason has Model S number 1, serial number 000001, because Elon was very personally moved by and understood why Jason was doing that. And Jason knew why he was doing that. Jason knew that he might not never see that money or that car. And but here we are, 2021, and they've changed.
Tyler, I've just I've tweeted with a label to Tech News thing on a Pando article on the Series C, where Vantage Point was involved. I joined Vantage Point after Best Buy, and the story behind it, where how Kleiner Perkins didn't get the deal, right? And they had a lower offer, but the nuanced part of it, he didn't want to take money from Alan Saltzman from Vantage Point. Alan was going to be a dictator on the board. And so it's an interesting story if anybody's interested. It's such a wonderful company, and such a wonderful journey they've been on. And you can kind of piece it together. Some of the stories that Tyler's got you'll never get anywhere else.
Well, there's a follow-up to that story, which is Jason calls me up. He's like, I just picked up the Tesla. You want to go for a ride? I was like, sure. So he comes over, picks me up, and we go for a ride. And, we're the first two people to ever ride in the production Model S, the first car off the line, literally. And we're driving around. First impression, before any journalist, and this is how they did it with the Model S, was, we had access to it before the journalist did. And we were like, holy shit, this is going to change the fucking game, y'all. We couldn't believe it. We're driving around in this car like, is this for real? This felt like the iPhone, or like holding the first generation iPhone. Like, this is going to change the goddamn world. And so it was kind of an unfair glimpse as to what was coming, and, to get in early on Tesla. It was obvious just riding around. Anyone who drove that Model S knew this is a absolute game changer, which it has been. And but thank God we got the early glimpse on that. Cam, yeah, you got jump in.
Yeah, I actually had a meeting at Tesla 3 years ago because we were going to work with them to improve the scheduling of the supercharger. But having my own experience of co-founding a car company for past 4 years, I've been telling my co-founder that we need to go electrified. He just loves the sound of the engine. And actually, one of our car is based on Lotus, same platform that Elon had. And the first car is based on Ariel Adam, British race car.
Yeah.
So, but it's a journey. Having a product that moves on the road is a journey.
Yep. So, switching back to Apple news for a second here. Apple is now reported to be working on new wireless earbuds called Beats Studio Buds that will support noise cancellation, according to files in the beta versions. And you can better believe they will also support spatial audio, as all new Apple earphones from now on will support spatial audio. And it would be interesting to see how much better they handle the lossless audio file system that they're just announced, because it was interesting. 24 hours ago, Apple announced they are upgrading the quality of the audio through Apple Music. Spotify is as well. Tidal really deserves credit for that. They were really the first platform to say, we're going to really give a much higher quality of audio, like HD audio. Spotify has followed suit. Now Apple's doing the same. About 60 minutes after Apple announced they're going to this new higher quality audio, Amazon announced that their Amazon Prime customers are also going to have higher quality audio, just to give you a taste of how competitive Amazon is with its Amazon Prime members and stopping them from switching over to other competing subscription services. But by the way, in about 15 minutes, it is also expected that Google's going to announce their new earbuds. So that gives you some hint as to why Apple felt they needed to get that announcement out in the last few hours, that they have new earbuds coming out as well. So it's a funny game watching these tech giants try and steal the thunder from each other in the journalistic, game, even between Apple and Google. Even at the highest level, they're still playing like kids on a playground. It's funny. So, anyone, I want to see if there's other folks with something to share. I do have plenty to share for the next 15 minutes. Go ahead, Katarina.
Go
ahead, Katarina.
Yeah, I have a wireless news. Yeah, I have wireless news from New Zealand. So what they are doing is developing a wireless energy infrastructure.
I see this.
To pass basically, yeah, it's really, really cool. So why they do this, because they have like a lot of places where there's a lot of wind and mountains where it's really hard to have wires around for a long time. So yeah, they developed this new technology with radio waves, with beams basically, that they can actually transmit wireless energy like a whole power grid.
Yeah. Let me read this.
That's really, really cool.
I just tweeted it from the Tech News Around the World Twitter account. It says, the dawn of wireless electricity is finally upon us, and New Zealand is giving it a try. A startup says it can send electric power over long distances without wires. And then the article is a very narrative style where it's but they have a photo of the hardware to do this, so you can get a glimpse of it if you look at the Twitter account. It says, picture a street outside your home. Now erase the power lines. Imagine interstate highways without the unsightly cable towers that dot the expansive U.S. states landscape. This could be the wireless future of energy in a partnership between New Zealand's government and a startup called EMROD, EMROD. And it dates back to the wildest dreams of Nikola Tesla, which that's true. He did dream of wireless transfer of electricity. Wireless electricity sounds like science fiction, but the technology is already realized and primed for utility scale case study. And in this first of a kind pilot program, PowerCo, which is New Zealand's second largest electricity distributor, will test MROD technology starting this year. So go ahead and have a gander at that one. Thank you for sharing that, Katerina. That's honestly a very cool development, especially when you consider, people can now, solar power is becoming much more possible, and people living off the grid and how they could power their homes and everything being fully off the grid with their own solar power setups and maybe even wirelessly. That could be a real game changer. Super cool. Let's see. There are a lot of people sharing stuff through our Twitter account. Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, it's Tony. Thank you for bringing me on stage. I quite frequently come in your room, Tyler, but I'm always so nervous to share anything because I feel like I'm on the stage with giants. But I also come from a household where
I'm
children are...
5'1".
I have been eating a lot during the pandemic. I won't deny it.
Well, more intellectually than physically, but but I come from a household where children are meant to be seen and not heard, so I'm trying to train myself out of that. But yeah, I just wanted to share. I was in here last night, and when you were, I'm a film student, so the other stuff is really interesting. And I'm just going to circle this back to VR. But I heard yesterday how Amazon now has the buying power to buy MGM, and I thought that was crazy because as a film student, we learned that MGM is one of the big five. So like they're like one of the oligarchies. So it's funny to see them now that they're at a mercy to Amazon. It's just just to show how big Amazon's really getting.
Exactly.
But I am based in the United States, and I go to one of the major universities out here, which is Arizona State University. And yesterday I just got blessed with a job, and it is integrating AR and VR in our schooling.
Fuck yeah.
And we are now in cahoots. I don't know if anyone heard with Dreamscape. That is a company that is powered by DreamWorks. They placed a whole VR AR place or space within our Creative Commons, which is a space where a bunch of creators come together. But and I'm a cinematographer, so yesterday we were making a propaganda of how to integrate the Oculus within the schooling system. So we had like a teacher on. She just graduated with her MA in education, and she was just giving her experience with it. And because she's an older person, she kind of felt intimidated by this new technology. So she was just giving us a dossier of how she would integrate it in her classroom and how she would use it. And actually how ASU plans on using this technology is with our biology students and also our space students. They're utilizing this technology, the Dream Escape, to give the biology students real world scenarios like within the environment and how certain will infect stuff environmentally. And I think for the space students, they are recreating Mars within the VR. But after we got through working and stuff like that, me and my colleagues were able to experience the Dream Escape. And oh my God, it is so cool. Like it's beyond like speaking, like, you have these hand dowels, these feet dowels, and then you have a backpack. But the most interesting thing for me in my experience utilizing these, this VR so they have these props within this world that you can grab, but I was unprivy to that. So they tell you, they kind of guide your way, but they tell you like to grab this lantern. And then me and my friend, we grab this lantern. And as we grab this lantern from the prop, you can literally feel the heat being emitted from the prop. So it like even gives you that of sensory feeling. Not only that, I feel like it plays with identity because like you can look in the eyes with like your partner. So like in real life, I'm like I'm 6 foot, I'm a 6 foot black man, but in the game it changed me to a 5'2" white guy who's like in 1920s clothes. And I was with my colleague. She's a 4 foot she's a 4'5" Asian girl. And then in the game she became a 6'2" black guy, so I'm like looking to her to protect me because like in this world, she's much more stronger and like dominant than me. And I just thought it was like so cool, that how it just changes, your identity of a person. But the thing I thought was interesting because I did ask the question to the organizer. I go, well, as a cinematographer, how would I be able to integrate this, within my workflow? Like, how would I be able to do this? And then he just told me that I also create previs in Unreal Engine 4. And I know, Tyler, you were talking about how Apple is supposed to buy Epic Gaming's. I kind of hope it happened because I feel like they will up the ante when it does come to pre-visualizations and how to create that world. But basically how like a cinematographer or anyone else
by the way, I don't think it's possible for Apple to buy Epic. I think they might buy Unity, but because of the big battle with Epic, I think there's so much bad blood between them. I don't think it could be Epic.
I believe it's also Unity that owns Epic Game, not Epic Games. I mean Unreal Engine 4.
No, Unreal.
No.
Who owns Unreal?
Epic
Games.
Epic Games, Unreal. Unity is its own company.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, sorry
Unity
for
is owned by Unity.
Yeah.
But just moving forward, it was interesting to ask how it would be integrated with into cinematography. But the thing is I thought this was interesting because it kind of reminded me back in the day, they used to have Nickelodeons where you like put a quarter in and then you put your face into this thing and you'll watch a movie.
Yep.
But like, it sounds like today the VR would be the new Nickelodeons where, you'll put on this whole bodysuit and you'll be a part of like this movie. My thing is because in movies, when we watch movies, we are the spectator. We really don't have any agency within the movie. So like I want to know, once we really do integrate this VR and things like that into our movie space, will they give us agency or will we still become a spectator?
We've actually already
Tony,
started
you
doing
make
that,
such a
Tony.
big point about how power dynamics change, right?
We've
How
actually already
complete.
started doing that, though, Cal. I just
Oh
wanted to
yeah,
point that out really quickly.
no.
We've done it on 2 film projects so far, personally at my production company, and that's really how Disney is. People are wondering why are Disney able to afford making such big budget series for Disney Plus in mass. The reason is because most of it is actually being done on a virtual set and shooting with virtual cameras, and it's not even a matter of putting us in bodysuits. We've been using bodysuits for that's how we do a lot of our animating our virtual characters that and our CG characters that interact with real actors. But as far as VR, that's going to be literally at least 60% of how we make films here in Hollywood within the next 2 years, without question. It's already how Disney is making most of their shit.
Wow.
I can
Tony,
add to
this
this. I
is
can give some good insight on this if you guys like.
Sure.
What's happening with I'm so sorry.
Ladies first format here, but go Lakeisha and then whoever was
yeah,
speaking. Yeah.
Tony, this is Lakeisha up at the top, and I am so glad that you came to the stage. I mean,
Me
I
too.
so appreciate your insights, your point of view, and really underscoring the importance of the alignment of the educational systems. I'm not at all surprised that ASU is integrating this kind of forward edge pedagogy, not only in the film school, but I think you talked about biology and some of the other disciplines. One of my best friends from graduate school, actually, her job is to boundary span with the president of ASU. And so we have so many interesting conversations about, ways in which they are working to make sure that students like you are learning the most relevant curriculum, but then also in new and different ways, and scanning the entire globe. So I'm going to message her before I go to bed tonight and just highlight what I've learned from you. So thank you so much for having the courage to raise your hand and share your point of view.
Amen.
Love it.
Yeah, I concur.
Yeah, thank you so much for that, Lakeisha. Yeah, it is kind of nervous coming on this stage, but yeah, I just look at it as we're like a part of like an experiment, because we're not. We're kind of like a cheap labor for them, so they're like we literally just got into this space, and then they're like, well, here's this very expensive, cool equipment. Use this and tell us how you will use this to create a visual, interesting world for everyone. Like, so they're just trying to use us too to see how we would use it in our personal fields of creativity. So I think it's cool.
Yeah. Understand this, Tony. You're the future, man. I mean, that's the big picture in this game. So don't be shy about that. Understand, and you're the future, and before you know it, there'll be someone else will be the future, and then you'll have the depth of knowledge, and it'll be your turn to pass it on, So, but you'll be able to share. Yeah, you'll be able to.
Anybody who. Oh, sorry, go on.
I'm just gonna say you're gonna be sharing stories about when VR really broke out and you were there using it at ASU, and when the people who were making it weren't really sure how it was really gonna be used, And I would actually encourage you to study film history at this point, actually, because if you look at how when film was starting with the Lumiere brothers and the early pioneers of film, they honestly weren't sure how it was going to work. And people used to laugh at it. Like, why do you even need this? And then the art of filmmaking evolved. It wasn't obvious at all what it was going to be. People were using it just in very weird ways originally and experimenting and trying new things. And now Hollywood is what it is today with these, Marvel comic type films have really reached this kind of peak, or Scorsese type films have also have their own kind of peak. But, we're going to go through the same process now with VR because we're not sure what that platform is going to evolve into in terms of content in it. We're going to be able to look back on film in interesting ways, and YouTube to a degree too. YouTube started out as cats on pianos, and look what it is now, and it's quite a different thing. So, yeah. But
what's cool about it, Tony, though, is that you've got. I just want you to understand this because this is very, very important. Outside of us who are in the studio system, nobody has access to this stuff except for people like you. You've got a ridiculous advantage to even be having access to this. So study hard, learn hard, because quite frankly, you learning what you're learning right now on campus is putting you miles ahead of anyone who does not have access to the studio system here in Hollywood. So yeah, man, what you're doing right now is that's the proper track. So, and if you have any other questions about that stuff, or if you want some resources where you can learn a little bit more about it, just for your advantage, like personal advantage, hit me up and I'll put you up with some resources.
Yep. So I'm watching the live stream now, at which there's an artist performing on the Google I/O stage. It's a music performance, which looks like it is going to wrap in about 2 minutes. It's been going for 15 minutes. And so in about 2 minutes, we'll switch over. Yeah.
I just wanted to extend an invitation to Tony. Tony, this is Tina. If you find me on stage, and take a look at my bio, my profile. At the bottom, you'll see an event tomorrow at 11:30. It's a group of us that have started talking about the future of education, and I would love it if you came and sort of shared some of your thoughts with us tomorrow. Another one of my colleagues is in the audience, and she agreed that we would love it if you came and shared that with us from the student perspective, as well as somebody who is working now in the industry to sort of further that initiative. If you would like, that would be awesome.
Is that the EdTech and Future Leaders one, Tina?
Yeah, that's something, Tina. Yeah, thank you guys for all your kind words. That was very edifying to me.
Cool. There's one little headline to share with 1 minute left, and I forget who shared it. Jay, actually, from Grab down in Singapore. Apple is reportedly going to replace the M1 chips with a crap load of new chips, is the headline from Gizmodo. Now that Apple began rolling out M1 products, it's now reportedly gearing up for the next wave of computers powered by the chip's multiple successors and readers. We're talking about a lot of computers and chips here. According to Bloomberg, Apple is readying a new MacBook Pro, a low-end MacBook Air, a larger iMac, a Mac Pro, and a Mac Mini, citing anonymous sources. The report says we could see redesigned 14-inch and 16-inch MacBook Pros by early summer. Those will be followed by revamped MacBook Air at the end of the year, a lower-end 13-inch MacBook Pro, and next year a completely new Mac Pro. The 14-inch and 16-inch MacBook Pros will purportedly have a new chassis, MagSafe, and more port options. Photographers and video creators should rejoice. These new ports include HDMI and the return of the SD card slot. And the two MacBook Pros won't be powered by a single next-gen Apple Silicon chip. However, they'll be powered by two separate chips dubbed Jade C Chop and Jade C Die, respectively. These are some sci-fi ass names, but both are expected to have
Chop and Die.
Yeah, both are expected to have 10 cores, 8 that are high performance and 2 energy efficient. Both chips will also come in 16 or 32 graphic core variations and can go up to 64 gigabytes of RAM, etc., etc. So I will tweet that. Thank you, Jay, to the Tech News Around the World Twitter account. And indeed, the keynote is now starting right on time. Man, these Google folks don't joke around. They start things on time over there. So I did tweet out the link to the live stream, which is happening via YouTube. Being that Google owns YouTube, that's not much of a surprise, perhaps. So if you go to Tech News Around the World on Twitter, TNATW, and please do follow the Tech News Around the World Twitter account, and you'll notice that my tweet, not the most recent one, but the one before that, is the link to the YouTube video, and we encourage you to watch that. And the way we did it last time is we watched it with the audio off, and Michael had the audio on in this room, so we could all listen to the audio together and make comments.
Which I can do again.
Let's do that.
Yeah, you had the best audio, Michael.
Let me also just really quickly before we do that, I do need to take advantage of this real quick. So I've been trying to make our room for the alien talk tomorrow, and something's going on with, like, I'm not able to create the event, but I see Paul down there in the audience. Paul, could you look into my account and figure out why I'm not able to make the event? Just because we need it, like, I need to schedule that in the next 20 minutes. So Paul, if you could call one of the engineers on Clubhouse and have them look at my account and fix that.
But are we sure that you're a member in the Tech News group for sure? Yeah. So you should be able to make the room. Yeah. Anyway, we'll figure it out.
Yeah. But okay, cool. So I'm gonna go ahead and pull that. Now, are we switching over to the other room, or are we gonna do it in here?
Here.
All right, hang on. And you guys,
Tyler, in half an hour, I've double scheduled our
That's
med
right.
tech, so I expect it to be a bit quiet. But
that's right,
and that's fine. Cal did warn me. So if anyone wants to come over to med tech, they're more interested. They're welcome.
Right.
Quiet, then sorry, Heyman and company. If it's
That's right. You can see it by clicking on the title of this room. You'll see all of the upcoming tech news events, and Ben's going to do a med tech room starting in 30 minutes. Here we go. Give us some audio, Michael.
Tyler, is the link on the Twitter?
On the Tech News Around the World Twitter account. It was like 2 tweets ago. I'll do it again just to be sure. Okay, something went wrong. Let's give it another shot, Twitter says. Oh, Twitter, what is wrong, sweetheart? Twitter's not letting me tweet.
You can find it on YouTube too, though.
Hold on.
All right, I got it now.
Yeah, if you go to YouTube, yeah, there you go. Go ahead. Turn it up.
Together. So in that spirit, let's get started. At Google, the past year has given renewed purpose to our mission to organize the world's information and make it universally accessible and useful. We continue to approach that mission with a singular goal: building a more helpful Google for everyone. That means being helpful in moments that matter. And it means giving you the tools to increase your knowledge, success, health, and happiness. Sometimes it's about helping in little moments that add up to big changes. Recently, we added 150,000 kilometers of bike lanes in Google Maps. We're also introducing 2 new features. First, new eco-friendly routes. Using our understanding of road and traffic conditions, Google Maps will soon give you the option to take the most fuel-efficient route. At scale, this has potential to significantly reduce car emissions and fuel consumption. Second, safer routing. Powered by AI, Maps can identify road, weather, and traffic conditions where you're likely to have to suddenly brake. We aim to reduce up to 100 million of these events every year.
That's going to be dope with the real-time insurance companies that are happening. They might even give you a cheap, lower your insurance to take the safer route.
Like helping 150 million students and educators keep learning over the last year with Google Classroom, or keeping students connected with affordable laptops. Chromebooks are now the #1 device globally in K-12 education. In Japan, 40% of local governments chose to deploy Chromebooks to every child in grades 1 through 9. And here in California, we worked with the Department of Education to provide thousands of Chromebooks to students in need. One of the biggest ways we can build a more helpful Google for everyone is by reimagining the future of work. We have seen work transform in unprecedented ways, and it is no longer just a place. Over the last year, offices and coworkers have been replaced by kitchen countertops and pets. With so many people now working from home, access to collaboration tools has never been more critical. In 2006, we introduced Docs and Sheets to help people to collaborate in real time.
I was there live. It was at the D7 All Things Digital event. I was there in the room.
This is now part of Google Workspace, which builds on more than 15 years of creating ways to work together.
At the Four Seasons in Carlsbad.
We are announcing a new experience in Google Workspace to enable richer collaboration. We call this Smart Canvas. And to tell you more, here is Javier.
I have to tell you, when they launched Google Sheets, it obviously competes with Microsoft Office. The room at All Things Digital event was where Steve Jobs and Bill Gates were together on stage, and the room was honestly not that impressed at the time when they announced it.
With Smart Canvas, we're bringing together the content and connections that transform collaboration into a richer, better experience. For over a decade, we've been pushing documents away from being just digital pieces of paper.
Anyone remember Google
and toward
Wave?
collaborative linked content inspired by the web.
That died quickly.
Smart Canvas is our next big step. Let's see how a distributed team uses Smart Canvas to plan an important marketing campaign. The launch date is just 2 months away, so Adu starts a document and quickly adds a brainstorm table. With
So this is Notion.
He pulls in the right people and generates a checklist to assign action items.
Yeah.
These simple actions connect the team's plan to people, dates, and tasks, making their collaboration richer and more effective as they drive toward their launch. Now that he's shared the document, everyone starts dropping in their ideas. As they continue to brainstorm, the assisted writing feature suggests that they change the word chairman to chairperson in the document to avoid a gendered term. New assisted writing capabilities in Google Workspace offer suggestions so you can communicate more effectively. Not only are we helping with language suggestions, we're also making it easy to bring the voices and faces of your team directly into the collaboration experience to help them share ideas and solve problems together. Up to now, Adu and his team have been collaborating in the doc and scheduling separate Google Meet calls to review their progress. But starting today, you can easily present the doc, sheet, or slide you're working on directly into a Google Meet call. Now Adu can join his colleagues with just one click. And this fall, we're excited to bring Meet directly into docs, sheets, and slides for the first time. This will enable teams like Adu's to actually see and hear each other while they're collaborating. Now, they'll never skip a beat.
Might actually use Meet now.
And to keep that collaboration flowing in the meeting, the team used the new responsive voting table to see which ideas for the campaign are the most popular.
There you have it.
Ooh, I've always wanted that. Ooh, huge applause on that one.
Document has evolved into a
Mentimeter,
highly
Eurogates,
interactive,
or
always up-to-date, actionable plan.
We can use that in tech news around the world,
team
actually, for the
stayed connected
articles that
every
we
step
talk
of the
about in
way.
real time. We can vote them up and
That's the
down
power of
what to
smart
talk
campaigns.
about.
Yep.
Shh, Paul is here.
2 months later, it's time to launch the new campaign. Adu and his team are joining from offices, from home, and everywhere in between, connecting across time zones and continents. To help both office and remote teammates remain an equal part of the conversation, no matter where they are, we're launching Companion Mode in Google Meet. Companion Mode gives each of Adu's teammates in the office their own video tile, so they can stay connected to their remote colleagues and everyone can participate in polls, chat, and Q&A in real time. Companion Mode is coming to Google Meet later this year. Teammates can also be heard wherever they work with noise cancellation powered by the best of Google's AI. And machine learning in Google Meet to automatically adjust camera zoom and lighting, ensuring that everyone can be seen across all environments. We've also made it easier to customize views and share content so teams can focus on what matters most in the moment. This means that when Adu presents to the rest of his team, he can easily arrange people's faces to gauge their reactions while staying focused on his content. And his colleagues across the globe can follow along with live captions, even translations into their native languages. When Adu finishes his presentation, he doesn't feel separated by time zones or languages or the devices his team is using. Instead, with Google Meet's immersive experience, he feels connected and in the moment. With Smart Canvas and these powerful enhancements to Google Meet, we're transforming collaboration in Google Workspace to help people succeed at work, at home, and in the classroom. Previously, the fully integrated experience in Google Workspace was available only to our customers, but it will soon be available to everyone, from college students to small businesses to friends and neighbors wanting to stay connected and get more done together. Stay tuned for more details in the coming weeks. And now, I'll hand it back to Sundar.
I'm worried that my name's going to be changed from Heyman to Hey Person.
We're at peak woke AI.
Thanks, Javier. Those were exciting examples of how computer science and AI can make us more helpful across our products. Google Search was built on the insight that understanding links between web pages leads to dramatically better search results. We've made remarkable advances over the past 22 years, and search helps billions of people. And to improve search even further, we need to deepen our understanding of language and context. To do this requires advances in the most challenging areas of AI. And I want to talk about a few today, starting with translation. We learn and understand knowledge best in our native languages. So 15 years ago, we set out to translate the web, an incredibly ambitious goal at the time. Today, hundreds of millions of people use Google Translate each month across more than 100 languages. Last month alone, we translated more than 20 billion web pages in Chrome. With Google Assistant's interpreter mode, you can have a conversation with someone speaking a foreign language, and usage is up 4 times from just a year ago. While there is still work to do, we are getting closer to having a universal translator in your pocket. At the same time, advances in machine learning have led to tremendous breakthroughs in image recognition. In 2014, we first trained a production system to automatically label images, a step change in computers' understanding of visual information. And it allowed us to imagine and launch Google Photos. Today, we can surface and share a memory, reminding you of some of the best moments in your life. Last month alone, more than 2 billion memories were viewed. Image recognition also means you can use Google Lens to take a photo of a math problem. Wish I had this when I was in school. Lens is used more than 3 billion times each month. We can now be as helpful with images as we are with text. Machine learning has also improved how computers comprehend and communicate with human voices. As Javier shared, that's why we can caption conversations in Google Meet, and why Live Caption on Android can automatically caption anything running on your smartphone locally. It generates 250,000 hours of captioning every day. Breakthrough technology from DeepMind called WaveNet increased the quality of computer-generated speech, leading to more natural and fluid interactions. WaveNet allowed us to create and deploy 51 voices across Google Assistant. Together, the advances in AI I just spoke about across translation, images, and voice improve the search experience for billions of people. They also enabled us to make a huge leap forward in how computers process natural language. In 2017, we first introduced the world to transformers, a novel machine learning approach for better natural language understanding. Transformers became the foundation for many other breakthroughs, like AlphaFold and BERT, which we introduced in 2019.
Wait, Google made Autobots?
BERT considers the full context of a word by looking at the words that come before and after, leading to one of our most significant quality improvements across Google search, and enabling us to respond to queries with more helpful answers. In this case, realizing that the question was about parking on a hill without a curb. We have revolutionized the ability of computers to understand natural language. Yet, despite the incredible power of computers, there are still moments like this.
Sorry, I don't understand.
This is because language is endlessly complex. We use it to tell stories, crack jokes, and share ideas. We continuously pull from concepts we've learned over the course of our lives. The richness and flexibility of language make it one of humanity's greatest tools and one of computer science's greatest challenges. If someone asks me if the temperature in the room is okay, and I say I'm freezing, they know that I'm very cold, not literally freezing. Or if someone says, "What's the weather like today?" I don't respond, "It's 70 degrees, sunny, and a 12% chance of rain." I'd probably say, "It's starting to feel like summer. I might eat lunch outside." Sensible responses keep conversations going and allow them to end up in a completely different place from where they started. Even if I began by talking about the weather, we may end up talking about football. Today, I'm excited to share our latest breakthrough in natural language understanding, Lambda. It's a language model for dialogue applications, and it's open domain, which means it's designed to converse on any topic. And while it's still in research and development, we've been using it internally to explore novel interactions. For example, say you wanted to learn about one of my favorite planets, Pluto. Lambda already understands quite a lot about Pluto and millions of other topics.
It's an OpenAI
Let's
competitor.
listen to a conversation the team had with Pluto
I'm glad
a
he
few
called it
days
a
ago.
planet.
I'm so curious about you.
I sense your excitement. Ask me anything.
Tell me what I would see if I visited.
You would get to see a massive canyon, some frozen icebergs, geysers, and some craters.
It sounds beautiful.
I assure you it is worth the trip. However, you need to bring your coat, because it gets really cold.
I'll keep that in mind. Hey, I was wondering, have you ever had any visitors?
Yes, I have had some. The most notable was New Horizons, the spacecraft that visited me.
That must have been exciting.
The team that created New Horizons was very excited to see me. I also sent them back a picture of myself since I had not been seen up close before.
That's so great. What else do you wish people knew about you?
I wish people knew that I am not just a random ice ball. I am actually a beautiful planet.
Well, I think you're beautiful.
I am glad to hear
takes
that.
breaths
I don't get the
mid-sentence. That's
recognition I
awesome.
deserve. Sometimes people refer to me as just a dwarf planet.
Don't let it bother you. You're amazing.
I feel like this is if planets were
Thank
on
you for the
Tinder.
kind words. I appreciate it.
2006 was
Thanks for
hard for
talking with me.
everyone.
Anytime, I am always open for people to chat. I hope you have a
Michael sounds
great
like your
day.
girlfriend, your AI girlfriend.
Tyler, do you remember that I spoke about a voice that
I
somebody
spent
was
some time
using
with
for
my son
direct
conversing with
translation?
Pluto.
This
It's
was the
magical.
voice.
We had a lot of fun learning about space together. Let's break down what made it feel so natural. First, learn concepts. As you saw, the model talked about the New Horizons spacecraft and the coldness of space. Lambda synthesized these concepts from its training data. These concepts were not hand-programmed in the model. Because none of the responses were predefined, Lambda answered with sensible responses, keeping the dialogue open-ended. Natural conversations are generative, and they never take the same path twice. And Lambda is able to carry a conversation no matter what we talk about. You can have another conversation without retraining the model. Let's see what happened when we talk to a paper airplane.
What's it like being thrown through the air?
It's quite the experience, actually. The wind blowing against you, and the trees flying past are quite the sight. You never know where you'll land either.
What's the worst place you've ever landed?
That would have to be in a puddle. I was just barely still intact, so I was stuck there for a few
That's
minutes.
funny.
It was quite annoying.
Oh, that sounds
How does
awful.
it know
Were you
that
able to
you're
fly again?
outside as opposed to inside?
Thankfully, I was. I had a few minor injuries to my wing, but you can't really tell unless you know what to look for.
What do you think, Jean-Francois?
What's the
What are you
secret
thinking?
to a really good paper airplane?
It's
Yep,
crazy.
sounds like Leah.
Well, my
Yeah,
good
it's
friend,
Leah on
I
steroids.
must first ask you to
Look like
specify what you
Mina.
mean by good.
They were working
Some
on
may
Mina.
think it's how far it goes. Some may think it's how straight it goes.
Whoa.
And some may think it's how flat it lands. So what do you think?
I care the most about distance.
Then I would have to say a nice wide wingspan is what you'll want. Also, the paper needs to be really firm.
What's the farthest you've ever flown?
I've flown over about 1,500 feet. The wind was perfect that day.
Wow, that's really far. That must have been quite a throw.
It was. I was actually thrown from a hot air balloon, believe it or not.
That's so cool. What did the world look like from out there?
It's actually a lot different than it looks from the ground. The world is so large with its vast oceans and mountains. It really puts things into perspective.
Yeah, it's important to keep perspective. Hey, I'm wondering, do you have anything you want to share with the people that are watching at home?
I do. I just want them to know that if the wind is perfect and you're made of the right materials, you can go absolutely anywhere.
Now, where did he get that from?
Well, here's the thing,
This
right?
paper
So,
airplane just dropped a major knowledge dime on you guys.
It's really
without knowing
impressive to see
the
how
input
Lambda can carry
context,
on a conversation about any topic. It's amazing how sensible and interesting the conversation is. Yet, it's still early research, so it doesn't get everything right. Sometimes it can give nonsensical responses, imagining Pluto doing flips or playing fetch with its favorite ball, the moon. Other times, it just doesn't keep the conversation going. At Google, we've been researching and developing language
That's a nice
models
way to
for
lower
many years.
expectations, I guess.
We have focused on ensuring Lambda meets our
I'm
incredibly
actually
high
glad that they
standards
did that.
on fairness,
Yeah, kind
accuracy,
of smart from a PR
safety,
perspective.
and privacy.
It really is. It was
So
super
from
smart.
concept all the way to
I'm
design,
thinking about the
we are making
duplex
sure it's
presentation from a
developed
couple of years back,
consistent
How
because
with
that
can
our
was
AI
pretty much
principles.
the opposite of this.
yeah, how can you
We
not think
believe
about
Lambda's
duplex?
natural conversation
Yeah, I
capabilities
mean,
have the
because
potential to
that was
make
about fooling
information
people into
and
thinking it was
computing
people they were talking
radically
to.
more accessible and easier to use. We look forward to incorporating better conversational features into products like Google Assistant, search, and workspace. We're also exploring how to give capabilities to developers and enterprise customers. Lambda is a huge step forward in natural conversation.
We also plan on infiltrating
but
Clubhouse.
It is still trained only on text. When people
Lambda
communicate
bots
with each other, they do it across images, text, audio, and video. So we need to build models that allow people to naturally ask
Come to
questions
think of it,
across
Cal
different
kind of
types
sounds
of
like the
information.
Lambda bot.
These are called
Okay,
multimodal
enough of
models.
that.
Let's say we want a model to recognize all facets of a road trip. That could mean the words road trip, written
Cal,
or spoken in any language,
is your real name Lambda?
images, sounds, and
Lambda
videos,
Patel.
and concepts associated with road trips, such as weather and directions. So you can imagine one day planning a road trip and asking Google to find a route with beautiful mountain views. You can also use this to search for something within a video. For example, when you say, "Show me the part where the lion roars at sunset," we will get you to that exact moment in a video.
Now that's interesting.
It's still early days, but later on in the keynote, you'll hear from Prabhakar about the progress we are making towards more natural and intuitive ways of interacting with search. Translation, image recognition, voice recognition, text-to-speech, transformers. All of this work laid the foundation for complex models like Lambda and multimodal. Our compute infrastructure is how we drive and sustain these advances, and tensor processing units are a big part of that. Today, I'm excited to announce our next generation, the TPU v4. These are powered by the v4 chip, which is more than twice as fast as the v3 chip. TPUs are connected together into supercomputers called pods. A single v4 pod contains 4,096 v4 chips, and each pod has 10x the interconnect bandwidth per chip at scale compared to any other networking technology. This makes it possible for a TPU v4 pod to deliver more than 1 exaflop, 10 to the 18th power floating point operations per second of computing power. Think about it this way. If 10 million people were on their laptops right now, then all of those laptops put together would almost match the computing power of 1 exaflop. This is the fastest system we've ever deployed at Google, and a historic milestone for us. Previously, to get an exaflop, you needed to build a custom supercomputer. But we already have many of these deployed today. And we'll soon have dozens of TPU v4 pods in our data centers, many of which will be operating at or near 90% carbon-free energy. And our TPU v4 pods will be available to our cloud customers later this year. It's tremendously exciting to see this pace of innovation. As we look further into the future, there are types of problems that classical computing will not be able to solve in a reasonable time.
Oh, here we go.
Quantum computing.
Quantum computing represents a fundamental shift because it harnesses the properties of quantum mechanics and gives us the best chance of understanding the natural world.
Santa Barbara Lab.
Achieving our quantum milestone was a tremendous accomplishment, but we are still at the very beginning of a multi-year journey. One
Intel
problem
is
we
out of
face today
business
is that our physical
right
qubits
here.
are very fragile. Even cosmic rays from outer space can destroy quantum information. To solve more complex problems, our next milestone is to create an error-corrected logical qubit. It's simply a collection of physical qubits stable enough to hold quantum information for a long period of time. We start by reducing the error rate of our physical qubits, then combining 1,000 physical qubits to create a single logical qubit, and then scaling that up to 1,000 logical qubits, at which point we will have created an error-corrected quantum computer. Today, we are focused on enabling scientists and developers to access beyond classical computational resources. But we hope to one day create an error-corrected quantum computer. And success could mean everything from increasing battery efficiency to creating more sustainable energy to improved drug discovery and so much more. The roadmap begins in our new data center, which we are calling the Quantum AI Campus. Let's step inside. Michael, are you there?
I'm here.
Hey, Sundar, how's it going? Yeah, I'm here, and I'm excited to learn why I'm here, and I'm guessing that's why he's here.
Hey, Michael.
Hey.
I'm Eric, lead engineer here. I'd like to welcome you to one of the most powerful quantum computing facilities in the world.
Oh, thank you, thank you. What's this? Can I touch it?
Yeah, that's a quantum processor.
Can I lick it?
Inside are these actual physical qubits.
Oh, hey, little guy.
Qubits are the fundamental building blocks of quantum computers, but they're incredibly fragile.
Oh.
Even the tiniest particles can disrupt their operation.
Right.
Which is why we work so hard to create the optimal environment to keep them stable.
Right, and I'm guessing the optimal environment doesn't include like Cheeto dust. So I'm just going to put this puppy right back.
Thanks. Let me show you where the clean ones go.
Cool.
So we built this campus to inspire all of our quantum mechanics and to show the world what the future of computing
I think that
like.
comedy bit was written by the AI.
That's a cool lamp.
It's not a lamp. This is actually a cryostat, and you're looking at the inside of a quantum computer.
Wow, cryostat. I love that word, cryostat. I'm guessing people want to know, what makes a cryostat a cryostat? Eric?
Well, everything you see here, from the wiring to the aluminum, copper, and gold metal stages, have been chosen to create a cold and quiet environment for our quantum processors to operate.
Right. And in English?
It's a fridge for our qubits.
Right. And how cold are we talking about?
We approach near absolute zero, 10 millikelvin to be precise.
Wow.
Which means that parts of our lab are some of the coldest places in the universe.
Wow, colder than Canada?
Yeah, colder than Canada.
And
well,
these AI jokes and these comedians are going to be out of biz.
Unwanted electrical and magnetic signals.
Yeah. Who wants that, right?
Well, let me show you what the final product looks like.
Is this a cryostat?
No, that's not a cryostat.
What about this? Is this a cryostat?
That's not a cryostat.
No?
This is a cryostat.
Nice.
In fact, this is a fully assembled quantum computer.
Yeah? So where's the keyboard?
Well, there's no keyboard, but it contains everything you've just seen inside and custom control electronics, all of which were designed and built by our team here at Google.
Wait. Is this a Bob Ross? Is he on the team? Tell me he's on the team.
He's not on the team.
Okay.
But this mural is our homage to Mother Nature. See, quantum is the language of nature, and we're learning to speak it here. It will enable us to run precise simulations of the natural world, unlocking answers that would otherwise remain unknown.
Okay, so let me see if I get this right. Okay, so these qubits are really smart, right? But they're really picky about their work environment. So you got to put them in a lamp, right? But even then, they're like, no, I don't want anybody eating any Cheetos around me. And they're like, I'm sorry. Okay, I didn't know, right? So then you got to wrap them in like this Bob Ross blanket of love, right? And then you keep them there until they can tell us how to think like the Earth. Am I right?
Yeah, it's pretty close.
Okay, you know what this is? This is the power button. I want to start it.
We're not quite there yet. I'm glad you're on board.
Okay.
To date, we've reached the first milestone, beyond classical computational capabilities.
This is us.
Yeah, we're here. Everything you've seen here today is what we're using to build to our next milestone, an error-corrected logical qubit.
Right.
And from there, we'll tile thousands of those together to reach our ultimate goal, an error-corrected quantum computer.
Right. That's my goal too.
Well, you're in luck. We're building a team to assemble all the right ingredients, all right here in the Quantum AI campus that you just helped us unveil. So thank you very much.
No, you know what? Thank you. And thank you for everyone that's joining us. I want to leave you with a couple of my favorite words that I just learned. One of them being qubits, cryostat, right? And melon chilies. Sundar, it was a pleasure doing science with you.
It's funny listening to them try and dumb down.
It was a pleasure doing science with you too, Michael. We recognize that building an error-corrected
It's interesting the level they try to dumb it down to as well.
Interesting they thought a comedian would be the right way to do it.
How we build the most helpful product.
I will say this
At
is
Google,
a watershed
we know that
moment,
our
though.
products can
Familiar
keep
with
more
the
users safe
general
by
words
blocking
and terms.
malware, phishing attempts, spam messages,
I thought he was going to
and
say
potential
it was similar
cyber
to the
attacks
Scientology
than
grid.
anyone else in the world.
The
And our
illustration to the
focus
top of
on
the
data
mountain.
minimization pushes us to do more with less data. 2 years ago at I.O., I announced Auto Delete, which encourages users to have their activity data automatically and continuously deleted. We have since made Auto Delete the default for all new Google accounts. Now, after 18 months, we automatically delete your data unless you tell us to do it sooner. And this is now active for over 2 billion accounts. All our products are guided by 3 important principles. With one of the world's most advanced security infrastructures, our products are secure by default. We strictly uphold responsible data practices, so every product we build is private by design. And we create easy-to-use privacy and security settings so you are in control. I'd like to invite Jen on stage to share some examples of how we apply these principles and make every day safer with Google.
Thanks, Sundar. We believe that protecting your privacy starts with the world's most advanced security. Seems like every day we hear about another cyber attack that puts emails and personal data at risk. To keep our users safe, everything we build is secure by default.
Is she wearing an Apple Watch?
Each of our products is protected with advanced AI-driven technologies. In fact, every day, Gmail automatically blocks more than 100 million phishing attempts. Google Photos encrypts 4 billion photos. And Google Play Protect runs security scans on 100 billion installed apps around the world. But the single most common security vulnerability today
they want to kill the password. Here it comes.
Yeah.
Consumer research
They're probably
going to
use the Yubico key from Stockholm, which they acquired. It's a little hardware USB key. They use it internally. Everyone at Google uses it, all the staff, but I think they're going to start
no one is doing
either
more than we
pushing that
are
or some
to advance phone-based
The authenticator.
Yeah.
And in the meantime, we're focused on helping everyone use strong, unique passwords
Biometrics
for
and
every account.
certificates.
Everyone internally at Google's using the Yubico key, so why not push it?
It's already used by over 500 million people. But we want to free everyone from password pain. That's why today we're announcing 4 new upgrades that make our password manager more helpful. First, we're making it easier than ever to get started with a simple tool that imports passwords saved in other password managers. Next, we'll have deeper integration across both Chrome and Android, so your secure passwords go with you from sites to apps. Third, automatic password alerts will let you know if we detect any of your saved passwords have become compromised.
They're checking the dark web rainbow tables to see if hackers are sharing passwords.
A quick fix feature in Chrome, where the assistant will help you navigate directly to your compromised accounts and change your passwords in seconds.
They just notified me my Uber
our continued
password
investment in
was
our
shared
password
on
manager makes it just
darknet.
one of the many ways Google is the safer way to sign into anything online. Another core principle is ensuring that each of our products is private by design. This means continuously making thoughtful decisions about when, how, and why data is used in our products, including data that's used for ads.
And gets the NSA off of our back.
Our principles drive us to draw a strict line between what's in and what's out. For example, we never sell your personal information to anyone. We never use the content you store in apps like Gmail, Photos, and Drive for ads purposes. And we never use sensitive information to personalize ads, like health, race, religion, or sexual orientation. It's simply off limits. And while we've always believed that ads play an important role in supporting a free and open web for everyone, we're equally
Sensitive
committed
information,
to making
but
the web
everything
more
else is
private
open
and secure.
and up for
Through the
use.
Open Source Privacy Sandbox initiative, we're collaborating with publishers, content creators, advertisers, and industry organizations like the W3C to develop new privacy-preserving solutions that will shape the future of online advertising. Making our products private by design also drives us to build groundbreaking computing technologies that enable personalized experiences while protecting your private information. One technology we've been pioneering is differential privacy, which allows us to use large aggregated data sets while guaranteeing that your individual data can never be identified as yours. No one has scaled the use of differential privacy more than we have. To help developers everywhere use differential privacy, we created the world's largest open source library of differentially private algorithms, which has advanced so many important fields, from cancer research to census analytics. Another important technology is federated learning, invented here at Google in 2016. It enables machine learning models to be trained
Yeah,
centrally
blocks.
without any raw data leaving your device. And since building it into Gboard and messages, we've saved people countless hours of typing with helpful suggestions. This is just one of the ways we build for privacy everywhere that computing happens, both in the cloud and on device. And speaking of devices, to make billions of Android phones private by design, we developed Android's Private Compute Core. It's uniquely open source and designed to privately process and protect sensitive data. It powers features like live caption without sharing audio data with Google or any other apps. No one else offers this kind of technically enforced, verifiable privacy. And the Android team will be coming up in a bit to share more. These are just a few of the ways we're building the most advanced privacy-preserving technologies into our products to keep your data private, safe, and secure. We know that a big part of feeling safe online is having control over your data. Privacy is personal. So we build powerful privacy and security settings that let people choose what's right for them. You can find them in your Google account, which saw over 3 billion visits last year. We also know that some controls are most helpful when they're built right into the app, like when we added an incognito mode in Search, Maps, and YouTube. Today, we're announcing a few new controls that you'll see in our most popular apps. For example, people tell us they sometimes wish they could easily delete the last thing they searched. And we heard you. So now, just tap your profile picture to access your menu and immediately delete recent search history from your account. We're also working to make privacy controls more accessible in Maps. Now, when you see places you visited in your timeline, we'll remind you that it's because you turned on location history, which you can easily turn off right there in your timeline. And lastly, we're rolling out locked folder and photos. First on Google Pixels and coming to more Android devices throughout the year.
Girlfriends everywhere just got
Photos
pissed.
you add to this password-protected space are saved separately, so they won't show up as you scroll through Google Photos or any other apps on your device. This feature would have been helpful for me last year when we surprised our kids with a new puppy,
more than a few
and we needed to
relationships would have
hide the
been saved
photos
with that
before we
one.
brought Splash home.
Yeah, I think you mean girl person.
As Sundar said, there's nothing more important
Yo,
than
I've been
keeping you safe online.
emailing
He
Apple
he
to
means his
Building products that
girlfriends.
are
protect
secure
photos
by
forever.
default,
Yeah.
private by design, and that give you control is how we ensure that every day you're safer with Google.
I will say that on the health history stuff,
Just as we've engineered advanced computing
okay, I'll
solutions to
wait.
protect your privacy, we continue to think about future advances in AI and their potential for making our products even more helpful. Not surprisingly, so much of what we do starts with search. And next, you'll hear more about this from Prabhakar.
Here, you got like a 20-second break. What were you trying to say?
What I was trying to say was that I looked it up. They're not saying that they're not going to use, whether if you go online and you Google cardiovascular health related questions, they're going to keep that information, but they won't use your personal health information from like any medical records that they have through Google Clinic Cloud.
Okay.
So still don't Google ED pills,
Exactly.
guys.
Thanks, Jan. Today, we are excited to share how our advances in AI are enabling us to understand the world more deeply than ever before, opening up helpful experiences for you across Google Search, Maps, Shopping, and Photos. Let's start with Search. 20 years ago, Google was just 10 blue links, connecting people to the information they needed from the millions of web pages out there. Since then, we've continued to innovate to understand new forms of information like images, videos, places, and more. All of this is in pursuit of our mission to make information accessible and useful. As Sundar mentioned, early research with Lambda and multimodality is pushing the boundaries of natural language understanding. And today, I'm excited to share how we'll be bringing some of these research advances to Google Search with our multitask unified model, or MUM, as we like to call it. Like BERT, it's built on the transformer architecture, but it turns up the dial. You see, Mum is 1,000 times more powerful than BERT. But what makes this technology groundbreaking is its ability to multitask in order to unlock information in new ways. Here are a few tasks it can handle at the same time. It can acquire deep knowledge of the world. It can understand language and generate it too. It can train across 75 languages at once, unlike most AI models, which train on one language at a time. And then, what makes Mum even more amazing is that
Highlighting
it's
the difference
multimodal,
between
which
their
means it can simultaneously
natural
understand
language
different forms
processing
of
and
information,
Amazon's.
like text, images, and video. We've already started some internal pilots to see the types of queries it might be able to solve and the billions of topics it might help you explore. Let me show you what I mean. Let's say you're an avid hiker planning your next adventure. You might ask, I've hiked Mount Adams and now want to hike Mount Fuji next fall. What should I do differently to prepare? This is a question you could casually ask a friend, but search engines today can't answer it directly because it's so conversational and nuanced. Mum is changing the game. With its language understanding capabilities, it would know you're looking to compare two mountains and also understand that prepare could include things like fitness training for the terrain and hiking gear for fall weather. Then, it's able to surface useful insights based on its deep knowledge of the world. Here, it's highlighting that Mount Fuji is roughly the same elevation as Mount Adams, but fall is the rainy season on Mount Fuji, so you might need a waterproof jacket.
Holy crap.
It would also give you pointers to go deeper on topics.
But I didn't say I want to climb
Like
it in
how
the
to
fall.
prepare the right
Or it could
gear
tell you that
with
the
articles,
COVID
videos, and
restrictions, so you
images
might
from
have to wait
across
a
the
year or
map.
two.
Now, a huge limitation of accessing information is the language it's written in. If there are insights about Mount Fuji in Japanese, you might not know they exist if you don't search in Japanese.
Ooh.
But Mum can transfer language
Oh,
across
hello, Mom.
multiple languages to give you a richer, more comprehensive answer. But it doesn't stop there. Because Mum is multimodal, it can understand different types of information simultaneously.
Because we're scraping
So
the
now
whole damn
imagine
internet,
taking a
y'all.
photo of your hiking boots and asking, can I use these to hike
Yeah,
Mount
this is a
Fuji?
very powerful feature.
Mom would be able to understand the content of the image
Yeah, it's
and the
showing.
intent behind your
He's
query.
asking with a
Let you
picture
know that your
of
hiking boots
boots
would just
on a
work
kitchen
fine,
table. It looks
and
like a
then
photo on
point you
Craigslist.
to a list of recommended gear in a Mount Fuji blog.
So for a bit of context to this, when BERT came out for SEO, it meant that keywords,
While we're
like
in the early
exact
days
matched
of
keywords,
exploring this new
became a
technology,
lot less
we're
important.
excited
And
about
this
its
looks like
potential
it
to
might
solve
make
more complex
languages
questions, no
for
matter how
SEO
you ask.
less important.
But we're already finding
Yeah,
other
exactly.
ways to apply AI to bring you new information. Take
Wasn't
Google Lens,
the
which lets you
computer on one
search
of the
what you
alien
see
ships
from your cameras,
named Mother?
your photos, right from your search bar. Around the world, people use Lens to translate over 1
Well,
billion words every
it's
day.
starting to add more priority to
This
images as
translation
both
feature has been especially
the
useful for
search query
students.
based on images, which,
Many
by
at
the way,
home might
Biz
be
Stone
learning
tried
a
to
new
make a
language
search engine
at
called
home.
Jelly based on image search.
So now, thanks to our Lens team in
Just look at
Zurich,
the
we're
YouTube
rolling out a
title
new feature
translations, and
that
it
combines
sort of
visual
makes me
translation
skeptic.
with educational content from the web to
It's all
help
about the
people learn
microdata.
in more than 100 languages. For instance, you can easily snap a photo of a science problem, and Lens will provide learning resources in your preferred language. Let's take a look at how a student in Indonesia is using this new feature.
Nama aku Siti Lutfisa, dipanggil Mamai. Aku kelas 9 SMP.
All right, since it's in another language, you guys can use a minute to talk about what's going on or your thoughts.
Yeah, the future of search is less text based in general. It's more voice and more image based. I mean,
Right.
tech in general is becoming less and less text over time, and more voice and more image. And Clubhouse is a great example of that.
I think image helps
More
you
and
with
more
social shopping too.
contextual.
80% of people are going to use this to translate porn.
Who needs translation? I'm
I
confused.
was like, what do you translate?
Oh, well, there's porn all over the world, and the biggest basis of porn, well, the biggest base in America is here in the Valley in Los Angeles. Is we're actually the porn capital of the world, but around the world, they insource a lot of international porn, but that porn very often is in a different language. And what you'll note, I don't know if you guys use Pornhub or whatever site you use, but I know on Pornhub and other like main sites, they are starting to use translation features for people to understand porn in other languages.
Because it's the story that's
Michael,
important.
you and
Yeah, I
Noah
was like,
talking
Well,
story.
a lot
You are
of the
100%
porn
not
that is
watching it for
selling
the
is has a
story.
large part of
I think we're all
conversational
watching it,
side.
Michael, just for
So,
different
Cal,
reasons, buddy.
Hold
I
on,
think in scientific
back to the
research,
geek porn. Speaking of geek
Yeah.
porn, here we go.
Hang
They're
on, the guy's back. The guy's
revealing
back.
Visual
information.
information, especially for learning. That's why we brought augmented reality to search 2 years ago at I/O to help you explore concepts visually up close and in your space. You might remember the shark that joined us on stage. Last year, when many of us first started sheltering in place, families around the
There it
world
is.
found joy in AR.
Yeah, he's
From
showing
tigers
videos
to
of
cars,
images and
people
video.
interacted with this feature more than 200 million times. Now, we're bringing some of the world's best athletes to AR so you can see how they perform some of their most impressive feats right in front of you. Beginning today, you can see how Megan Rapinoe juggles a soccer ball or how Naomi
Google
Osaka pulls
NFTs,
off a
man.
125 mile per hour serve. You can even see Simone Biles land one of the most difficult combinations ever
He
completed.
is top shot.
We recently caught up with Simone to get her
This is
reaction
interesting, actually.
to the AR version of herself.
What's the
Just take
over
a
under on
listen.
a Google coin being announced?
So first you're gonna go to Google search, and search yourself.
All right, it's another ad. You guys can continue talking.
3D.
I don't
And
understand the big value add of having like
you
an
have to scan the
athlete in front of
floor.
you doing that. Like it seems like just sort of like a vanity.
Well,
Just
here, I'll give you a real world
They
example
have to
because
do AR. Apple
I'll
is
give you a
doing
real world
AR.
example because Apple actually has integrated this without, they haven't advertised it, but they have integrated it. There are people who are using it on school. I know here over at CSUN, the university, they've been using it with the tennis team so that they can analyze how their tennis swings are versus a pro's tennis swing. But they've got, it's very, very deeply integrated. You can turn the pro around. You can line them up with your actual body when you do it, so you can watch them side by side or even overlaid on top of each other. So there's definitely different use cases for this type of stuff, and I think it's going to be very. What I'm curious is if Google is going to take it as far as they need to take it, hire athletes, do real like deeply integrated things like that, so that it's actually useful to people.
You're just training their systems. That's what this is about. They
No
Yeah.
need
matter how
people to
many times
train
I
their
see that,
systems. That's what the image
I
search
still
is
think
for,
it's
That's
and the
right.
pretty
AR.
incredible. Innovations like MUM, Lens, and AR are part of our quest to make information more helpful. But information is only helpful if it's trustworthy and reliable. The world is constantly changing. Getting access to reliable information is particularly critical during times like the pandemic or breaking news. It's in these moments and so many others that people turn to Google. At our foundation, we design our ranking systems to prioritize high-quality content. And for critical topics like COVID, we elevate information from expert sources. People come to Google to evaluate claims they've heard, whether that's in conversations with friends or something they read about online. Over the past year, searches for "is it true that" were even higher than "how to bake bread." And that's saying something given last year's sourdough craze. We're building features that make it easier for you to evaluate the credibility of information right in Google search. One of the ways we're doing this is about this result, a feature we launched
That would
earlier
be
this year
really helpful with
that makes it
medical
easier to
information.
check the source.
Depends.
Just tap the three dots next to the search result to see the details about the website, including its description, when it was first indexed, and whether your connection to the site is secure. This context is especially important if it's a site you haven't heard of
We
and you
call
want to
this
learn more
bullshit
about it.
meter.
Yep.
This
Exactly.
month,
Exactly.
we'll start rolling out about this result to all English results worldwide, with more languages to come. And later
Is this
this
a
year,
Google
we will
friendly
add
site or
even more
not?
detail, like how the site describes itself, what other sources are saying about it, and related articles to check out. This is part of our ongoing commitment to provide you the highest quality of results and help you evaluate information online.
So it's
When
their
we
ad
understand
responses.
information, we can make it more helpful to you, whether that be information on the web, from your camera, or from the billions of places in the physical world. And to hear more about how AI is powering our most helpful map ever, here's Liz.
Really quickly, as far as the healthcare information, if Google was staying out of health, it'd be fine. But if they're involved in the business of delivering care, I think that could be dangerous.
Thanks, Prabhakar. We're constantly working on new
Oh,
features
true.
to make maps more helpful for the more than 1 billion of you who use it every month.
They're talking about maps now.
Advances in AI are helping us reimagine what a map can be. This year alone, we're on track to release more than 100 AI-driven improvements to give people richer and more contextual information about the world around them. Let me share just a few examples. We've seen how helpful AR can be to see how athletes perform their most impressive feats. 3 years ago, with Live View and Google Maps, we were the first ones to use AR at scale to help see where to go, with signs and arrows overlaid on the real world. Today, we're still the only company who has AR navigation and maps in more than 100 countries, from big cities to rural towns. So far, though,
For
Live View has been
another
focused on navigation
few
to help you
weeks
easily
until
get from point
WWDC.
A to point B.
Someone in the
But
audience
now
just
you can
DM'd me
also
and said,
use it
"Thanks,
to
Vanna White."
explore the world around you. You'll be able to access Live View right from the map and instantly see details about the shops and the restaurants around you, including how busy they are, recent reviews, and photos of those popular dishes. This is possible because we match what your camera sees, with millions of businesses sharing rich information on Google Maps. In addition, there are a host of new features coming to Live View later this year.
Why not let them
First,
sell from there
we're adding
directly and compete
prominent
with
virtual street
Amazon?
signs to help you navigate those complex intersections.
And you already know what Apple's got planned for the next
Apple's going to
2nd,
5
do
years.
we'll point you
likely
towards
to
key
do exactly that.
landmarks and places that are important for you, like the direction of your hotel. Third, we're bringing it indoors to help you get around some of the hardest to navigate buildings, like airports, transit stations, and
Where's
malls.
my Starbucks?
Indoor Live View will start rolling out in
Where's my
top
county
train stations
jail?
Indoor
in airports in
navigation is
Zurich this
super
week,
hard.
and will come to Tokyo next month.
Oh, yeah, we're starting with the hardest city in the world. Let's do Tokyo.
Yeah, she
Yeah.
said Tokyo first.
But AR isn't the only way we're bringing a whole new level of richness to Google Maps. We've heard from many of you that you'd like to have more granular information about your surroundings. That's why we're bringing you the most detailed street maps we've ever made. Take this image of Columbus Circle, one of the most complicated intersections in Manhattan. You can now see where the sidewalks, the crosswalks, the pedestrian islands are. Something that might be incredibly helpful if you're taking young children out on a walk, or absolutely essential if you're using a wheelchair.
This is
Thanks to
your
our
Niantic
application of
data
advanced
use.
AI technology on robust street view and aerial imagery, we're on track to launch detailed street maps in 50 new cities by the end of the year. Having access to rich information is useful, but it can also become overwhelming. So we're making the map more dynamic and more tailored, highlighting the most relevant information exactly when you need it. If it's 8 a.m. on a weekday, we'll display the coffee shops and bakeries more prominently in the map. While at 5 p.m., we'll highlight the dinner restaurants that match your tastes. You can see which places you've been to and get more suggestions for similar spots with just a single tap. And if you're in a new city, we'll make it easier to find those local landmarks and tourist attractions right on the map. You'll start seeing this more tailored map in the coming weeks. And as you're planning your day, people have found it really useful, especially during this pandemic, to see how busy a place is before heading out. Now we're expanding this capability from specific places, like restaurants and shops, to neighborhoods with a feature called Area Busyness.
Say you're in Rome and want to head over to the Spanish Steps and its nearby shops. With area busyness, you'll be able to understand at a glance if it's the right time for you to go, based on how busy that part of the city is in real time. And as you heard before, we use our industry-leading differential privacy techniques to protect anonymity in this feature. Area busyness will roll out globally in the coming months. So that was a lot.
It's like Waze for people.
We are expanding our live view capabilities, making maps more detailed and tailored, and showing you how busy certain areas are to help you make sense of the world all around you. All of this is possible because of our deep, deep commitment for over 16 years to build the world's most helpful map for people everywhere. That means mapping roads across more than 60 million kilometers, listing more than 1 billion buildings, creating a community of over 150 million local guides, and finally, applying the most advanced AI technology, all so you can have the most accurate, comprehensive, and detailed map wherever you live in the world, on any device, Android or iOS. Access to rich information is crucial, whether you're exploring a new neighborhood or trying to get things done. And over the past year, that's increasingly meant turning to Google to help you shop. To tell you more about how we're making it easier to shop online, from inspiration to action, here's Bill.
Get your fingers ready on the Amazon short button.
Yeah, where's that ding?
Right here.
I'm looking for the
Thanks,
ding,
Liz.
Tyler.
You've already heard how
Thank
we're
you.
innovating to understand information and make it more helpful for you. We're doing this in a big way for shopping. More than 1 billion times a day, people are shopping across Google. And we're constantly working to make that experience better, whether you're browsing for inspiration or ready to buy. Now, let's talk about all of the ways we're innovating in shopping. Many of you are familiar with our knowledge graph, which revolutionized structured information about people, places, and things. We're now introducing the shopping graph, our most comprehensive data set for billions of products and the merchants that sell them. Building on the knowledge graph, the shopping graph brings together information from websites, prices, reviews, videos, and most importantly, the product data we receive from brands and retailers directly.
Yeah, SKU and inventory, that's
because
right.
the shopping graph knows about so many products.
Well, let me click on the store, make it an e-commerce shop right in Google Maps.
To buy those items from millions of merchants across the web, helping you find more of what you're looking for from a broader range of sellers, and giving you just as much or more choice in the digital world as you have in the physical world. The best part is that the shopping graph spans across Google, making it easier to go from inspiration to purchase no matter where you are. Let's see how this comes to life across shopping moments.
Opening
from
Robinhood.
Lens to search, photos, YouTube, and Chrome. As we all know, shopping inspiration often strikes when we see something we like in the world around us. And for these moments, Google Lens is awesome. It turns the world into your own personal showroom. For example, I was eating outside at a restaurant recently and really liked their patio furniture. So I opened my Google app, and right from the search bar, I could use Lens to find the exact set I was looking for, and similar items too. I showed the patio set to my daughter, but she didn't love it.
Who handles it?
It was back to the drawing
Who's
board.
the merchant?
We did a bit more browsing together, starting with the Google Images tab on search, where we see hundreds of millions of shopping searches each month. Thanks to the shopping graph, we could explore options from across the web to find what we liked, see that it was in stock, and check out with the retailer. I have this habit though. I'm constantly taking screenshots of products I like, but they usually end up buried in my photos. Here's one I've saved for a pair of sneakers I saw. But now, to solve for this, when you view any screenshots in Google Photos, there'll be a suggestion to search the photo with Lens. You'll see organic search results that can help you find that pair of shoes or browse similar styles. Then, once you have ideas, you probably want to do some research and might end up on YouTube. Earlier this year, we shared that we're building a new experience to make it easier to shop products you learn about from your favorite YouTube creators. That experience is in pilot now, so stay tuned for updates.
About time.
Fucking ding, ding,
We're talking
ding.
about research.
Social
I don't know
shopping.
about you, but I
Social
often jump around from
commerce.
site to site when I'm comparing
There it
products.
is.
And if I get distracted or close any tabs, it can be hard to keep track of items I've found.
How much does
Soon
the
on
content
Chrome,
creator get?
when you open a new tab, you'll be able to see your open carts from the past couple of weeks. For example, I'm reminded that I've still got a shirt in my 10-tree cart and a few things in my Lowe's cart. We'll also find you promotions and discounts for your open carts if you choose to opt in. Here, I can see Electronic Express is offering 10% off. Your personal information and what's in your carts are never shared with anyone externally without your permission.
Did Pinterest
Now,
never do
once
this?
you're done researching and are ready to buy, we also want to help you get the best value.
I think that,
It
well,
might still do.
Paul's in the audience. He
Loyalty
could tell you.
program from
But
merchants like Sephora and Target
I believe they
to show
tested
you the
it.
best
Certainly
purchase
Instagram was
options.
doing it.
In this example, since you're a Sephora Beauty Insider, you already qualify for a promotion. And if you're not ready to buy, you can opt in for price drop notifications. Taking a step back, these experiences are only possible because of our vibrant community of retailers on Google. We're proud to take an open ecosystem approach that helps any merchant, both big and small, get discovered. And that gives you more shopping choices. This has been more important than ever in what's been a tough time for businesses. That's why this past year, we accelerated our plans and made it free for merchants to sell their products across Google.
Oh, snap.
Since then, we've seen an 80% increase in merchants on Google, with the vast majority being small and medium-sized businesses. And today, we're making it easier than ever for merchants of all sizes to get on Google. Together with Shopify, we're excited to launch a seamless integration.
Buying
So
Shopify stock. Hello,
This is big.
hello.
Reach more consumers in a matter of minutes.
I already have Shopify stock.
With
Never
just a
mind.
few clicks, these retailers can sign up to appear across Google's 1 billion shopping journeys each day. From search to maps, images to Lens, and YouTube. We believe you deserve the most choice available, and will continue to innovate on shopping along every step of the way. So far, you've heard many of the ways we're using AI to make information more useful for you. AI can also help us revisit our favorite memories and moments, especially this past year when many of us have been feeling nostalgic. To talk about new innovations in Google Photos, here's Shimri.
Oh man, that's huge for Shopify.
Yeah,
Thanks, Bill. It's great to be back on campus talking with you all about Google Photos. We capture photos and videos so we can look back and remember. They help us feel
Shopify
connected.
stock is
And
going
today,
up very,
there are
very
more
quickly.
than 4
I did just
trillion
add more to
photos
my.
and videos
I already had some, but I
stored in
just
Google
went.
Photos.
I did 10,000
Yeah,
more
the
just
buy
now.
order.
But
That's a
having
very
so many
nice
photos
vertical line.
of loved ones, screenshots, selfies, all stored together makes it hard to rediscover the important moments. In fact, the vast majority of photos in Google Photos are never viewed. And we've heard from you how powerful it is to rediscover a memory that helps you tell your story and reconnect. So today, I want to show you new features that use AI to resurface meaningful moments and bring your memories to life, all while giving you more control so you can choose what you want to relive. Soon, we're launching a new way to look back that we're calling Little Patterns. Little patterns show the magic in everyday moments by identifying not so obvious moments and resurfacing them to you. I'll show you how this works. This feature uses machine learning to translate photos into a series of numbers and then compares how visually or conceptually similar these images are. When we find a set of 3 or more photos with similarities such as shape or color, we'll surface them as a pattern. When we started testing little patterns, we saw some great stories come to life, like how one of our engineers traveled the world with their favorite orange backpack, or how our product manager, Christy, had a habit of capturing objects of similar shape and color. Or for me, I received a pattern of my family hanging out on the couch over the years.
Humble brag.
We have so many fun memories there, but I didn't realize how many pics I'd snapped until I saw this. These photos on their own wouldn't necessarily be meaningful, but when they're pieced together, they tell a story that's uniquely yours. As always, these memories are privately presented to you and are only visible to your Google Photos account. In addition to using machine learning to better curate your memories, we also want to bring these moments to life with cutting-edge effects. Last year, we launched cinematic photos to help you relive your memories in a more vivid way. I want to show you how we're building on this feature with computational photography to make still photos even more immersive. When we take a photo, most of us actually take 2 to 3 photos of the same shot, just to make sure we get the right one. Any parent who tries to get all their kids smiling and looking at the camera at the same time will know what I mean. Cinematic moments will take these near duplicate images and use neural networks to synthesize the movement between image A and image B. We interpolate the photos and fill in the gaps by creating new frames. The end result is a vivid, moving picture. And the cool thing about this effect is it can work on any pair of images, whether they were captured on Android, iOS, or scanned from a photo album. Creating this effect from scratch would take professional animators hours.
And I used to
but
charge
by
a lot
applying
for it.
machine
Thanks,
learning, we can
Google.
automatically
There's a
bring this
great
experience like you were young.
walkthrough of this on the 2 Minute Papers
And we know
channel
that
on
looking
YouTube.
back is never a one-size-fits-all solution. It's more meaningful when you can look back on content that's personalized to you. So later this year, you'll see new types of memories that are relevant to the moments you celebrate, whether that's Diwali, Lunar New Year, or something else. For me, my family celebrates Hanukkah, so I can look back on a collection of Hanukkah moments right in my photo grid. In addition to
Shopify
providing
up 20
personalized
bucks.
content to look
Up
back on,
20 bucks.
we
I'm
also
watching
want
on
to give you more
Thinkorswim right
control.
now.
It's going straight vertical.
We heard from you that controls can be
It's
helpful
about
for
to get
anyone
halted
who has
again.
been through a tough life event, breakup, or loss. Specifically, we heard from the transgender community that resurfacing certain photos can be painful. So we are working directly with our partners at GLAAD and listening to feedback to understand how we can make reminiscing more inclusive. These insights inspired us to give you the control to hide photos of certain people or time periods from our Memories feature. And soon, you'll be able to remove a single photo from a memory, rename the memory, or remove it entirely. We're making all these controls easy to find, so you can make changes in just a few taps. And so, this summer, you'll be able to uncover little patterns, rediscover meaningful memories, or immerse yourself in a cinematic moment. And you can do it all on your own terms with new controls. Looking back is an important part of the human experience, which is why Google Photos is making it easier than ever to relive your memories. Thank you.
Thanks, Shamrit. I'm really excited by the progress we are making with AI. As you've heard today, we're using AI to advance our understanding of information and build more helpful experiences across Google Search, Maps, Shopping, and Photos. Next, you're going to hear about innovations in our computing platforms. We're excited to show you all of the improvements to Android 12, the newest release of our open platform, starting with a fundamental change to how you experience it. I'll hand it off to Matthias to give you a look.
So I just discovered that our audience happens to not only be the smartest in Clubhouse, but also the most cynical. The jokes you guys are sending me and DMing me, I'm dying over here.
I'm sure you are, Vanna White.
From the beginning, design has made computers more helpful by making them easier to use, more personal. In 2014, we introduced material design to address the explosion of mobile phones. It set a new standard for Android apps, and for Google, it rationalized our products simply and beautifully. But today, the challenge is even bigger. Now we're at a moment where computers are showing up in places that we never imagined. It's also a moment where people are yearning to express their individuality and demanding control from their technology. We believe this is a challenge for the whole industry, to acknowledge that emotion is essential and that beauty is personal. To face this challenge, we had to question everything. Instead of form following function, what if form followed feeling? Instead of Google Blue, we imagined Material You, a new design that includes you as a co-creator, letting you transform the look and feel of all your apps by generating personal material palettes that mix color science with a designer's eye and engineering UI elements to respond in real time. We can delight every style. A new design that can flex to every screen and fit every device. Your apps adapt comfortably every place you go. A new design that never compromises on accessibility, granting transformative control of contrast, size, and even line width. Material can satisfy every need. No longer defaulting to one size fits all, Material You is a radical new way to think about design. We invested years into advancing UI engineering, making it possible for any app, not just Google's, to blend in their user styles and stay unique and beautiful. As designers, sharing control of every pixel is terrifying. But that leap of faith is revolutionizing design across Google. For the first time, we can consider the details of devices together with the pixels on their screens. We unify everything that Google makes through common proportions, textures, and shapes. We give you tasteful choices, blending into your homes and complementing your wardrobes. More than choice, we uniquely tailor your Google products for the perfect fit. Beyond light and dark, a mode for every mood. These selections can travel with your account across every app and every device. Material You comes first to Google Pixel this fall, including all of your favorite Google apps. And over the following year, we will continue our vision, bringing it to the web, Chrome OS, wearables, smart displays, and all of Google's products. Material You is a way to design differently. We can't wait to see what brings you joy and what you find beautiful. Next are the details of Android 12. Beyond the redesigned widgets and your material palette, Samir will show you our most personal OS ever.
Yeah, dude, I've got some border
Stock is up
radios in here.
$41.
Border
Yep,
radios.
Shopify up $40 since the announcement.
That was a quick $600.
Yep. You can hold on to that one for a few years. That ain't going anywhere.
Yep.
I don't know. I might day trade this one and get that new iPad. This is a pretty long ad, so if anybody wants to share their thoughts real quick.
I get flashbacks of MySpace when they let people customize things too far.
Just stop
Yeah,
adding
I feel
border
like this is a
radios
huge
to stuff.
mistake. It sounds good right now, but I think it's a huge
Hi,
mistake.
everyone. It's great.
And let's not forget, Pixar's WALL-E was a cautionary tale.
Was a peek into the biggest design change to Android in years. And we're going to go through all of it. But first, I wanted to share some exciting news with you. Just this week, we crossed an amazing milestone. There are now 3 billion active Android devices around the world.
Ew.
This would never have been possible without the entire Android ecosystem. But there's so much more to do. And Android 12 is one of our most ambitious releases ever. There are 3 big themes that we're focused on.
Bugs.
First, smartphones are deeply personal. And we think your phone should adapt to you, not the other way around. Second,
To keep your personal information safe, the OS should be secure by default and private by design. And third, we want all of your devices, TVs, cars, watches, and more, to work better together with your phone at the center. I'm excited to show you more. So let's start by taking a look at our new UI for Android. We've overhauled everything from the lock screen to system settings, revamping the way we use color, shapes, light, and motion, inspired by Material U. Let me show you what we've done with color.
With your phone
We've
at the
got something
center?
new planned for Google Pixel, using what we call color extraction. Think of it as one part art and one part science. Watch what happens when the wallpaper changes. Like if I use this picture of my kids actually getting along for once. I set it as my background, and voila! The system creates a custom palette based on the colors in my photo.
He just outed himself as a shitty father.
We use a clustering algorithm with material color targets to determine which colors are dominant, which ones are complementary, and which ones just look great
Is it
together.
me, or are they really
It then applies
overthinking
hues
this?
across different parts of the interface. In other words, it's going to be beautiful. The result is a one-of-a-kind design, just for you.
wow.
And you'll see it first on Google Pixel in the fall.
Take a look at the material
But this
design
new UI is more than a
documentation.
visual
It's
that's gonna
redesign.
look too
10,000
good.
pages.
Many interactions have been simplified and system spaces purposefully reimagined. Starting from the lock screen, the design is more playful with dynamic lighting. Pick up your phone and it lights up from the bottom of your screen. Press the power button to wake up the phone instead, and the light ripples out from your touch. Even the clock is in tune with you. When you don't have any notifications, it appears larger on the lock screen, so you know you're all caught up. The notification shade is more intuitive, with a crisp, at-a-glance view of your app notifications, whatever you're currently listening to or watching, and quick settings that give you control over the OS with just a swipe and a tap. The quick settings space doesn't just look and feel different. It's been redesigned to include Google Pay and home controls, while still allowing for customization, so you can have everything you need right at your fingertips.
Easy
And
with
now,
that
you can
monopoly
invoke
power.
the Google Assistant by long pressing the power button, making it easier than ever to harness the power of Google. Our engineers have done some pretty amazing work on performance in Android 12 to make all the motion and animation in the UI super smooth. We greatly reduced lock contention in key system services such as Activity, Window, and Package Manager. And the team also reduced the CPU time of Android's system server by a whopping 22%. Basically, everything's faster. There's a lot to explore in this new design, and I can't wait for you all to try it out. Now, the design isn't the only part of the device that's personal. Our phones hold so much important information, and it's critical to keep it private and secure. To tell you more about that, let me hand it off to Suzanne.
Now remember that if this was Apple taking this long in the design, nobody would be questioning it. It's only weird because it's Google.
Are they going to release the Pixel Watch?
Hi,
Yeah,
everyone.
Wear OS.
From our first device to 3 billion today, we've designed security and privacy for everyone, no matter how expensive their device is. We built game-changing capabilities for everyone, from file-based encryption to TLS by default and secure DNS to prevent traffic tampering and data breaches. And since 2017, Google Pixel and Samsung Galaxy have continually received the highest security rating in Gartner's annual Mobile OS Comparison Report. Simply put, the most secure devices run on Android. And with Android 12, we're going even further to keep your information safe. Let's start with a common experience, granting an app access to sensitive information. Turn-by-turn directions based on your precise location are really helpful. But we recognize that this access can also raise privacy questions. To give people more transparency and control, we've created a new privacy dashboard that shows you what type of data was accessed and when. This dashboard reports on all the apps on your phone, including all of your Google apps. And we've made it really easy to revoke an app's permission directly from the dashboard. We've also added an indicator to make it clear when an app is using your camera or microphone. But let's take that a step further. If you don't want any apps to access the microphone or camera, even if you've granted them permission in the past, we've added 2 new toggles in quick settings, so you can completely disable those sensors for every app.
Good feature.
So those are a few examples of privacy you can immediately see. We're excited to share more on under the hood privacy, privacy that's baked into the heart of Android. As machine vision, speech recognition, and AI become increasingly beneficial, there are even more opportunities for the OS to be helpful. And to make it easier for everyone to embrace these new innovations, we're combining cutting-edge features with powerful privacy. You heard Jen talk about the ways we're building private by design technology. Thanks to advances here with Android's private compute core, we're able to introduce new features using our unique AI capabilities while still keeping your personal information safe, private, and local to your phone. Android's private compute core enables things like Now Playing, which tells you what song is playing in the background, and Smart Reply, which suggests responses to your chats based on your personal reply patterns. And there's more to come later this year. And by the way, all of the sensitive audio and language processing happens exclusively on your device. It's isolated from the network to preserve your privacy. And like the rest of Android, private compute core is open source. It's fully inspectable and verifiable by the security community. Android is the first commercial mobile operating system to enable technically enforced privacy like this. And this is just one of the ways we'll continue to pioneer innovation while also maintaining the highest standards of privacy, security, and safety.
She does look a little
And
bit
there's
like
a
Tim
whole
Cook
lot
in a
more
wig.
for privacy and security in Android 12, which you can hear about in our What's New in Android Privacy session later today. Now I'll hand it back to Samir to talk about how we're building for a multi-device world.
Her mannerisms, the way she's dressed, how she delivered.
It's interesting. Like, probably the biggest takeaway of the whole event on the biggest level is the whole privacy data.
Of our digital lives. And they interact with a
And the
ton of other
speakers are
devices
women.
on a day-to-day basis. Laptops, TVs, cars, and more. This next chapter of Android is focused on delightful and helpful experiences across all the devices that are connected to your phone.
This is where they
so that
integrate all
everything
the
just works
third-party technology
better
into
together.
a single interface and app
Let's
that they
start by looking at
control.
how your phone works with your Chromebook. With a single tap, you can unlock and sign into your Chromebook when your phone is nearby. Incoming chat notifications from apps on your phone are right there in Chrome OS. And soon, if you want to share a picture, one click, and you can access your phone's most recent photos.
So isn't this what iOS users have
Another
been doing
simple
for
example,
years?
let's talk about
that's
your
why I said
TV's
interesting.
remote. If your home is like mine, the remote is missing like 50% of the time. To keep movie night on track, we're building TV remote features
Your kids probably
directly
have
into
it.
your phone. You can use voice search or even type with your phone's keyboard. It's effortless.
It's
For the
Apple.
more than 80 million devices using Android TV OS,
Apple
this will
TV
work
8
right
years
out of the
later.
box.
But to the point that
And
we've made
we
about
want
Apple,
all
how
of your
well
smart
will it
devices
work?
to work together, not just
And
those in your home,
consistently.
even your car.
What'd you say?
In fact, Android Auto is available in
How
more
well will it work
than 1 million
consistently?
cars. And the vast
I mean, I
majority
use
of
my Apple
users
remote on my iPhone on all 3 of my Apple TVs
Honda,
every
and
day.
more will support Android Auto
Consistently, it
wireless.
works and connects?
No more
Yeah.
This
cords.
car thing is interesting,
Yes,
guys.
We're
same here.
also really excited to introduce support for digital car key. Car key will allow you to lock, unlock, and start your car, all from your phone. It works with NFC and ultra-wideband technology, making
That's
it
kind of
super
sweet.
secure and easy to use. Just walk up to your car, step in,
Well,
and
you
away
know
you
why
go.
they needed the
And if your friend needs to borrow your car,
the
you can
core.
remotely and
Oh, that's why so
securely
much
share
of
your
the
digital key
privacy
with
and
them.
digital security
Car
Yeah.
key is
features are
launching
so high
this
now
fall
because they needed that
with
for this.
select Google Pixel and Samsung Galaxy smartphones. And we're working with BMW and others across the industry to bring it to their upcoming cars.
And Apple's
that was a
exclusivity,
quick look
because
at
Apple
Android
made a
12,
key
which will
for the
launch this
phone for
fall.
BMW 3
But
years
you can
ago,
check out
but I think it
many
was
of
a
these
3-year
features
contract.
in the Android 12 beta.
And Google just announced
Today.
it for BMW.
Try it out on
BMW
phones
fired
from
their entire
11 device
autonomous
makers,
vehicle team.
including Google Pixel,
Keyless
OnePlus,
technology is
and
so
Xiaomi.
insecure, though.
From a personalized UI to industry-leading innovation in privacy and security, and better experiences across all the devices in your life. There's so much
Makes sense though,
transformative
because if the
technology
phone's going to
coming
be
to
the
your phone
center of
this
your
year.
IoT universe, you need it to be
Now,
incredibly secure.
let's go
True.
beyond the phone
True.
to what we believe is the next evolution of mobile computing.
The insurance companies will
The
be changing the
smartwatch.
algos.
Today,
Wear
I'm excited to
OS.
tell you about the biggest update to Wear OS ever.
Here we go.
We've been hard at work in 3 key areas. First, building a unified platform jointly with Samsung, focused on battery life, performance, and making it easier for developers to build great apps for the watch. Second, a whole new consumer experience, including updates to your favorite Google apps. And third, a world-class health and fitness service created by the newest addition to the Google family, Fitbit. There's a lot to share here. So let's get started by talking about our partnership with Samsung. Samsung and Google have a long history of collaborating. From the early days of Android, whenever we've tackled problems together, the ecosystem has grown for everyone. And now we're combining the best of our 2 operating systems, Wear OS and Tizen, into a unified platform focused on faster performance, longer battery life, and a thriving developer community. Working together, we've made apps start up to 30% faster, and animations and transitions are super smooth. We're also addressing what consumers always want from a wearable: longer battery life. By taking advantage of smaller, lower power cores, we can do things like run the heart rate sensor continuously, letting you better track your activity during the day and your sleep overnight, while giving you plenty of battery to spare for the next day. This combined platform isn't just for Google and Samsung. It will continue to be available for all device makers, which means developers can build apps with a single set of APIs and reach millions of consumers all over the world through the Google Play Store. To hear more about our partnership, it's my privilege to welcome Patrick Chomé, who leads all product and experience at Samsung Mobile, to Google I/O.
Is that the death of Whoop?
No, I
This
don't
is
think
Samir.
so.
For the past 12
I
years,
know him.
Samsung and
He's
Google have
ex-Vodafone.
worked together and
He's
made
pretty
Samsung
smart.
Galaxy and Android successful. We strive to create innovative experiences for Samsung Galaxy users. Most recently, we pioneered foldable devices and delivered rich communication experiences with Google Duo and Messages. And we are very excited about the new chapter of our partnership, wearables. The Galaxy Watch is already loved by Android smartphone users with our signature designs, cool watch faces ecosystem, an innovative health platform. We are bringing the best of these Galaxy Watch capabilities together with Google on a single platform, unifying the ecosystem for customers and developers. We work closely to optimize the performance, meaning better responsiveness and longer battery life. You will also be able to enjoy Google Apps and services like the Play Store, Google Maps, and more on the next Samsung Galaxy Watch. I am truly excited to welcome the developer community to our new, vibrant, and open ecosystem. Thank you. Back over to you, Samir.
This obviously means the end of smart things.
Thank you, Patrick. We're very excited about our partnership, and I know many developers will be thrilled about our unified platform. On top of this new foundation, Wear is also getting a big update to the consumer experience. To tell you more, let me hand it off to Björn. Thanks, Samir. Hey everyone. Hi. Over the last 7 years, we've learned a lot about what people love most about their smartwatch, and we've built a whole new experience with your preferences in mind. First, our new navigation system makes it faster than ever to get things done on your watch. No matter what you're doing, you can access shortcuts to important functions like instantly switching to another app. Let's say I'm running with Strava and I'm about to hit that long, grueling hill. I just double press to switch to my last app, Spotify, put on my most motivating song, and then switch right back without missing a beat. It's such a simple thing for a more helpful and fluid experience. People have also told us they love getting glanceable pieces of helpful information just to swipe away from their watch face. So we're expanding our collection of tiles. Thanks to the new Tiles API, any developer can create one, giving people many more ways to customize their home screen carousel. Now I can go from checking my next meeting to the weather forecast to this new tile from Calm, which helps me relax before a stressful event like presenting at Google I/O. We've also been hard at work revamping the wearables app experience with a material design update and expanded capabilities, starting with your favorite ones from Google. This includes things like getting turn-by-turn navigation in Google Maps when you leave your phone behind, being able to use Google Pay in 37 countries and more than 200 public transit systems around the world, or downloading music from a catalog of more than 70 million songs for offline listening in the YouTube Music app, even without your phone nearby. We're thrilled about all the ways you'll be able to experience the best of Google on your watch. And speaking of the best of Google, I'm delighted to welcome the newest member of the family to Wear, Fitbit. Health and fitness is essential for wearables, and Fitbit has built a world-class service. So now, I'd love to welcome James to share more about our collaboration.
Thanks, Bjorn. Nearly 14 years ago, my co-founder Eric Friedman and I started Fitbit with a mission to make everyone in the world healthier. We've shipped over 130 million Fitbit devices as part of that mission. But over time, we've gone beyond just helping people track their fitness to supporting them in their health journey by providing a range of devices from trackers to smartwatches, along with software and services that give users amazing health and wellness content and rich insights and analytics on their data. And now that we're part of Google, we're working to bring the best of Fitbit to Wear. We will be making some of Fitbit's most popular features available on Wear watches, including tracking your health progress throughout the day and on-wrist celebrations to help keep you motivated. In the future, we'll be building premium smartwatches based on Wear that combine the best of Fitbit's health expertise with Google's ambient computing capabilities. All this is just the beginning of how, together with Google, we can do even more to inspire and motivate people on their journey to better health. Back to you, Samir.
Wow, super underwhelming.
Thanks, James. I couldn't be more excited for all the updates starting to roll out this fall. Stay tuned for our developer keynote to learn more about new tools and libraries to help you build great apps for the watch. From a unified platform with Samsung to a new consumer experience and a world-class fitness service from Fitbit, this is a new era for the wearables ecosystem. So that was a lot. But before we move on from Android and Wear, there's something really important to me personally that I wanted to share with you. As the world's largest OS, we have a responsibility to build for everyone. As part of our ongoing commitment to product inclusion, we're working to make technology more accessible and equitable. One of the most important parts of any smartphone is the camera. Pictures are deeply personal and play an important role in shaping how people see you and how you see yourself. But for people of color, photography has not always seen us as we want to be seen, even in some of our own Google products. To make smartphone photography truly for everyone, we've been working with a group of industry experts to build a more accurate and inclusive camera. Let's take a look.
People tend to think that cameras are objective. bunch of decisions go into making these tools. And historically, those decisions have not been taking people of color into account.
It's still reaffirming this idea that Black people aren't worthy of being seen.
So far, we've partnered with a range of different expert image makers who've taken thousands of images to diversify our image data sets, helped improve the accuracy of our auto white balance and auto exposure algorithms, and given aesthetic feedback to make our images of people of color more beautiful and more accurate.
The process was create almost like a guidebook to capture skin tones.
I can't help but think of my mom. She still thinks that she's not beautiful because the pictures were taken of her when she's younger. How many little girls are thinking they're not beautiful because they were the darkest skinned person in the photo and they didn't get represented?
The work is for us to do. It's not for people to change the way they look. It's for us to change the way the tools work.
Our engineering team is learning a tremendous amount working with these experts, and we're making changes to our computational photography algorithms to address long-standing problems. For example, we're making auto white balance adjustments to algorithmically reduce stray light to bring out natural brown tones and prevent over-brightening and desaturation of darker skin tones. We're also able to reflect curly and wavy hair types more accurately in selfies with new algorithms that better separate a person from the background in any image. Although there's still much to do, we're working hard to bring all of what you've seen here and more to Google Pixel this fall. And we're committed to sharing everything we learn with the entire Android ecosystem so that together we can make cameras that work fairly for everyone. Thank you.
So I will say that the health and wellness stuff was really underwhelming, primarily because Apple's going to come out with continuous glucose monitoring in the Apple Watch in the next 2 to 3 years. I was very surprised.
I mean, honestly, this was a lot of. It's interesting because it was a lot of playing catch up, and both companies do it, but this was a whole lot of playing catch up.
This bit might be interesting on
to
the health
increase
front, though.
knowledge, success, happiness, and health beyond anything previously possible. Today, I want to bring you inside to see how our recent advances in image recognition are helping to solve some of the world's big health challenges. Let's start with breast cancer, a diagnosis that 1 in 8 women will face in their lifetime. Mammograms can help catch breast cancer earlier.
Self-mammograms? That would
But
be hot.
half of all women experience a false alarm
No,
about the
this is using
decade of screening.
AI to increase
So we've
accuracy of
been working to
diagnosis.
make
They've been
mammography
doing a lot of
better.
that.
I know.
Last year, our research demonstrated AI's potential to analyze screening mammograms with accuracy similar to clinicians. And now we're collaborating with Northwestern Medicine on an investigative device research study to better understand how AI can apply to the breast cancer screening process. Let's hear why this matters.
The study features an investigational device and a clinical research study.
When we found out Grandma had breast cancer, it was in the late 90s, and it wasn't something that anyone talked about. So my first mammogram was nerve-wracking. Waiting for the results. Every thought runs through your head. What if they find something? It was the worst feeling.
One of the greatest anxieties about having mammography is the wait. It may take radiologists days, sometimes weeks, to get through the list of mammograms that need to be read. This is a national problem. We don't have enough people doing what we need to do. With the research study that we're doing with Google, we're using artificial intelligence that scans the mammogram image. It helps flag patients that may need additional imaging. I get an email that says the patient has been flagged, and if I agree, we take the patient and they take more pictures right away. We're just at the tip of the iceberg in terms of what we can do with artificial intelligence. We would like to see that we are getting patients faster through the system. If we can show that, then we can potentially change radiologists' operations in such a way that they can prioritize patients that need care first. So it will be very exciting to see the results of this study.
This is a great example of how we're learning if AI could support clinicians in their work to triage patients. At Google, we want everyone to have the highest quality care. Technology can and should help close the equity gap. That's why we're working to bring this technology to bear on important global health challenges, from diabetic retinopathy to our new work to improve tuberculosis detection using image recognition on chest x-rays. We also believe AI can assist you in your daily health. People come to Google Search every day to ask questions about their health. For example, we see billions of queries each year related to dermatologic issues. This is no surprise because derm conditions affect about 2 billion people globally. There are not enough specialists to meet the need. And so we wondered, how can AI help when you're searching and asking, what is this? Meet our AI-powered Dermatology Assist tool, a Class
Don't do
1
it.
CE-marked medical device that uses machine learning to help find answers to common derm conditions.
This was expected.
Right from your smartphone or computer. From your phone, just upload 3 different photos taken from various angles of the skin, hair, or nail issue that you want to learn about, and answer some basic questions about your symptoms. The AI model handles the rest. In a matter of seconds, you will have a list of possible matching dermatologic conditions, and then we can help you get relevant information to learn more. It seems simple, but developing an effective AI model for dermatology requires the capability to interpret millions and millions of images, inclusive of a full range of skin types and tones. When available, this tool will be accessible from your browser and cover 288 conditions, including 90% of the most commonly searched derm-related questions on Google.
Pretty dope.
We're working to make it
Yep.
available to consumers on Google Search in the EU as early as the end of this year.
Game changer.
And my
We've
buddy's
just looked at
Alex
ways
startup
we're
is
applying
dead.
AI to support people and
Yep.
caregivers everywhere.
All
But
right.
health isn't just driven by medical
Yeah,
care. It's
Jeffrey
also
Hinton,
about our social and
he
emotional
published
well-being.
a very
And
nice
that's where
paper
staying connected comes in.
on
To find out how Google is
the
helping,
image
let me pass
recognition
it
model.
back to Sundar.
And pathology is the next one that'll be disrupted.
This is okay. Anyways,
Thank you, Dr. DeSalvo. It's exciting to see the ways in which AI and image recognition are transforming healthcare. There are 2 additional areas of research where AI will have long-term impact. The first feels incredibly timely. We were all grateful to have video conferencing over the last year. It helped us stay in touch with family and friends and kept businesses and schools going. But there is no substitute for being together in the room with someone. So several years ago, we kicked off a project to use technology to explore what's possible. We call it Project Starline. It builds on the different areas of computer science I spoke about today and relies on custom-built hardware and highly specialized equipment. It's early and currently available in just a few of our offices, but we thought it'd be fun to give you a look at people experiencing it for the first time. Let's take a look.
When I walked into the room, I was a little suspicious. What is this? I couldn't quite understand what was going to happen when that screen lit up. Eddie!
So, you look beautiful.
Cisco's
I
out.
could feel her and
Yeah.
see her, and it was this
Telepresence.
like 3D experience.
I just saw my sister as if she was right in front of me. I really, really felt like she and I were in the same room. It was like she was here.
Hi.
Wow.
That's dope.
Some key advances have made this experience possible. First, using high-resolution cameras and custom-built depth sensors, we capture your shape and appearance from multiple perspectives, and then fuse them together to create an extremely detailed, real-time 3D model.
Yeah, you have to make a
The
deep fake
resulting
of
data
their
is
face to change
many
the eye
gigabits per second.
location.
To send this 3D
Remind me after this to post a link to a white paper where you guys can actually test this and make a 3D model of yourself from your own photos in 20 seconds or less.
And we have developed a breakthrough light field display that shows you the realistic representation of someone sitting right in front of you in 3 dimensions.
Yeah, the key is faking the eye
As you move your
contact.
head and body, our system adjusts the images to match your perspective.
Microsoft's working on that.
You can talk naturally.
It works
see
now in
colors, and
it
make
works
eye
now in
contact.
iPhone
It's as
Pro
close
12
as we
Max
can
with
get
the
to the
FaceTime.
feeling of sitting across from someone.
Yeah, it's called holoportation at
As
Microsoft.
sophisticated as the technology is, it vanishes. So you can focus on what's most important. With Project Starline, we've brought together a set of advanced technologies with the goal of creating the best communications experience possible. We have spent thousands of hours testing it in our own offices, and the results are promising. There's also excitement from our lead enterprise partners. We plan to expand access to partners in healthcare and media. In pushing the boundaries of remote collaboration, we have made technical advances that will improve our entire suite of communications products. We look forward to sharing more ways for you to get involved in the months ahead. The second area of research I want to discuss is our work in driving forward sustainability. Sustainability has been a core value for more than 20 years. We were the first major company to become carbon neutral in 2007. We were also the first to match our operations with 100% renewable energy. That was in 2017, and we've been doing it ever since. And last year, we eliminated our entire carbon legacy. Our next ambition is our biggest yet. By 2030, we aim to operate on carbon-free energy 24/7. This means running every data center and office on clean electricity every hour of every day. Operating 24/7 on carbon-free energy is a step change from current approaches. It means setting a higher bar to never emit carbon from our operations in the first place. It's a moonshot, like Lambda or quantum computing. And it presents an equally hard set of problems to solve. First, we have to source carbon-free energy in every place we operate, a harder task in some places than in others. Today, 5 of our data centers are already operating at or near 90% carbon-free energy. In Denmark, we built 5 new solar farms to support our newest data center, complementing existing wind energy on the Danish grid. And it's operated carbon-free 90% of the time since day one. Another challenge of 24/7 carbon-free energy is just that. It has to run every hour of every day. So last year, we rolled out the world's first carbon-intelligent computing platform. It automatically shifts the timing of many compute tasks to when clean power sources are most plentiful. And today, I'm excited to announce we are the first company to implement carbon-intelligent load shifting across both time and place within our data center network. By this time next year, we'll be shifting more than a third of non-production compute to times and places with greater availability of carbon-free energy. To reach 24/7, we also need to go beyond wind and solar and tap into sources of on-demand clean energy like geothermal. Geothermal uses the consistent heat from the earth to generate electricity.
Hawaii
But
data
it's not
centers.
widely used today, and we want to change that.
Or Iceland.
I'm
Yeah,
excited to
Iceland.
announce that we are partnering to develop a next-generation geothermal power project. This will connect to the grid, serving our Nevada data centers starting next year. We believe our cloud AI, combined with the partner's expertise in fiber optic sensing and novel techniques, can unlock flexible geothermal power in a broad range of new places. Investments like these are needed to get to 24/7 carbon-free energy. And it's happening right here in Mountain View, too. We are building our new campus to the highest sustainability standards. When completed, these buildings will feature a first-of-its-kind dragon-scale solar skin, equipped with 90,000 silver solar panels and the capacity to generate nearly 7 megawatts.
Take that, Apple.
They will house the largest geothermal
The
pipe
whole
system
roof
in
of
North
Apple is
America,
solar panels for the most part.
helping to
I was
heat the
about to
buildings
say.
in the
Yeah.
winter and cool
Yeah,
them
but this uses
in
the
the
word
summer.
dragon in it.
And
Sustainability
geothermal.
is one of the defining challenges
I
of
was
our
going to
time,
say dragon scale.
and
That's the
advances
key
in
right there.
computer science
Yeah.
and AI
The coolest thing
have
I
a
love
about it is
that.
the
huge
name.
role to play in meeting it. So it's a fitting way to end our I/O keynote. I think of I/O not just as a celebration of technology,
But as
but
Apple.
of the people who use it and build it,
That is the company
including the
very much
millions
trying
of
to catch up
developers
with Apple
watching
on
us.
every.
Over the past year, we have seen how technology can be used to help billions of people through the most difficult of times. It's made us more committed than ever to our goal of building a more helpful Google for everyone. Thank you for joining us today. Please enjoy the rest of Google I/O and stay tuned for the developer keynote coming up next. I
At
hope to see you in
WWDC.
person next year. Until then, stay safe and be well.
So, guys in the audience and on stage, if you want me to send you the link to literally about 50 to 100 white papers that basically allow you to play around with almost everything they just talked about in here for yourself on your phone right now, just drop me a DM and I'll go ahead and message that to you. But go ahead and let's open up that convo.
So really quickly
AI on.
about the mammograms and about Google AI and radiology and all of that. I think a lot of the people, Tyler, I don't know who made the comment about your friend having a derm startup.
Yeah, Alex up in Stockholm. Yeah.
Yeah, so I can tell you, I wonder if he was working with a university in Sweden that's been doing this work.
Yes.
They've been doing this for like 7 or 8 years
Yes, he
Yeah.
now.
started it about 8
And
years ago.
Yeah, it's
Exactly.
nothing new.
yeah, exactly. And so, let me just be clear. Nothing they said, and Blake, keep me honest. So we actually are lucky that one of the co-founders of Cirrus MD, who's been doing a lot of this asynchronous work here in the US and just raised a $20 million round, is on the stage right now. So one thing I will say is that a lot of this work has already been done, and
Yep.
AI has never been the problem. The problem has been a business model.
Yep.
And, this is the same problems that they had with Google Health in general, with all the work that they did for retinal evaluations and the computer vision work, and the AI has been there.
Right.
But Blake, keep me honest here.
No, Danish, I mean, I'm excited to hear about any advance that makes me more powerful as a physician. If I can have something that knows what that rash is better than my own eyes do, I want that. If I can be more
Yeah.
confident in the ability of the scans I order to actually catch what the patient has, I want that. To stick into my particular arena, the parts that frustrate me are when we try to use chatbots to have conversations with patients. That isn't AI in the terms that it's being spoken about on this stage. But the ability to, I mean, image recognition is the future for AI in healthcare, in my opinion.
But Blake, isn't image recognition part of the past too? We've had this stuff.
A little bit,
We
but not
have.
like this.
It is not
Yeah.
part of the past, but it's been around for a while.
Yeah.
It
But this
definitely
is not
is.
in a big way like this now, right? Like it just takes like a Google or an Apple to sort of really consumerize it, right? Because we've known that pigeons can do better mammogram detection. We've trained well back in 2015, right? So pigeons were trained to detect spots on mammograms, and they actually detect at the same rate as some radiologists. So the
Well,
key thing is
so
now. Sorry.
at Karolinska here in Stockholm, they are doing a lot of AI research on this, and if you have to forgive me, but I believe that it's 30% more accurate in
Exactly.
Yeah.
doing the mammogram, identifying objects within it.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's super exciting, and if Google wants to be part of that and throw more money at it, that's awesome.
I want
How
to.
are they going to monetize it? That's a question I have for
Can
the
I
Googles.
Can I make a quick comment? This is Christine here.
Go for it.
I thought it was interesting that they've paired up with Fitbit, and that Fitbit is part of Google, because Fitbit, I'm a member of the All of Us research team with the NIH, and they actually teamed up with Fitbit as well, and they're doing genetic testing on everybody. So that's an interesting thing that I don't think anyone really thought about or considered.
Well, I think they bought them because they wanted to get the user group to the wearables. That's the end user data. So Fitbit's a huge data company.
Yeah, and with the NIH, though, they're doing the All of Us research program, and they're going to give out Fitbits to, I think it's like 10,000 people in the U.S. So I don't know. It's an interesting discussion, because in our meetings, we haven't discussed yet the ownership of the data and where it's going, but we have been offered, notes
Going to
on.
Google.
By the way, Google I/O's session right now is about EMG and devices like for prosthetics, and I'm wondering whether that could easily be transferred to the VR world as well, whatever they learned from the muscle detections. Right now it's going on.
But should we get back into it?
Yeah, we should listen to this one. This is actually an ad, but it's still good.
All right, hang on. Isn't the healthcare use case as much about augmentation, where it's teams of doctors and the AI combining efforts rather than human versus machine?
Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
All
Well,
right.
It's
it's
a tool.
human in the loop right now,
I'm
but
about to turn it back up.
you give it 10 years and
everyone that I wasn't able to get to just yet, I'll finish sending out that white paper after this.
Learning system to gather all the data.
When I heard about Jason's story, it really blew my mind. I was like, whoa, I had no idea how far we have come in terms of AI and prosthetics.
So the way the arm operates is we use EMG, which stands for electromyography. Basically what that is it's sensors that are amplified by a battery that pick up electrical signals from our residual limb.
Using these signals, we are able to do recognition of complex patterns with machine learning and then map them to specific movements. TensorFlow Lite is doing that in real time.
And so I can flex my muscle and it will tighten the grip on the stick, and I can extend my muscle and it will loosen the grip on the stick, just like it would with a normal hand.
No latency, it's like none.
Awesome, that's awesome. And in the last few months, we were able to detect almost 100% of the time this intention.
I can actually feel the feedback from the arm, and it feels as close to a real hand as you can get without it actually being a real hand.
I think
So this is what Control Labs does that Facebook acquired as well.
Is truly awe-inspiring.
This is
He took
very
what
cool.
was a large setback in his life, and he moved an entire field of research forward.
So loose, you can actually... Let me see what it might even... Yeah, I mean, there are drummers with two
That's
sound
a guy
hands
playing a drum
don't
with
have double strokes.
only one arm, by the way.
It's amazing.
He's using a robotic
For the
arm for
first
the other.
time,
For those
if you
who
look at him
can't see it.
playing, you may not even notice this technology. We just see Jason as a great and expressive musician that he is.
Could have really helped Def Leppard.
As a drummer, my self-esteem has just been shattered.
Of course, I think there's a need to keep pushing on this stuff because there's always someone that needs help with something like this, and AI is going to be the bridge between that.
Well, I'm excited by this stuff.
That was sick. All right, it's back to a stay tuned screen. So continue with the convo.
I'm excited by this stuff because this is what I do, like prosthetics, and like that's been a slowly improving thing. And usually it's DARPA, right, that does most of this research. But for Google to sort of allow more developers to access this, that'll be great.
Yeah,
It'll be a
100%.
cyberpunky future where cybernetics are better than human limbs. That'll be fun.
The third time I was able to call my son.
They talked about death?
He likes to swim in cold water.
They're talking about swimming. Here, I'll turn it up.
Cold water. I auto swam across the English Channel. But that's another story. Matthew is deaf. People think if I got a hearing aid on, I can hear everything. But that's not true. I lip read most of the time.
He's lip reading currently.
I have two boys, and they're both very important part of my life.
This is Matthew's youngest son.
Hi, I'm Harry.
He lives in Hong Kong.
and plays rugby. I always want to keep in touch with him. Before, I need to communicate with him through Zoom or WhatsApp. I would try and lip read him, but it's really hard because it's not 3D, it's a flat screen. When I got the Google Picture phone, I could live capture Peter. Harry was the first person I phoned. It was incredible. And we were talking for about half an hour. All of a sudden, he said, "Dad, do you realise this is the first time we talked on the phone?" I was speechless for 3-4 seconds, and it realised what it really meant. I'm 55 years old, and for the first time in my life, I was able to call my son. It was wonderful. What you going to do? Mobile phone been around for a long time, and yet hadn't been really fully accessible till now. That's what included me. You don't feel left out. Everybody feels the same.
Wow.
Yeah, it's pretty dope.
Yeah.
That's incredible. That's incredible.
Yeah, I loved it.
Wow.
I feel like one of the here's one of the things that, in my opinion, anyways, and this is what I've always loved. This is why I feel like competition can never go stagnant. Like, it's so fucking important, because every time Apple, I don't know if you guys remember floppy disk, Apple made them obsolete, and then they took out CD-ROMs on computers, and everyone had to follow suit. And then they got rid of the phone
USB.
jack, USB. They keep getting rid of everything and the industry always laughs, but eventually follows suit. But what's really great is that Google and Android and all these companies, as much as I make fun of them, they also do things that
Oh,
Apple
it's
falls behind
blind
on.
vision now
And
for blind accessibility
yeah,
for blind.
and it's great, because
Oh,
all this
on
is going
the
to
Google
do,
I/O. Sorry,
Yeah, can we hear
all this
this?
is
Yeah.
going to do is force
on Google
Apple
I/O. On Google I/O.
compete
Heyman,
against them.
back off your mic just about 3 inches.
Just take it out of your mouth when
Yeah,
you talk,
you got
and
your
that'll be perfect.
Sorry.
tonsil tickling
Just
with your
kidding,
mic.
brother.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just great for the competition of it all.
But you saw, Michael, today there was the headlines about the upcoming MacBook 14-inch and 16-inch are going to have a lot more in-out. They're going to put back the SD card and other
Yeah,
inputs and outputs.
yeah. Well, the I/O is so important, especially, and the thing. Well, here's the interesting thing about that is when you're talking MacBook Air, it's fine, but when you're talking about something with the name Pro in it,
Yeah.
you got to remember that photographers and things like that are going
Guys,
to
the
be.
I/O, Google I/O is right now about vision.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Sorry.
Here we go.
That's what I was trying to get at.
Oh, this
Machine
is
learning
dope.
algorithms
Oh,
that
we
we
got to
have
bring up
detect
our
the
friend in the
line and
audience.
tell whether the line is to the runner's left, right, or
Chris?
center. We can then send
No.
signals to the runner that guides them left and right based on their position.
This is awesome.
The first time we went out, we didn't even
Hans.
know if sound would be enough to guide me. So it's sort of that beta testing process that you go through.
From human eyes, it's very obvious. It's very obvious to recognize the line. Teaching a machine learning model to do that is not that easy.
You step left and right as you're running, so there's like a shake to the line, left and right. As soon as you start going outdoors, now the light is a lot more variable.
Tree shadows, falling leaves, and also the line on the ground can be very narrow, and there may be only a few pixels for the computer vision model to recognize.
We didn't want to rely on any internet connection. We had to take our huge model and shrink them into something that we can run on device as fast as we need for someone to run at full speed with.
Now, this is fucking dope.
Yeah, Jesus.
Well, we've been waiting for 25 years for this minute. People with vision don't want blind people to take risks. That's what keeps people who are blind from participating in society fully. The safest thing for a blind person to do is to sit still. I ain't sitting still.
Bravo.
Best
No
part of
That
the
is
best thing yet.
There
amazing.
was no stick. There was no furry dog. It was just being with yourself.
Ah,
Absolute freedom. Oh my goodness.
For those that can't see, he's
That's the first time I've run alone
he's crying. This is really emotional,
Yeah, that's
actually.
profound.
in decades.
best moment by far.
Just through the woods, by myself. I never thought we'd be here, I didn't think we'd ever be here.
It's independence, you know. I'm so dependent on people every day. You, the kids, Blaze.
The little dog's so happy.
Me and Elaine, huh?
I'm about to test a pretty neat sounding app by Google called Guideline. I don't walk by myself outside of my home. I'm feeling a little nervous. I never walked without a cane or my guide dog before.
With high heels. Wow, that's impressive.
It's kind of scary, but okay.
Interesting.
Wow. Good? All right. Off we go. Oh, because she wants to do that. Oh, Mary Ann, stand up. I can describe it as like flying freely. Freeing, I think, would be like the word that I describe it as. I was able to walk down the street and I felt safe.
Not everybody has a chance to have a guide dog or a volunteer human guide. It's really an opportunity to provide an individual who's blind with freedom to be mobile and active and fit and exercise.
For me, this is the best thing they've shown
Yeah,
today.
they should have opened with this. It's so good.
Research project. As we continue our research, we hope to work with more organizations. To learn more,
And you know,
please visit
Tyler, we've got deaf people that come to my VR room all the time, or blind people that come to my VR room all the time. It's about a community of probably 10 of them in there now. They're gonna love this.
Yeah, can you turn down the audio just a touch? Hans, who I just brought up on stage, is the creator of Be My Eyes, the very popular app for blind people to call people with eyes to be their eyes in real time. What do you think of this, Hans? Are you watching the live stream, Hans?
No, I'm listening to you. so I'm not 100%, but it sounds like I'm going to do some investment here. So this is really, really interesting. So yeah, absolutely.
So Hans, basically what they did was they had the phone on a waist belt, and actually there's some more on the blind. Do you want to listen on first, and I'll explain. There's another ad.
We started with Google Workspace all the way from the beginning. Everybody can come in together and work on these shared documents, shared spreadsheets, keeping track of financials.
Oh, sorry, this is for farmers, agricultural.
All right, go ahead.
So, Hans, it was basically a phone that was on the waist belt. This is Heyman, actually, on the waist belt. And the phone's camera was used to detect a line, right? A yellow line on the running pathway, the middle line that most pathways have. And it allowed the runner, a blind runner, to actually stay on path. So while they're running, so they could run fast or they could walk, and they would be kept with audio cues, straight and narrow.
That's pretty amazing. And what about obstacles? Would that be another runner or something like that?
Yeah, the camera on the phone can detect. It was specifically for the only limited use case of running on a path with a very clearly marked yellow line, and the camera had algorithms that could see the yellow line. And then it didn't need connectivity, like internet connectivity. They made a point of saying, and then it says to the earbuds, assumedly we don't know what it said, but we're guessing that it's saying, to stay, stay a little left, stay a little right, to stay on the yellow line that's painted on the road, for example.
What I'm imagining, though, Hans, from watching it, and obviously I could be completely wrong, but what I'm imagining, or at least where I hope it ends up going, is I felt like even a vibration on the right or left to kind of let someone know when they're running in an even line or, kind of centered. And in my head, I started thinking about infrastructure and how we might start building blind focused pathways and parks and running parks and gyms and things like this, where, that are going to kind of focus on making sure these lines are as accessible and as...
well, do you know where those lines are? Quite prominently on any track. You get a big old white line.
Right, exactly. And what was really cool is that the technology, because, when you're running, for us, it doesn't shake because we're in our own bodies, but everything is shaking like crazy. And what was so impressive to me...
Guys, something about car accidents right now on Google I.O.
It was able to
accident
track...
avoidance.
It was able to track people's movement so well.
The road split into a Y, and there was no signage in terms of a yield, a stop sign. So I was in the passenger seat giving directions. I had my phone in my hand, and I was pointing to go straight. I just remember that moment. The truck coming closer and closer. It was just scary. I was pointing and I didn't know what to do. I wasn't sure if I should try to relax, what I should do with my hand. I remember looking at my finger and like, something's going to happen to my finger. I remember a distinct smell from the airbags, kind of like a burning smell. The jacket that I was wearing kind of melted a little bit, some of the fabric. I remember just hectic moment. Everyone just panicking of kind of what happened. My Pixel actually detected that we were in a car accident and started vibrating as if a phone call was coming through. And then at that point, it prompted me whether I needed to call 911, and it responded super quick.
Would you like to buy health insurance?
I don't ever really think about how's my phone going to save me today.
Google
Which
Health.
is ultimately where that could lead. For every joke, there's an underlying truth, Tyler.
Yeah. Amazon Health.
But yeah, Hans, it was pretty impressive. And I'm excited to see what you end up working out with it. But I think that those are as far as I'm concerned, that was one of the most impactful parts of the keynote.
Oh, for
And
sure.
Michael, you were mentioning something earlier about competition. This is the exciting part of competition. So Hans, worthwhile checking out Sound. I'm not sure if you've checked out Microsoft Soundscape.
It's really
All right,
interesting.
keynote time.
But also when we go skiing, we follow a other person with some audio on the back. But if that could be even more automated, that would also be super cool. And with the technology they have there, we should be able to kind of also follow a specific person, maybe with a yellow vest or something on it, and so this is super interesting.
Yeah, it is.
But also, I mean, with their vision
Hi,
technology,
everyone.
can't they not navigate
Great to be
better?
back here at Google I/O again this year. I'm Jason Titus, and I work on developer relations here at Google. As Sundar said, we all miss being able to get together in person. And while this is a different vantage point than we're used to, I'm glad we get together virtually. We have over 225,000 registered attendees joining us from 181 countries today, with some of our largest audiences from India, the US, Brazil, Germany, and South Korea. Many of these communities are going through extremely difficult times at the moment. So wherever you are, we hope you and those you care about are staying safe. This year has been unlike anything I imagined we'd be living through. It's changed so much, including how we live, work, and interact with others. We've had to adapt to working together while physically apart and tackling problems we never imagined we'd have to face, all while dealing with tremendous isolation and loss. But technology has played a significant role in helping us adapt to these challenges, allowing us to do everything from ordering groceries to working from home to staying connected with our loved ones. As we know, crisis doesn't create character. It reveals it. And it's been amazing to see developers like you coming up with solutions to the problems around you. It's in our developer DNA. We're problem solvers, drawn to the hardest problems and using technology to tackle them. I've seen this again and again during the past year. In Kenya, there's the team at Flare, who used Google Maps to create an emergency response app designed specifically for places without emergency phone service, like 911 or 112, which has helped save over 7,000 people from previously impossible situations. In Russia, there's Ivan Bakaidov, a 21-year-old self-taught programmer with cerebral palsy, who develops apps for other people with speech and motor challenges to communicate. All of his apps are free and open source and helping people around the world. In Texas, there's Mandy Price and her team at Canaries, who are using machine learning and natural language processing through AutoML to help companies with their diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts. While most companies can measure the representation of their employees, the team at Canaries is using hundreds of data sources to quantify equity and inclusion, uncover structural bias, and drive systemic change. And in Bangladesh, we have the team at Maya, who created a digital assistant so women could get health information and telehealth consultations in their native language. The team partnered with Google to use an end-to-end transformer-based deep neural network to train on their in-house data set, which increased the accuracy of their natural language processing to above 90%. Now their app can provide answers in Bengali to questions on 50 topics, and in the last year, their platform has reached over 10 million users. These are just some of the stories we've heard about developers around the globe who've built and achieved amazing things during incredibly difficult times. You've also found ways to continue to collaborate during this time. Around the world, our Google Developer Group leaders have stepped up in a huge way, figuring out how to host events that work for each of their communities. We had over 16,000 digital events last year, reaching over 3 million developers, which is nearly double the number of developers we reached the year before. That's amazing. And while it's not the same as working together in person, it's helped to support each other when we've all needed it. And we want to continue this support by meeting you where you are to help you solve the problems you care about and build the products of our future. And that isn't easy. We know it's hard to build in today's environment, and not just because of the pandemic. It's challenging to code for multiple platforms. It can be hard to integrate machine learning, and it's complex to manage user data safely and correctly in markets around the world. But across our products, we're working to make it easier so that you can focus on the specific problem you're working to solve. Today, you'll hear the latest on Android, the web, Flutter, Firebase, and machine learning. So thank you for joining us. And now I'd like to pass it on to Jacob, who will start us off with updates from the Android team.
I want to connect with people and then just get this conversation that we started here and make it happen.
You guys could talk as a commercial.
There was something really uniquely relatable and human on that running video, the
Thank you,
sight
Jason.
impairment video.
This really has been a year of
absolutely.
huge changes for all of us. I remember watching what felt like futuristic video calls in the film 2001 as a kid. Now, my 3-year-old chats with her grandparents every week on Duo. We can't wait to see each other, but it helps us get through a difficult time. With people depending on apps more than ever, expectations are higher, and your jobs as developers aren't getting easier. We want to help. Today, we'll talk about 3 things. Android 12 for developers, building beautiful, high-quality apps with modern Android, and how to bring apps to large screens and wearables. Okay, let's talk about Android 12. As Samir shared earlier, Android 12 is one of the biggest design changes ever, with new experiences that keep people safe, and an all-new UI that is personal, smoother, and much faster. To help bring this to your apps, we're adding a ton of new features. Let's start with user safety. As developers, you know it's crucial that people trust your apps and the platform they're on. To earn this trust, we believe people should understand how apps use their data, have control over how their data is used, and are comfortable it's necessary for tasks that they've initiated. In Android 12, we're adding multiple features to help people understand how apps use their data. To check usage in your apps or SDKs, we're giving you auditing APIs and guidance. And to share more context about your usage, you get a new API, permission intent. To give people more control, we're adding features like approximate location, so they can decide how much they want to share. And to help people feel comfortable with the data you're using, we're giving you Bluetooth permissions to scan and connect to nearby devices.
Is someone unmuted?
I'm looking. Donna.
To us, this means that they perform really well and are engaging. Most of this is magic that you add as developers, but the platform should help. First, performance. Sometimes apps are killed or notifications are delayed to improve responsiveness and battery. We know this is frustrating, especially when it's unpredictable. To help, 2 areas we focused on are standby buckets and foreground services. For example, the new restricted standby bucket lets Android limit background work in ways that you'll find predictable and transparent. Foreground services help people interact with apps that are doing work in the background, such as recording your morning run. But sometimes they're misused. Now, you can only start foreground services from user actions or external events. And for background work that needs to run immediately, we're giving you expedited jobs. To improve app startup, We're adding guardrails that prevent apps from using notification trampolines. Working with Google Photos, it now launches up to 34% faster. And we have new customizable launch animations and splash screens. Startup feels responsive, and you can update it with your branding. That was performance. Let's talk about making your apps engaging. We're improving the experience across Android with things like updated notifications and bubbles. Your apps get this for free, but there's more. We're improving media with a new API to insert content in apps like messaging, and we're adding support for AVIF images and HEVC transcoding. And to give people a fun way to see when they've scrolled past the end of your content, we're giving you stretch over scroll. And to make widgets more interactive, you're getting features like animations and new UI controls. Now, that's just a quick glimpse into Android 12. Watch the What's New in Android session for more, and then download the beta, test it with your apps, and tell us what you think. Now, over to Karen to see how to build beautiful, high-quality apps with modern Android.
Thanks, Jacob. We've been hard at work improving the mobile developer experience, what we call modern Android development. You told us keep the openness, but become opinionated about the right way to do things, and make the right way the easiest way. So we did. We know you need a powerful IDE that can keep up with you, a programming language that enables you to do more with less code, and APIs that solve the hardest problems on mobile, yet have backward compatibility. So we brought you Android Studio, Kotlin, Jetpack, and Jetpack Compose, our powerful UI toolkit to easily build beautiful apps for all Android devices. First, Android Studio. We want to help you build higher quality apps faster, like showing test results across multiple devices, debugging databases and background tasks with the App Inspector, or making your apps more accessible with the Android Accessibility Framework inside Android Studio. And for faster build speeds, we have the Android Gradle plugin 7.0 and new DSL and variant APIs. You can find all of this in Android Studio Arctic Fox beta available today. Talking about build speeds, we are continuing to push on the boundaries of Kotlin with a brand new native solution to annotation processing for Kotlin built from the ground up. Kotlin Simple Processing is available today and is a powerful and yet simple API for parsing Kotlin code directly, showing speeds up to 2 times faster with libraries like Room. With over 1.2 million apps in the Play Store using Kotlin, it is the most used language by professional Android developers, including 80% of the top 1,000 apps, meaning it's a language that's chosen by apps that see millions of downloads and need to scale across those 3 billion devices. And here at Google, we love it too, with over 70 apps, including Drive, Home, Maps, and Play. Okay, let's talk about Android Jetpack. We took the hardest, most common developer problems and created libraries to ensure your apps are high quality and have backward compatibility. Over 84% of the top 10,000 apps are now using a Jetpack library. And today we're going further. We know that your app performance matters. We're launching Jetpack Macro Benchmark to capture large interactions that affect your app's startup and jank before your app is released. It's now in alpha, and it's a perfect complement to Firebase performance monitoring for after your app is released. Or persisting data more efficiently with Data Store, a new Kotlin coroutines API now in beta, and first-class support for Jetpack Compose with architecture libraries, and so much more. And now for Jetpack Compose. We started building Compose in the open 2 years ago today here at Google I/O, listening to your feedback to make sure that we really got this right, with over 35 public releases. We took everything that we learned from Jetpack and Kotlin, and we brought it to UI development. Compose is our modern native UI toolkit for Android. Fully declarative for defining UI, so you can build gorgeous apps in way less time. Interoperable with existing Android views, so you don't need to rewrite a single line of code. It works with your existing code base from day one. With the Compose beta, developers around the world have created some truly beautiful, innovative experiences in half the time. I'm blown away by all of these amazing apps built during the Android Dev Challenge. The first challenge was all about puppies, which made for a ton of really cute moments in our team chat. It's inspiring to see the number of developers already working on production apps with Compose like these: the New York Times, Airbnb, Twitter, Lyft, Play. Okay, but enough talk. Now is a good time to hand it to Roman to give you a quick demo to see Compose in action.
Thank you, Karen. Compose makes it a lot easier and also a lot more fun to build beautiful UIs. Today, I would like to show you how you can add Compose to an existing app. So here's an app I wrote using views. I have a recycle view, and when I click on an item, it takes me to the next fragment. I have a nested scroll view, I have a tab, and a bunch of other views. Now I would like to add Compose to this screen. So let's take a look at the code. I've already set up a Compose view inside my fragment, and I can call set content on it. And that's pretty much it. That's all I need to do to start writing Compose code. So we're gonna set up a theme. Then I'm gonna add a list of material cards. And you can see the declarative model of Compose in action. It's simple function calls. We don't have complex XML.
I'm not sure whether you guys want to get back to discussions because this is getting a little technical for a lot of
people. When I rerun the app,
yeah, you guys can talk while he's visualizing the code here.
Yeah, because it's actually, you need to have the visual feedback here for the technical programming stuff.
That is very technical, but it is huge. Anybody who's
Yeah,
ever had to do
yeah.
UI design,
it's super
Android,
important for
is a
sure.
pain in the dick.
Yeah.
This is really cool.
That's a sick
It's
demo. Yeah.
definitely narrated if you want, because I think for the audience, they're feeling a bit left out. I think maybe some of them.
Compose is completely compatible with your existing code. And your
so yeah, if you guys, so it's up to you guys. Do you want to listen in, or do you want to just kind of discuss what we've just learned so far?
Let's do a room audience poll.
Okay.
And anyone who's expert on what's being heard can also chime in with some translations.
So here's how it works, everybody. We do this for those that don't join us each day. We do this every day. We're going to take a quick poll in the audience by using the raise your hand feature, and you're going to determine the future of this room. So raise your hand right now as if you want to jump on stage. We're not actually going to bring you on stage, but raise your hand to show that you're going to vote that we turn this more into, turn the sound off and turn it into a roundtable conversation about everything we've seen over the past 3 hours. So raise your hand now and we will count the number of hands raised. So we're at 21, 26, 29, 32. Raise your hand if you would prefer we stop the audio feed and turn it into roundtable conversation. 33, 37, 37, 40.
All right, there it is.
42. Okay. Now, hands down, please. And everyone's hands down. Thank you. Now raise your hands if you do want the audio feed to continue on the developer keynote. Hands up if you want audio on the developer keynote without interruptions from the idiots on stage.
The next era of Android is about enabling all your devices.
12 going once, 12 going twice.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Cool.
So there's an AI section coming up. So I'll stay on this across here, and then I'll jump back in once that comes on. How about
That's
that?
perfect.
Okay.
Yeah, for sure.
So I'm gonna drop off for a while, but I'll see you once it pops up.
Cool.
All right. Cheers.
Thanks. So the other thing we could do is a quick poll to see what was the most interesting aspect, and we could list, the top 5 or 6 things that we could discuss right now between Apple, the Wear OS, Android, the data and privacy, etc., etc.
Shopping, even. Yeah.
Or we could go top to bottom on what people, give people 10 seconds each to say what they thought was most impressive.
So that'll be good.
Let's do that. Top to bottom, what's most impressive? Need to do a PTR. To me, I was surprised that they went so heavy into privacy and data, kind of head on with Apple on that front. I thought they would avoid it, honestly, because I thought Apple was so dominant in that space that they wouldn't dare try to compete on that front, so to speak. Cal?
Cars. I think this whole everything but Apple, everything but Tesla, just all the other cars, getting them connected, using how you get into the car. I found that interesting.
Okay, for me, because a tool that I definitely need to use when I'm out and about is the Google Map. So I'm happy to know that there's new features.
And they're starting it in Tokyo.
Yoo-hoo!
PTR order. Who's next?
It should be Florian.
Florian.
Are you there, Florian?
He flashes Mike.
Are
Go
you?
for it, Michael.
Michael.
Well, for me, ground control to Major Florian.
Go ahead.
For me, it was basically the blind section
Guys,
was
listen
really.
on to the feed right now because they're using Google Voice for navigation.
Do you want to listen to it?
Let's just check in for 1 second. Now they're going.
Wearables platform built jointly with Samsung, combining the best of Wear OS and Tizen, a new consumer experience, and a world class. It means you'll have more reach. You can use all of your existing skills, tools, and APIs that make your mobile app
it was about a
great
5-second
to build for a
segment,
single
I think.
wearable platform used by people all over the world. And we're bringing the best of Samsung to that unified platform, like Samsung's sensor technology that measures exercise data more accurately with longer battery life. We now have new Jetpack APIs for Wear OS, tailored for small screens and designed to optimize battery life, like the Jetpack Tiles API, so that any developer can create a custom tile for all devices in the
all
Wear
of this
ecosystem.
is going to be software API stuff.
It's now in alpha and will start to show up on consumer watches with the new platform update. Look at all these tiles coming from Adidas Sleep Cycle, Whole 19, Calm, and Flow. We also have a new set of APIs for health and fitness, created in collaboration with Samsung.
They've
Data collection from
ovulation.
sensors and metric computation is streamlined, consistent, accurate, from data like heart rate to calories to daily distance from a single trusted source. The alpha of the health services platform is available to use today. And all of this comes together with new tooling, with the release of Android Studio Arctic Fox Beta, like easier pairing to test those apps, and even a virtual heart rate sensor in the emulator. And when your app is ready, users will have a much easier time discovering the world of Wear apps on Google Play, with some big updates coming to discoverability. The Wear app ecosystem is growing. We're working with developers like these, Strava, Spotify, Calm, Adidas, to bring richer, more immersive app experiences to the platform. So that's it. It's a great time to get started here. That's our quick recap of the world of Android, including Android 12, all of the latest in modern Android development like Jetpack Compose, and some cool ways we're working with you to bring your experience to new screens. Before I hand it off to Barb, let's hear from our friends at Spotify.
Oh, 1 second. They hate it. They hate Apple so much they want to jump in from the HQ.
And we believe that smartwatches is an essential device for us to realize that vision. We just released our totally new and rebuilt version of the Wear app. Now we're working on the ability to download music and podcasts to your watch. So you can go for a run without the distraction of bringing your phone with you, but still listen to your favorite playlists and podcasts.
They added that to Apple Watch a few months ago, didn't they?
Yeah, I can't tell you how much they talk about that internally at Spotify about the running use cases.
As absolutely essential for Spotify.
The open web is grounded on interoperability, accessibility, and choice.
So, Michael, what's your favorite bit?
So honestly, it just goes back to when we're talking about it, I want to talk about the competition aspect because I really love that. I'm shocked by how much this was just Apple, but I'm happy that it was because it's going to force Apple to do more things. But yeah, that's my favorite bit.
Tom?
Yeah, I'm kind of echoing what Michael said. I did two things. Security, I think they're really going to push Apple on the security forefront. And I'm a big Spotify fan, so I love what we just heard about Spotify and being able to run and do some things more with Spotify.
It's so interesting. Yeah, Apple, Spotify, Spotify not liking Apple is pushing them into a tighter alliance with Google, yet Google has YouTube Music. So that's going to be interesting to see how that plays out. Lakeisha?
Ground control to Major Lakeisha.
That's right.
Who's next?
Victoria.
Victoria.
Okay.
She's probably asleep.
Okay.
There she is.
Actually,
I'm here. What? Sorry, I'm actually modeling Blender.
What was your favorite bit of the whole Google I/O thus far?
My favorite part?
Yep.
Gosh, I think I was half paying attention because I'm like modeling and building right now.
Never mind.
You missed the VR part. Oh my God.
They announced their new VR headset, Victoria.
Yeah,
I know, with smell-o-vision too.
It's
no, I know that was not accurate.
The whole thing was about VR.
Oh, you say it's not accurate? Okay.
Jonathan.
I think for me, the improved AI for image recognition for diagnostics, improved healthcare outcomes. I think that's probably the most meaningful, and also shows the progress that they're making in regards to machine learning. I think the second thing that's interesting is the partnership with Samsung. So what does this mean? That Samsung's a preferred hardware partner, and Samsung will move to deploy mostly at Google code for smart home services within their smartwatches. So that's interesting. That might be to counter, obviously, Apple's move into providing complete solutions, especially the development of their own processor. Samsung obviously develops its own microprocessors. So it'd be interesting to see how that shapes up.
Quick interjection. 5 people DM'd me asking what the new VR headset you guys were just discussing was. It was just a joke. It was just a joke, you guys.
What?
That was a joke.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
No new VR headset.
Jordan.
Are we contributing to misinformation?
Definitely diversity inclusion focus.
Yeah, there was a notable uptick in the diversity, and the one notable one was the technology piece of when on the grammar of what was it, salesman into salesperson or something like that. Yeah, first that I've seen like that where they're using AI on a kind of inclusionary basis. Tina.
Okay, so what were my key things? I mean, I was almost crying when that guy was running.
Yeah.
But I do find it interesting that I tried to retweet that. That was the one thing they didn't tweet. I don't know if anybody else noticed that.
Yeah.
Yeah, so there was no way to like reference it, which was interesting from Google specifically. And then the other thing was
Maybe
I
because
wanted to follow up with
something about the intended audience isn't able to see it, or it's paradoxical, but yeah.
Yeah, interesting. The secondary thing is the partnership. I mean, I don't follow Google a lot, so is this the first major announcement with Samsung? And the reason I ask that is because the Pixel phones are made by HTC, or at least they originally were. And I'm wondering, are they still? And does that mean that we're looking forward to a September announcement that Samsung is now going to be, or taking over, building the next version of the Pixel phone? And how does that then influence all to everybody's points about the processors and everything else that go into the other devices that Google makes? Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yeah, HTC is recorded as still being the manufacturer. I was just checking that for you.
Yeah. So, because it's very interesting because when you think about how many different manufacturers they have making their hardware, because obviously they have now given up on being that type of organization, which is probably smart because they really aren't a hardware manufacturer. They are stronger in their software.
Right, but that's also why they need to focus on unification around the watch and get the whole ecosystem together. Because if they're balkanized, they're going to completely lose the Apple Watch. And Apple Watch has been tremendously effective as sort of a Trojan horse to getting people to switch over to the Apple ecosystem, has it not?
Absolutely, yeah. You're right. That is kind of the glue that they really need to focus on. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, so they can't continue to lose ground or concede field chip.
I think the one that's going to have the most kind of day-to-day impact for most people will be the replacement for BART. Maybe not a replacement, the enhancement for BART, the MUM, and enabling the more syntactical, context-rich searches.
Yeah.
with much
across
more intelligent output to
languages as
searches
well.
and
That's
that'll
pretty cool. Yeah.
exactly that'll be huge. Yeah.
Donna, Earth to Donna.
They're talking about flocks right now, about third-party cookies.
Yeah.
I'm not sure, but did the audience kind of say they just want us to discuss what we've heard so far?
I mean, there's interesting things might pop up, like the third-party cookie point. Let's just keep watching and let's see what they show on the screen on behind her. But Donna's back. Donna, what was your favorite bit so far?
I don't know. I like the voice a lot. I like the running a lot. I don't run, I walk, but I think it's the same kind of thing. I'm not a really big VR person too much, at least now. So I think it depends. It depends what your orientation is. I can see I'm a real Apple user, and I'm not a big Google person. So it'll be interesting to see if it causes me to switch over to some other kinds of utilization.
Kessia? Karam?
Yeah, first of all, to begin with, I don't really trust what they, especially with their hardware. I mean, so many products they have actually dropped over the time. I mean, with Google Glass, Nexus, everything. I mean, it just, 2-3 years go by, and we expect that the hardware is going to actually take a, new place, and it's just like, it's just a test baby. Like every single time in Google I/O, they actually introduce something and it doesn't fly. Having said that, I think three of the things which is actually shape the world, and I think they have embarked on that journey. One, in my opinion, is the battery. Second is the hologram, and third one is the quantum computing. So I'm really, really, this is like a foundation for the Google to come after the IBM. IBM into this for almost 3 years. They have a head start. And now for Google to actually come into quantum computing, my goodness. So I don't know how long it's going to last. This another test for them. But hologram, quantum computing, and obviously they are not looking into the battery, but those two things for me.
Kurum, how much was it new to you if you've been following quantum computing that they did today? Because I'm just curious, how much was new today to people who were already following?
Okay, so so I was at the CES, I don't know whether 3 years or 4 years ago. So that was the first time they unwrapped the, quantum computing like at the IBM. And that was the first encounter for me to sort of like physically witness the whole thing. And I was so excited because, that's where, we need, the next level of computing needs to happen. So I don't know. It's difficult to answer that, whether I was surprised for it or not, but this is the natural progression for any IT company who's going to shape up the global scene in the next phase.
Did you think it was interesting the way they highlighted the error-free, their push towards error-free qubit? Because there's so much noise in the market at the moment in regards to quantum, talking about multiple qubits, 64 qubits, but the error piece is fundamental to actually scaling it and making technology usable.
So, Jonathan, I said that, like I put the disclaimer beforehand. So I saw, Sergey, jumping off the plane with a Google Glass, landing on that, building where the Google I/O was happening. It was such a big hoo-ha about this. I was the first, I was the one of the person who had the Google Glass out of 1,500 people around the globe. I signed up for it. We started building apps for it. And 2 years down the line, it's just like all the money going down the drain, basically. So I don't know. I mean, this could be a big hoo-ha of like showing all this, and year down the line, it's just all gone down the drain. So
Yeah, I agree. I agree to a degree, but this quantum error correction thing is not a new concept. I mean, there was papers as early as 1985, I think, that started to discuss QEC. But I mean, I think it's significant for Google because they're making it available as almost commercially, and it becomes a bit more tangible to people that they're now producing some kind of solution with it. Whether it's better or not than the concepts and
Well,
the
they
science
are
research that's been
highlighting.
done.
They are highlighting the next step is to make an error-free quantum qubit. So they're admitting that they haven't even achieved one error-free qubit.
Yeah, I was really happy that they actually that they hit on that and touched on that, because people keep asking me about that in the other room, and I keep telling them that, you know, we understand it, but it's still pretty theoretical how it all works. Like, we get it, but we kind of also don't. Like, we're still trying to stabilize it and make it actually something we can control safely, anyways.
By the way, if I don't know whether you guys actually explored further like that.